In a fantasy world, humanity has long lived alongside mysterious creatures with extraordinary powers. Inside a beginner spirit tamer academy, the teacher gave the class one final warning before dismissing everyone. With less than 7 days left, the entrance selection for spirit tamer academies was finally about to begin. Time was running out, so the teacher urged everyone to make every day count, earn the best results possible, and reach their dream academy before ending the class. As soon as class ended, the room burst into chatter. Some could not believe 3 years had passed so fast, while others admitted the top academies were far beyond their reach. Even getting into an advanced academy seemed unlikely, so most only hoped for a regular one because failure meant a future stuck as an ordinary citizen. Amid the discussion, one confident student declared he was aiming straight for an advanced spirit tamer academy. The elite academies were a stretch, but he believed an advanced academy was well within reach. Unlike the lively classroom, Yi Ling sat quietly in the corner. With the exam only a week away, it barely meant anything to someone who had transmigrated just 7 days ago. It all started when unfamiliar memories suddenly flooded his mind exactly 1 week earlier. When Yi Ling woke up, he had already become the new owner of this body. After absorbing the original owner's memories, he realized this world was nothing like his old one, because terrifying monsters roamed everywhere outside the cities. Faced with that threat, humanity could only build massive, fortified cities to survive behind their walls. After years of adaptation and growth, humans finally discovered how to bond with spirit beasts, giving birth to the profession known as spirit tamers. A spirit tamer's true strength came from forming contracts with powerful spirit pets and commanding them in battle. Only with those companions could humans stand against the deadly monsters beyond the wilderness. Spirit tamers not only protected the cities, but also pushed into the wild to expand humanity's territory. That was why becoming a powerful spirit tamer was the dream of almost every young person. Every Federation citizen received a monster egg at the age of 18 and awakened their first spirit pet through a contract. Sadly, that opportunity had already been used before Yi Ling arrived. The first egg had already hatched, and what emerged was something no one could celebrate. His spirit pet was a stiff zombie that could barely walk and could only hop forward like a tiny jiangshi. Its durability was decent, but its combat ability was almost worthless. Even worse, this zombie had no evolution path, making it a completely useless spirit pet. Yi Ling guessed the original owner had died from despair after that crushing blow. Thinking about it only made him more frustrated because everyone else seemed to gain overpowered grading, while he got the worst possible start. Yi Ling could only let out a helpless sigh before someone suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder. The student told Yi Ling not to lose hope because failing the exam was not the end of the world. The familiar voice continued, saying that living as an ordinary office worker was not so bad since at least he would not have to risk his life every day. Yi Ling recognized the speaker as Chen Ji, but only smiled bitterly and told him there was no need for comfort. Chen Ji owned a windwolf with excellent potential, while his own hopeless zombie could never compare. At that exact moment, a cold mechanical voice echoed inside Yi Ling's mind. The system confirmed that the host's first spirit pet had reached 100% maturity, all unlock conditions had been met, and after several notifications, the spirit tamer system officially activated. Yi Ling froze on the spot, completely stunned by what had just appeared. Once he realized what was happening, his mood flipped instantly, and he almost failed to hide his excitement. To Yi Ling, that emotionless system notification sounded better than any music because the cheat he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Lost in excitement, Yi Ling was suddenly pulled back to reality when Chen Ji called his name. Seeing Yi Ling mumbling to himself, Chen Ji thought the shock had finally broken him. Yi Ling quickly hid the truth about the system and brushed it off with a few awkward excuses. Chen Ji did not press further. He simply reminded Yi Ling to train during the remaining days because he might still have a chance to enter a lower-tier spirit tamer academy. Hearing that, a mysterious smile slowly appeared on Yi Ling's face. Everything had changed. Even though Yi Ling still had no idea what abilities the spirit tamer system could offer, the arrival of his long-awaited cheat had already raised his ambitions. After the system welcomed him, he boldly declared that a lower-tier academy was no longer his goal. The moment those words left his mouth, the entire class burst into laughter. To them, someone with a worthless zombie daring to reject a lower-tier academy was a complete joke. Liu Yu immediately mocked Yi Ling's zombie, saying a discarded spirit pet had no business dreaming about becoming a spirit tamer. As Liu Yu became more arrogant, Chen Ji finally snapped and warned him to stop bullying others just because of his powerful family. But Yi Ling knew they were not strong enough to confront him yet. Yi Ling quickly stopped Chen Ji. Although the Liu family was only a second-tier force in Tianhui City, its patriarch was a level 5 spirit tamer. With only 3 first-tier and 5 second-tier factions in the entire city, offending them now would be a huge mistake. This debt could wait. Yi Ling believed everything would change the day he entered a top spirit tamer academy. Once that happened, he would deal with Liu Yu himself and see how confident he was without his family's backing. Liu Yu's followers immediately joined in, calling Yi Ling a coward and a loser, while boasting that Brother Yu would soon enter an advanced academy and might even qualify for a top one. Liu Yu only smiled with contempt. Furious, Chen Ji flashed them the middle finger before dragging Yi Ling away. The two quickly left the classroom and left Liu Yu's group behind. Outside, Chen Ji said he was heading to the training room and told Yi Ling to find him anytime if he needed help. Yi Ling nodded before heading home alone. On the way back, Yi Ling could barely hide his excitement. More than anything, he wanted to discover what his newly awakened spirit tamer system could actually do. The moment he got home, he immediately summoned the system without another second of delay. A notification appeared and introduced the system's functions. Besides displaying detailed spirit pet data, it could also boost XP gains and greatly increase leveling speed. Hearing that, Yi Ling's eyes lit up. His status screen appeared. Host, Yi Ling, Rank 1, Level 2. Spirit Power, 200 out of 200. He possessed 3 abilities, Level 1 Spirit Shield, each consuming 100 Spirit Power, and Level 1 Spirit Vision, which drained Spirit Power over time. His linked spirit pet was the Black-Eyed Zombie, and he currently had 0 free attribute points. The Black-Eyed Zombie's information appeared next. Undead type, Rank 1, Level 2, Experience, 0, Maturity, Pakits, Talent, Low level, Physical, Damage Reduction, Skills, none. What shocked Yi Ling most was the long list of evolution paths. Common White-Eyed Zombie, Rare Gray-Eyed Zombie, Epic Blue-Eyed Zombie, Legendary Green-Eyed Zombie, and finally the Red-Eyed Zombie King with God-tier potential. The moment he saw the evolution list, Yi Ling could hardly believe his eyes. The zombie that was supposed to have no future could now keep evolving, with every evolution greatly increasing its growth potential. In the world of spirit tamers, spirit pet potential was divided into 8 ranks: trash, ordinary, common, rare, epic, legendary, mythic, and finally God tier. God tier existed only in theory because no spirit pet in the entire Federation had ever reached that level. On the other hand, trash grade pets were capped at rank 4, level 10. Ordinary pets could only reach rank 5, level 10. Following that pattern, only epic potential or higher could hope to reach rank 9, level 10. As for God tier, no one could even imagine its true limits. The higher the potential, the easier it was for a spirit pet to learn multiple powerful skills. Skills like Flame Impact, Fire Arrow, Flame Storm, and Nirvana Rebirth flashed through Yi Ling's mind, along with the vision of reaching rank 9, level 10. The more he thought about it, the brighter his future seemed. Once the black-eyed zombie evolved, it would immediately shed its worthless reputation. If it someday completed the entire evolution path and became the red-eyed zombie king, it would possess god-tier growth potential. Yi Ling could not hold back his laughter. With the Spirit Tamer system on his side, entering a top Spirit Tamer Academy suddenly felt much more achievable. Still thrilled, he suddenly remembered that evolution would surely require valuable materials. He immediately checked what resources his little zombie needed for its first evolution. The result made him even happier because the system had already prepared a beginner reward just for him. The beginner reward let the host evolve a spirit pet for free without spending a single resource. On top of that, Yi Ling also received 2 free upgrade points. A free evolution was right in front of him. Looking at the little zombie standing beside him, Yi Ling decided it deserved a better future now that they were bound by contract. Without hesitation, Yi Ling chose to evolve it. The moment he confirmed the command, the black-eyed zombie began to transform. A bright light wrapped around the spirit pet, and its body started rebuilding itself inside the glowing cocoon. Its figure and every part of its body changed rapidly as the ugly zombie form disappeared. When the transformation ended, the creature standing before Yi Ling had become a beautiful spirit pet girl, completely different from before. Watching the unbelievable transformation, Yi Ling stood there speechless. He expected an evolution, but nothing this dramatic. After its first evolution, the little zombie looked like an entirely different person. With silver-white hair falling to her shoulders and a graceful figure, Yi Ling could only stare in disbelief. Just then, the girl smiled gently, greeted Yi Ling, called him master, and said she hoped to serve him well from now on. The fact that she could speak normally proved the evolution had been fully completed. Looking at his new spirit pet, Yi Ling had to admit her appearance far exceeded his expectations. But looks were only part of it. What he really wanted to know was how much stronger she had become. The fastest way was to check her system data, then take her outside and test her against real monsters. At Yi Ling's command, the status panel refreshed. His spirit pet was now the white-eyed zombie, undead type, rank 1, level 2, growth potential, common, maturity reset to 0. Both the low-level, physical damage reduction talent, and the bloodthirst skill could be upgraded with points. Her future evolution path still included the rare gray-eyed zombie, epic yellow-eyed zombie, legendary green-eyed zombie, and the final god-tier red-eyed zombie king. Just as expected, her growth potential had risen to the common rank. Even better, the evolution awakened a new skill called Bloodthirst, making Yi Ling even more excited. Bloodthirst was an incredible ability. Every time she dealt damage during battle, she recovered her own injuries while gaining a huge attack boost. The effect lasted 3 minutes with a 5-minute cooldown. Even with the cooldown, Yi Ling rated the skill extremely highly because it both healed wounds and greatly improved endurance in battle. Combined with her healing ability and low-level physical damage reduction, she was becoming an unbelievably durable frontline fighter. The system then explained the upgrade mechanic. Improving talents or skills required free upgrade points, meaning Yi Ling could directly strengthen his spirit pets, as long as he had enough points. He currently had 2 free points. Even better, they could upgrade not only spirit pet talents and skills, but also Yi Ling's own spirit arts, surprising him once again. In this world, spirit arts normally required years of study and practice before a spirit tamer could master them. At his current level, the academy had only taught 3 basic spirit arts, starting with Spirit Chain. The other 2 were Spirit Shield and Spirit Vision. Raising their levels normally required a tremendous amount of training. However, Yi Ling's spirit power was still too low. Upgrading his own spirit arts now would cost too much for too little benefit. His 2 precious points were better invested in the white-eyed zombie. The system immediately presented new upgrade options. For talents, there was low-level magic damage reduction, which reduced elemental damage, and high-speed regeneration, allowing rapid healing from even severe injuries by consuming stamina as long as she was not killed instantly. For skills, there was Blood Frenzy, which sacrificed her own blood to massively boost strength and speed until her life force dropped to a safe limit. All 3 choices were tempting, but considering a zombie's natural traits, incredible regeneration suited her perfectly. High-speed regeneration was the obvious choice. The talent was simple yet terrifying. As long as the spirit pet survived the initial blow, any injury could rapidly heal by consuming stamina. In other words, if she lived through an attack, even badly damaged body parts could regenerate. Faced with such an incredible survival ability, Yi Ling immediately chose high-speed regeneration. Even with special powers, spirit pets could still be injured or killed in battle. Without quick healing, serious wounds could become fatal, making this survival talent an obvious priority. The remaining option that caught Yi Ling's attention was Blood Frenzy. Once activated, it slowly burned the user's own blood to greatly boost speed and strength until reaching a safe limit. In simple terms, Blood Frenzy converted life force into combat power. The longer it stayed active, the more blood it consumed, but the stronger and faster the user became. Yi Ling immediately realized how terrifying it would be when paired with Bloodthirst. Blood Frenzy consumed health for power, while Bloodthirst restored health by draining enemies. Together, they made his zombie girl stronger the longer she fought. Without another thought, Yi Ling spent his last free point to unlock Blood Frenzy. Looking over her new abilities, Yi Ling could not hide his excitement. His spirit pet had completely left behind her old black-eyed zombie form and officially become a white-eyed zombie. Even her skin had become soft and smooth, making her look almost identical to a normal human. Curious, Yi Ling reached out to touch her face. To his surprise, she immediately looked at him and gently asked what her master was trying to do. Her response caught him off guard and left him slightly embarrassed. Only then did he truly realize she could now communicate normally, and calling her a zombie no longer felt right. After thinking for a moment, Yi Ling decided to give her a real name. He chose Zhu Yu and asked if she liked it. She accepted without hesitation. The white-eyed zombie nodded softly, officially accepting the name Zhou Yu. Yi Ling finalized the name. After the 2 upgrades, Zhu Yu now possessed 4 abilities, including both talents and skills. Her updated status displayed the new name, Zhu Yu, White-Eyed Zombie, Undead Type, Rank 1, Level 2, Experience, 0, Growth Potential, Common, Maturity, 0, Talents, Low-Level Physical Damage Reduction and High-Speed Regeneration, Skills, Bloodthirst and Blood Frenzy. Still evolution path still led through the rare gray-eyed zombie, epic yellow-eyed zombie, legendary green-eyed zombie, and finally the god-tier red-eyed zombie king. With her current abilities, Xiu Yu's combat power already surpassed most spirit pets and monsters of the same level. But if Yi Ling wanted her to evolve again, he would have to gather resources by hunting monsters. His time studying the system was over. Now it was time for a real battle. Yi Ling prepared to take Xiu Yu outside for their very first monster hunt. The world Yi Ling had entered possessed highly advanced technology, although its development had taken a very different path from his previous life. Cars, airplanes, and many familiar vehicles still existed, but they no longer ran on gasoline or electricity. Instead, they were powered by spirit energy, which had become the foundation of the Federation's technology. Even so, ground vehicles like cars were only practical inside city limits. Driving into the monster-filled wilderness would turn any vehicle into an easy target. That was why cars remained the most common choice for travel within the city. For traveling between cities, however, spirit-powered airships were far more reliable because every flight was protected by powerful spirit tamers. As long as they did not run into a massive swarm of flying monsters, passengers were generally safe throughout the journey. For commerce, the Federation used credit points as its universal currency, serving the same purpose as money in Yi Ling's previous world. After getting ready, Yi Ling hailed a spirit-powered taxi and asked the driver to take him straight to the south gate. Seeing the young passenger's school uniform, the driver guessed Yi Ling was a student from Tianhui Academy. Learning that he planned to head to the south gate alone, the driver warned him it was no place for a student. Yi Ling calmly replied that the danger was exactly why he was going there. His goal today was to hunt monsters. The driver's warning was well justified. Tianhui City had 4 main gates in the east, west, south, and north, and every gate led directly to dangerous monster territories. That was why heavy defensive forces were permanently stationed at all 4 gates to stop monsters from breaking into the city. After a long ride, Yi Ling finally arrived at the southern district of Tianhui City. Unlike his former hopeless self, he now believed he was no longer the worthless outcast everyone looked down on. As soon as he approached the checkpoint, the guards stopped him and requested the necessary identification. Yi Ling immediately handed over his documents for inspection. After confirming everything was in order, the guards allowed Yi Ling to pass through the south gate. The area near the city walls was mostly home to low-level monsters, but the farther you traveled into the wilderness, the greater the chance of encountering powerful creatures. Knowing this was his first real hunt, Yi Ling had no intention of underestimating the dangers outside the city. He summoned Xiu Yu. In an instant, the beautiful yet cold spirit pet appeared beside her master, ready for their first hunt together. Yi Ling had come prepared. He pulled out his phone and opened the map he had studied in advance. His first task was finding a nearby monster hotspot. After checking the map, he set his sights on Bone Burial Hill, an area filled with undead skeleton soldiers whose levels were not too high. More importantly, the monsters there could drop materials needed for Xiu Yu's next evolution. Without hesitation, Yi Ling chose Bone Burial Hill as his destination. Master and spirit pet entered the dark forest together. The system had covered the cost of the first evolution, but that beginner reward was gone. From now on, Yi Ling would have to gather every resource himself. As they walked, he checked Xiu Yu's status again. She was still rank 1, level 2 with 0 experience, 0 maturity, and common growth potential. Her abilities included low-level physical damage reduction, high-speed regeneration, bloodthirst, and blood frenzy. Her evolution path still led to the gray-eyed zombie, yellow-eyed zombie, green-eyed zombie, blue-eyed zombie, and finally the red-eyed zombie king. However, the rare gray-eyed zombie evolution was still locked. It required 1 flawless bone, 1 heart of darkness, 10 lesser dark crystals, and 10 dark blood essences, none of which had been collected yet. In other words, Yi Ling had to gather all 4 materials before Xiu Yu could evolve into the gray-eyed zombie, including 10 of each of the last 2 items. Fortunately, Bone Burial Hill was one of the few places where 2 required materials could be found: flawless bones and lesser dark crystals. If this hunt went well, Yi Ling could collect a large portion of the materials he needed. It seemed he had picked the perfect location. As they continued deeper into the forest, Xiu Yu suddenly stopped and fixed her gaze on one direction. Sensing something was wrong, Yi Ling immediately became alert and asked what she had noticed. Tilting her head slightly, Xiu Yu quietly sensed something her master could not detect. A few seconds later, she confirmed they had reached the right place because dense undead energy filled the area. Yi Ling knew they had arrived at the correct hunting ground. The strange part was that, although Zhue Yu sensed countless undead, he could not see a single one. According to the map, the outer region of Bone Burial Hill should have been the territory of skeleton soldiers, undead monsters around rank 1, level 3. While Yi Ling was still wondering where they were hiding, the ground beneath him suddenly shifted. A skeletal hand burst from the soil and grabbed his ankle, startling him completely. Before he could break free, 3 skeleton soldiers crawled out of the ground, their bodies made of nothing but white bones, as they closed in on him. Only then did Yi Ling realize the undead had been hiding beneath the earth, waiting for prey to approach. The sudden ambush caught him completely off guard. Recovering instantly, Yi Ling ordered Zhu Yu into battle and told her to eliminate the 3 skeleton soldiers surrounding him. Before the fight could truly begin, the system interrupted with another notification. To Yi Ling's surprise, his cheat even included a mission system. The new mission was called First Battle. Defeat 20 skeleton soldiers, and Zhu Yu would instantly gain 50 experience progress. The reward was far too good to ignore. Hearing about the massive experience reward, Yi Ling's fighting spirit ignited as he ordered Zhu Yu to wipe out every skeleton in sight. Zhu Yu barely needed to move. With a few swift strikes, she accurately hit the weak points of every skeleton soldier surrounding them. In just moments, the 3 skeleton soldiers were smashed into piles of broken bones. The mission counter immediately climbed from 1 to 2 before quickly reaching 4 defeated enemies. Watching Zhu Yu destroy 4 skeleton soldiers in a single exchange made Yi Ling realize she was even stronger than he had imagined. With power like this, there was no reason to fear low-level monsters anymore. Instead of avoiding them, they could simply crush everything in their path and farm experience. Right then, another group of skeleton soldiers emerged from the ground. Some even carried rusty weapons as they charged straight at Yi Ling. He immediately left them all to Shui Yu. The undead locked their burning crimson eye sockets onto their target before the entire pack rushed forward without hesitation. Zhu Yu leaped high into the air before closing the distance in an instant. Her razor-sharp claws tore through every target, each strike carrying corpse poison that could infect any living creature through an open wound. Unfortunately, skeleton soldiers were undead monsters that were almost immune to most negative effects, making the corpse poison nearly useless in this fight. Luckily, Shui Yu did not need poison. Her claws and overwhelming physical strength alone were enough to crush every skeleton soldier. Even those around rank 1, level 2 or 3 posed no real threat. The mission counter kept climbing until it reached 7 out of 20. In barely a minute, 7 skeleton soldiers had fallen, making Yi Ling realize this mission was far easier than expected. The more they fought, the more excited Yi Ling became, while new skeleton soldiers continued crawling out of the ground as if they would never run out. After watching for a while, however, Yi Ling noticed the later waves were not quite the same as the first. The crimson flames inside their eye sockets burned much brighter, and both their aura and strength had clearly increased. Zhu Yu, on the other hand, remained completely calm and showed no concern over the stronger enemies. She charged straight into the middle of the undead formation, her claws becoming perfect weapons of destruction. Everywhere she passed, skeleton soldiers shattered into pieces. Before long, the counter finally reached 20. The system confirmed that the first battle mission was complete and immediately rewarded Zhu Yu with 50 bonus experience. Combined with the experience from the defeated monsters, her experience bar was nearly full. As soon as the last bit of experience was gained, the moment Yi Ling had been waiting for finally arrived. A brilliant light suddenly surrounded Zhu Yu. The instant Yi Ling saw it, he realized she was leveling up. The system confirmed that Shui Yu had reached rank 1, level 5. As an additional reward for the breakthrough, Yi Ling also received another free upgrade point. Yi Ling had not expected leveling up to grant bonus rewards. Since his top priority was making Zhu Yu as strong as possible, he immediately invested the new point into her. After checking her status, he unlocked low-level magic damage reduction. Energy quickly flowed into Shu Yu's body, strengthening her once again. Her offense was already more than enough, so Yi Ling chose to improve her magical defense and make her abilities more balanced. After finishing the upgrade, Yi Ling remembered the map had marked an elite skeleton warrior somewhere nearby, so he asked Shu Yu to continue searching. Shu Yu smiled faintly, clearly pleased with the new strength she had gained. The two continued deeper into the forest until they came across an ongoing battle. A massive skeleton wearing tattered armor and wielding a rusted blade was fighting a young woman. Yi Ling immediately stopped to observe because both sides caught his attention. The monster before him was the skeleton warrior he had been searching for, while its opponent was a mysterious girl dressed in a yellow dress. The skeleton warrior let out a savage roar before charging straight at the girl with its rusted weapon raised high. The girl showed no fear at all. Facing the charging elite monster, she looked completely calm, as if it was hardly worth her attention. Not wanting either side to notice him too soon, Yi Ling hid behind a large boulder and silently watched the battle. Ahead of him, the skeleton warrior suddenly accelerated, rushing toward its target at incredible speed. After taking a closer look at the girl in the yellow dress, Yi Ling finally recognized her as Huo Xiani. It seemed the elite monster he had been looking for had already been found by this young lady. The skeleton warrior continued charging with unstoppable momentum, yet strangely there was still no sign of Huo Xiani's spirit pet. Yi Ling found it hard to believe. Was Huo Xiani really planning to fight an elite monster by herself? He kept watching closely, convinced she still had another move hidden away. Just as he expected, he soon realized she was about to summon an earth drake. A majestic golden dragon instantly emerged from Huo Xiana's spirit seal. Yi Ling quickly recognized it as an earth drake with the bloodline of a lesser dragon and rare growth potential. Among the spirit pets available to beginners, the earth drake was already considered an outstanding choice. Huo Xiani had no intention of dragging out the battle. She coldly ordered her spirit pet to finish the enemy immediately and stop playing around. Upon receiving the command, the earth drake unleashed a thunderous roar, its overwhelming aura shaking the entire area. The giant dragon closed in on the skeleton warrior, locked onto its prey with an intimidating gaze, and launched a completely one-sided assault. With a single powerful tail swipe, the earth drake shattered the skeleton warrior's bones and sent its body flying apart. The fierce monster from moments ago was now pinned to the ground, with almost no strength left to fight back. That one-sided battle made the gap between the earth drake and the skeleton warrior painfully obvious. Watching from a distance, Yi Ling had to admit Huo Xiana's lesser dragon was even stronger than he had expected. The earth drake roared again, sounding like a true predator declaring absolute dominance over its prey. A cold glint flashed across its eyes, signaling that the finishing blow was about to fall. The giant dragon raised one massive foreleg, its sharp claws aimed directly at the helpless skeleton warrior below. Sensing death closing in, the skeleton trembled under the overwhelming pressure. The earth drake brought its enormous foot crashing down without mercy. Unable to survive the final strike, the skeleton warrior completely disintegrated, leaving behind a floating cloud of purple mist. Only then did Huo Xiani calmly take out a delicate little bottle and remove its cap. The purple mist was immediately drawn into the bottle and completely sealed inside within seconds. Yi Ling recognized it as soulfire, the core that remained after a skeleton monster was defeated. Collecting it required a special soul bottle, and Huo Xiani just happened to have one ready. As expected from the Huo family, one of Tianhui City's 3 greatest clans, her resources were far beyond those of ordinary students. After collecting the loot, Huo Xiani praised the earth drake for finishing the battle nicely. A moment later, she suddenly turned toward a nearby boulder. It was obvious she had known someone was hiding there all along, so she calmly told them to stop hiding and come out. Yi Ling instantly realized he had been discovered. He remembered that Huo Xishan was not only the eldest daughter of the Huo family and the leading heir to its future leadership, but also the academy's famous beauty. Even more impressive, she had already reached rank 1, level 10 at a young age, while Yi Ling was still only rank 1, level 2. When the person behind the rock still refused to appear, Huo Xiani spoke again, this time with a much more cautious tone. Knowing he could not hide anymore, Yi Ling scratched his head, stepped out awkwardly, and claimed he had only been passing by. To his surprise, Huo Xiani immediately called him by name, leaving him wondering how someone like her even knew who he was. Huo Xiani explained that she had heard about him at the academy, especially the story of how his first contracted spirit pet was a zombie that supposedly could never evolve. What puzzled her even more was why someone in his situation would dare enter Bone Burial Hill alone, a place far too dangerous for an inexperienced student. Her warning did not sit well with Yi Ling. He replied that where he chose to go was his own business, and that she had no reason to interfere. Yi Ling's sharp response seemed to anger the earth drake. The lesser dragon immediately bared its fangs, let out a threatening growl, and glared at him with open hostility. The sudden reaction surprised both Yi Ling and Huo Xiani, because neither understood why the earth drake disliked him so much. The dragon did not stop with a warning. It suddenly opened its jaws and lunged toward Yi Ling, as if it were about to bite him, making him jump back in panic. Seeing his flustered reaction, Huo Xiani could not help laughing, before finally stopping her spirit pet. She teased Yi Ling for getting scared, then called the earth drake back, and told it to behave instead of causing more trouble. Yi Ling had already retreated several steps. Once he realized the dragon had never intended to attack him. For real, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Huo Xiani asked if he was all right, though the amusement in her voice had clearly not faded. She then explained more seriously that she had only been trying to help. Based on what she knew about his strength, Bone Burial Hill was far too dangerous, and he should return to the city before something went wrong. Yi Ling immediately rejected her advice and made it clear he had no intention of ending his hunt. He insisted he was fully capable of taking responsibility for his own safety and did not need Huo Xiani worrying about him. Deep down, he did not believe she had any right to decide for him. After saying that, Yi Ling turned and prepared to leave. Behind him, the Earth Drake continued watching with an unfriendly stare, clearly still unhappy with his attitude. Before leaving, Yi Ling simply said goodbye and continued on his way. The title of worthless loser no longer described the person he had become. The Earth Drake quietly glanced at Huo Xiani before looking back at Yi Ling's departing figure, its displeasure still obvious in its eyes. Watching Yi Ling walk away without a word, Huo Xiani grew even more annoyed. She had only meant to warn him, yet he showed no gratitude at all. Now she wanted to know why someone once called a complete loser had come to Bone Burial Hill, a place even most third-year students would never enter alone. Huo Xiani immediately recalled the Earth Kanglong into her spirit seal. In her eyes, Yi Ling was still the weak student, who always ranked near the bottom. That only made her more curious about what he was hiding and what he planned to do in this land, filled with undead. In the end, Huo Xiani decided to keep her distance and secretly follow Yi Ling. But her tracking skills were nowhere near as good as she thought. Yi Ling had already noticed someone behind him and only wondered what this young lady was planning. Huo Xiani still believed she had stayed hidden and continued watching Yi Ling from afar. Since she refused to show herself, Yi Ling ignored her. Leveling up Xue Yu was far more important than worrying about her intentions. Before long, countless skeleton soldiers suddenly appeared from every direction and surrounded Yi Ling. Seeing the swarm close in, he instantly realized he had walked straight into an undead ambush. The skeleton soldiers tightened their grip on their weapons and slowly closed the distance. Even Yi Ling was surprised that so many had appeared at once. Hidden in the distance, Huo Xiani realized the situation had become dangerous. Just 3 skeleton soldiers were enough to trouble most people, and now they were backed by a massive horde of skeleton troops. She was convinced Yi Ling was in serious danger. Every undead fixed their glowing red eyes on the trapped prey, filling the air with killing intent. The leading skeleton soldier stepped forward, raised its rusted sword high, and prepared to strike. Without giving Yi Ling any time to react, it swung its blade straight at him. Yi Ling had no intention of blocking the attack himself and immediately summoned Zhu Yu. A beautiful figure quickly emerged from the spirit seal. The moment Zhu Yu appeared, she stood firmly before Yi Ling and shielded him from the undead. A freezing aura burst from her body and blasted the charging skeleton soldiers backward. Huo Xiani could hardly believe her eyes. She had heard Yi Ling's spirit beast was nothing more than a useless zombie, yet this stunning figure radiated overwhelming power. Only 2 explanations came to mind, mutation or evolution, but both seemed impossible. Without giving the enemy time to recover, Yi Ling ordered Xu Yu to wipe out every skeleton soldier. Zhu Yu accepted the command and charged straight into the encirclement without hesitation. These undead clearly had far more combat experience than ordinary skeleton troops. They quickly raised their old shields and formed a defensive wall against Xu Yu's relentless assault. Yi Ling quietly noted that the skeleton soldiers truly were a higher class, since they knew how to use equipment to counter direct attacks. But that defense only slowed Zhu Yu for a brief moment because her greatest advantage was speed. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Yu slipped past the front line and appeared behind the skeleton soldiers. Attacking from their blind spot, she slashed her razor-sharp claws straight at one skeleton's head. Her strike pierced the helmet and shattered its skull. Zhu Yu kept flashing across the battlefield, eliminating one elite skeleton soldier after another before they could even fight back. The longer the battle lasted, the more terrifying Zhu Yu became, and even Yi Ling had no idea where her true limit was. Watching from the sidelines, Huo Xiani felt a chill run down her spine. The female zombie's combat power was far beyond anything she had imagined. But to Yi Ling, Xu Yu still had not shown her full strength. The system skills had yet to reveal their true potential. Right then, the system released 2 new missions. The first required defeating 20 skeleton soldiers and rewarded 50% experience progress plus a special outfit for his spirit beast. The second mission, 100 Bone Slash, demanded 100 skeleton soldier kills and would instantly raise Xu Yu by 1 level. Both rewards were too tempting to ignore, but the goal of 100 kills made Yi Ling realize this battle would not end anytime soon. As he was still thinking, fresh waves of skeleton troops and skeleton soldiers kept pouring into the battlefield. Seeing the enemy numbers continue to rise, Yi Ling immediately changed tactics and ordered Xu Yu to activate Blood Frenzy. The moment the skill activated, a streak of blood appeared at the corner of Zhue Yu's lips, showing that her life force was already being consumed. In return for that cost, her aura exploded, and both her strength and speed reached an entirely new level. Huo Xiani quickly understood how terrifying this skill set was. Blood Frenzy traded life force for power, while Bloodthirst drained enemies to restore what was lost. Together, they let Xu Yu stay empowered throughout the fight. Xu Yu was now fully locked into battle, her eyes fixed on the undead ahead. The next second, she shot forward like a raging storm, tearing through the enemy formation and cutting down skeleton soldiers one after another. It did not take long before skeletons all around her shattered beneath her claws and overwhelming strength. After the massacre, only one skeleton soldier remained and desperately charged toward Yi Ling. Seeing the perfect opportunity, Yi Ling decided to test one of his own spirit skills in real combat. He activated Spirit Chain. Purple energy chains instantly appeared from thin air and wrapped tightly around the skeleton soldier before it could reach him. The chains tightened and completely locked down the elite undead. The first test proved the skill had excellent crowd control. Bound by spiritual energy, the skeleton soldier could no longer resist and collapsed helplessly onto the ground. With the enemy fully restrained, Yi Ling ordered Xu Yu to finish it off. Xu Yu immediately closed in on the skeleton soldier, trapped by Spirit Chain. She looked down at the helpless enemy with cold eyes, treating it as no threat at all. Xu Yu planted one foot firmly on the ground. Then she lifted the other leg and prepared a direct finishing blow. In the next instant, her kick slammed into the skeleton soldier's skull with devastating force. The skeleton could not withstand the impact and exploded into countless fragments scattered across the ground. The battle ended in a completely one-sided victory, and every display of Xue Yu's overwhelming power was witnessed by Huo Xiani from afar. Huo Xiani was truly shaken. Blood Frenzy was far stronger than she had imagined, and she even began to doubt whether her Earth Kanglong could defeat Xu Yu. Yi Ling, on the other hand, was extremely satisfied. After praising Xue Yu, he immediately told her to finish off the remaining enemies. Xu Yu obeyed and shifted her gaze across the battlefield. A group of skeleton troops was still gathered in the distance. It took her only a brief moment to lock onto every target. Then she vanished from her spot and appeared right in front of them. Before the undead could even figure out how she got there, their chance to react was already gone. Xu Yu extended her razor-sharp claws, ready to turn every skeleton before her into experience points. One clean sweep was all it took to shatter several skeleton troops on the spot. Boosted by the terrifying speed of Blood Frenzy, Xu Yu kept shifting through the enemy ranks so fast that she was almost impossible to follow with the naked eye. While the remaining undead were still searching for her, her attacks had already finished. By the time she came to a stop, the last skeleton troops collapsed together, leaving the battlefield completely cleared in moments. Huo Xiani found it harder and harder to stay calm. The skulls of skeletal soldiers were famous for their toughness, yet Xue Yu broke through them with ease. She finally realized the student, once ranked near the bottom, could become a serious rival for admission into a top spirit master academy. The moment she realized that, Huo Xiani's competitive spirit flared. She had no intention of letting Yi Ling surpass her so easily. While the young lady was lost in thought, Yi Ling focused on something far more practical after the battle. He knelt among the piles of bones, sorting through the remains before picking up a skull to inspect it. After searching for a while, Yi Ling grew confused. Xu Yu had defeated so many skeleton soldiers, yet not a single valuable drop had appeared. The worst part was the endless pile of corpses. He had to search every single one by hand and could not help wishing the system had an automatic loot feature. The moment that thought crossed his mind, the system interface suddenly appeared before him. The system acknowledged his request and revealed a new condition. Once Yi Ling reached rank 2 level 1, the auto-loot function would unlock, along with a mysterious bonus reward. He was pleased the system responded to his wish, but frustrated that the required level was still far away. Yi Ling was currently only rank 1 level 3, so reaching rank 2 would take plenty of time. Until then, he would have to keep searching for loot by hand after every battle. Just as Yi Ling was about to keep searching, a tiny glimmer among the bones caught his eye. He immediately walked over and carefully picked up the glowing item. After a closer look, Yi Ling recognized it as flawless bone, one of the key materials needed for Xu Yu's next evolution. He never expected the first material to drop so quickly. His mood instantly lifted. Today's hunt had brought not only experience but also incredible luck. Of all the materials Zhu Yu needed, Bone Burial Hill could only provide two of them, flawless bone and lesser dark crystal. With such a great start, Yi Ling told Zhu Yu to continue hunting. There were still plenty of enemies left for the mission, and she simply nodded before moving out again. Several hours passed in non-stop battles. Before long, another group of skeleton soldiers slowly approached Zhu Yu. After fighting without rest, even her blood garment had picked up a few small scratches. Across from her, the undead let out dry, eerie growls. Then they all lunged forward from every direction, charging straight at Zhu Yu, but they could not even touch her. The front line was suddenly torn apart before the others' eyes, making the remaining undead hesitate as fear began to creep in. Zhu Yu had also reached her peak condition and calmly swept her icy gaze across every remaining enemy. Even though their instincts warned them of danger, the skeleton troops kept charging, hoping to overwhelm her with numbers. Just as they closed in, Zhu Yu vanished from the front and reappeared behind the entire group, gathering tremendous power into one hand. A devastating strike crashed down. The shockwave ripped through the formation and shattered every skeleton troop into piles of bones. One scorched skull was blasted through the air and rolled across the ground before stopping right at Yi Ling's feet. The moment the battle ended, the system sent another notification. After eliminating 20 skeleton soldiers, the mission was officially complete. The rewards included 50 experience points and an exclusive outfit for Zhu Yu. The bonus experience pushed her progress bar straight to 80%, leaving Yi Ling thrilled by how quickly they were growing stronger. The reward was the upgraded Scarlet Blood Robe, equipment made exclusively for Zhu Yu. Once equipped, it greatly reduced both physical and magical damage. Minor damage could even repair itself automatically, making the outfit nearly impossible to destroy. However, no one except Zhu Yu could use it. Wanting to test it, Yi Ling called Zhu Yu over. He handed her the new outfit, looked over its stats, and told her to put it on. Zhu Yu obediently accepted her master's command. Without the slightest hesitation, she immediately began changing into the new outfit. Yi Ling instantly panicked at the sight. He hurriedly turned away, his face turning red, as Zhu Yu casually changed clothes right in front of him. It only took a moment before everything was finished. The Scarlet Blood Robe now fit Zhu Yu perfectly, as if it had been tailored just for her, making her mysterious charm even more captivating. Trying to act normal after the awkward moment, Yi Ling asked her to test the equipment. Right then, a few more skeleton troops slowly wandered over. They only caught a glimpse of a blur streaking through their ranks, moving so fast they had no idea what had happened. By the time they realized the truth, it was already too late. Wearing the new outfit, Zhu Yu was even faster than before, wiping out the skeleton troops before they even knew what hit them. The test also confirmed that the robe's self-repair ability was completely real. Yi Ling nodded in satisfaction. This outfit was durable enough for Zhu Yu to use for a long time. With the Scarlet Blood Robe, Zhu Yu fought even more aggressively and freely. She no longer had to worry about damaging her clothes or holding back. While they continued hunting, another level-up notification appeared. Rank 1. Even Yi Ling was stunned by the speed. In just a single day, they had gained 2 levels and reached Rank 1 Level 4. The system announced that Zhu Yu, the host's spirit beast, had reached Rank 1 Level 4 and awarded 1 free stat point. Seeing that it was already late, Yi Ling decided not to take any more risks. Nighttime monsters were far more dangerous, so continuing the hunt was not a wise choice. He called Zhu Yu over and decided to end Today's hunt and head home. Shui Yu immediately agreed. By the time they returned, night had already covered the apartment complex where Yi Ling lived. Back inside his small room, the first thing Yi Ling did was open his status panel to check the day's results. The latest status showed that Yi Ling had reached Rank 1 Level 4 with 400 spirit power. He possessed 3 skills, Level 1 Spirit Chain, Level 1 Spirit Shield, and Level 1 Spirit Vision. His spirit beast was Zhu Yu, and he still had 1 free stat point. Zhu Yu was a white-eyed zombie of the undead type, also at Rank 1 Level 4 with 0 experience, normal growth, and a growth rate of 10.2. Her exclusive equipment was the Scarlet Blood Robe, granting low-level physical damage reduction, super regeneration, and low-level magic damage reduction. Her skills included Bloodthirst and Blood Frenzy. Looking back at everything they had achieved in just one day, Yi Ling could not help but marvel at how much both he and Zhu Yu had changed. The academy entrance selection was only a few days away, so every remaining moment had to be spent hunting monsters and growing stronger. He quickly made up his mind. Tomorrow, he would ask his teacher for a few days off so he could focus entirely on training. Time quietly slipped by until late into the night. Meanwhile, inside a luxurious villa elsewhere in the city, someone was still training tirelessly in the courtyard instead of resting. Under the cover of darkness, Spirit Chain flashed again and again as glowing energy chains appeared, one after another. The one training so relentlessly was Huo Xiani. Her clothes were soaked with sweat, yet she kept repeating the skill over and over, determined to improve her mastery. After another attempt, Huo Xiani breathed heavily, but her eyes remained unwavering. She had only one thought in mind. She refused to lose to that person. Just then, a deep and gentle male voice called out to her, saying he wanted to talk. The newcomer was Huo Lingtian, the head of the Huo clan and her father. Seeing his daughter still training so late, he could not hide his concern and asked why she had not gone to rest. After hesitating for a moment, Huo Xiani admitted that she had personally witnessed a zombie capable of evolution earlier that day. Huo Lingtian merely frowned slightly. As far as he knew, zombies simply could not evolve, so he believed his daughter must have mistaken what she saw. He assumed the pressure of the upcoming academy selection had made her overly anxious and advised her not to push herself too hard. Doing her best would be enough. Although disappointed that her father did not believe her, Huo Xiani obediently accepted his advice. Huo Lingtian then urged her to return and get some rest. 3 days quickly passed. In the bustling and modern city center of Tianhui City, the atmosphere had become far livelier than usual. The long-awaited day had finally arrived. Today was officially the day of the academy entrance selection. The city lord's manor had become the center of attention for the entire city. High above, countless airships hovered across the sky, creating an incredibly spectacular sight. Before long, a fleet bearing the emblem of the Spirit Master Academies appeared in the distance and entered the area. The crowd below immediately erupted with excitement after recognizing the airships of the 4 great Spirit Master Academies. Their grand entrance alone left everyone in awe. A booming laugh suddenly echoed from the main platform inside the city lord's manor. The speaker was Shangguan Longkong, the city lord of Tianhui City. He warmly welcomed the guests, while joking that he had been waiting for them for quite some time. The academy delegation immediately returned the greeting and politely apologized for keeping city lord Shangguan waiting. The speaker was Lu Feng, the representative of Azure Dragon Academy and a rank 7 level 8 expert. After the greetings, he also asked City Lord Shangguan to continue assisting with this year's selection. Next, Bai Dong of White Tiger Academy joined the conversation. The sturdy-looking man was a rank 7 level 7 expert. Shangguan Longkong simply laughed and replied that the delegates had traveled much farther and deserved the real credit. Then Huo Ling stepped forward as the representative of Black Tortoise Academy. The elegant woman in blue was a rank 7 level 7 expert from the Hu clan of the Holy City. Besides representing her academy, she had also come to personally see the talented young woman from the Huo clan branch whom she had heard so much about. Knowing that Huo Ling was referring to Huo Xiani, Shangguan Longkong praised her without hesitation, even calling her a once-in-a-century genius. Among the younger generation of Tianhui City, Huo Xiani truly stood among the very best. Still, the discussion should end here, because the candidates below were surely eager for the examination to begin. The one urging everyone forward was Hong Xiu, the representative of Vermilion Bird Academy. The woman in red carried an overwhelming presence as a rank 7 level 8 expert. She believed there was no need to delay any longer and suggested heading straight to the testing grounds. At the massive examination arena, countless young candidates had already gathered. The mix of excitement and tension made the atmosphere even more intense before the selection began. Among the crowd, Chen Ji kept looking around, searching for Yi Ling, but he still could not find him anywhere. After several days, without hearing from Yi Ling, Chen Ji began to wonder if his friend had skipped the academy selection altogether. Just as Chen Ji was becoming more anxious, a very familiar voice suddenly called out from behind him. The person Chen Ji had been searching for finally appeared. Yi Ling strolled over and casually asked if he was late. Relieved to see his friend safe, Chen Ji immediately demanded to know where Yi Ling had disappeared to over the past few days. If their homeroom teacher had not confirmed his leave of absence, Chen Ji would have thought he had vanished for good. Yi Ling simply smiled and said he was too tough to die. He had only spent the last few days training, but that mysterious attitude caught Chen Ji's attention because his friend seemed completely different from before. Yi Ling did not explain further. He only shrugged and joked that maybe it was because he was about to be a student at one of the top Spirit Master Academies. The moment those words reached the people nearby, mocking laughter broke out. To them, someone like Yi Ling, dreaming of a top academy, was nothing but a joke. They even mocked his spirit beast, saying that owning such a useless creature meant his future was already ruined. In their eyes, Yi Ling had no hope of becoming a true spirit master and would end up living an ordinary life. Yi Ling remained completely calm despite the ridicule. He swept a cold gaze across the crowd and told them to enjoy laughing while they still could, because after today they might never laugh at him again. Even Chen Ji had no idea what he was planning. Before Chen Ji could ask another question, the crowd erupted as the judges, the city lord, and the representatives of the four great spirit master academies all appeared together. At the center of the examination stage, an enormous surge of energy gathered and formed a massive swirling vortex. From within the vortex, City Lord Shangguan and the four academy representatives stepped forward one after another, their overwhelming presence instantly drawing everyone's attention. Looking at the eager young candidates below, Shangguan Longkong nodded with satisfaction and suggested starting the selection without any further delay. Following the City Lord's order, the judges immediately instructed every candidate to remain quiet and gather before the stage because the official examination was about to begin. Their voices, amplified by spiritual power, echoed across the entire arena so that every single person could hear them clearly. Yi Ling remained perfectly calm. After days of preparation, this was the exact moment he had been waiting for, to prove everyone who had looked down on him wrong. Before the examination began, the judges reviewed all the rules. This year's Spirit Master Academy selection would once again consist of two major stages. The opening challenge was the Survival Secret Realm. Every candidate would be transported into the same realm filled with countless Rank 1 monsters. The objective sounded simple but was far from easy. Survive there for 3 full days. Only those who survived and passed the first stage would earn the right to continue to the next examination. The second stage was combat. Candidates would be matched randomly, with winners advancing, while eliminated contestants would be ranked based on their performance. Anyone defeated in the very first match would only qualify for a lower-tier Spirit Master Academy. In other words, the farther a candidate advanced and the more victories they earned, the greater their chances of entering a prestigious academy. The final top 10 would compete for admission into the top Spirit Master Academies, while even the 10th place finisher would still secure a place at a high-level academy. Before officially starting the examination, the judges gave one final warning. Every candidate had to know their limits and never risk their life for a better ranking. If they pushed beyond their abilities, the price could be death. Staying alive always came first. The warning made one nervous student ask whether the examination could really result in casualties. The judges answered seriously that the secret realm was full of unpredictable dangers. Once inside, everyone would have to rely mainly on themselves, and the most important goal was simply making it back alive. While many candidates became increasingly nervous, Yi Ling grew even more excited. He had spent the past few days preparing for this very moment. Just as his fighting spirit reached its peak, the familiar voice of the system echoed in his mind. A brand new mission was immediately activated. The objective was to achieve an outstanding result in the first stage of the Spirit Master Academy entrance selection. The reward for success would be 3 Spirit Crystal Cores. Knowing that the secret realm mainly contained Rank 1 monsters, Yi Ling felt no pressure at all. With his current strength, he believed this stage would be no obstacle. At the front of the lineup, Huo Xiani stood in the leading position and naturally attracted countless eyes. But Huo Xiani paid no attention to the stares. She kept scanning the crowd, as if searching for someone she still could not find. Whispers quickly spread through the crowd. Huo Xiani was widely considered the favorite to dominate the examination, and even the 4 great Spirit Master Academies had shown special interest in her. It was enough to leave many people amazed by the influence of the Huo clan. Meanwhile, Yi Ling quietly waited for his turn to shine. He believed that after today, everyone would know who truly deserved the title of a supreme genius. Before long, every contestant turned their attention toward the main platform. The city lord raised a hand and told everyone to stay calm. A massive surge of spirit energy poured from his palm and formed a gigantic glowing space gate. Once the entrance to the secret realm stabilized, the first trial officially began. The contestants were urged to enter quickly, since getting in early meant a better chance to secure a good starting area. No one wanted to fall behind. The crowd rushed into the portal and vanished one after another. Watching Huo Xiani take the lead into the trial, Huo Ling smiled with satisfaction. The younger generation of the Huo clan had not disappointed her. While most eyes stayed on the top contenders, someone else focused on a completely different person. Baidong from White Tiger Academy narrowed his eyes at the back of the line where Yi Ling stood. For some reason, the young man caught his attention. Lu Feng trusted Baidong's judgment, but reminded him that the current rankings were only based on academic results. Yi Ling's true ability would be revealed inside the secret realm. Yi Ling never fought for the front position. He even let everyone else enter first. To him, this place posed no real threat. Instead of treating it as a deadly trial, he saw the secret realm as the perfect place to hunt monsters and gather resources. After nearly everyone had entered, Yi Ling calmly stepped through the space gate. The survival trial took place in an enormous world, divided into 4 completely different regions. Some contestants arrived deep inside an ancient forest surrounded by towering trees. Others had even worse luck and landed directly in an icy lake. Some were sent into a barren desert where endless sandstorms filled the sky. Yi Ling, however, appeared high on a mountain. The freezing wind constantly lashed against him, making it obvious why the temperature here was so low. Unsure of the dangers nearby, Yi Ling decided to summon Shua Yu first to stay safe. With a single thought, he immediately called out his spirit companion. Zhu Yu appeared at once. Her newly obtained blood robe made her beauty and mysterious charm stand out even more. Not wanting to remain on the mountaintop, Yi Ling led Zhu Yu downhill. Even after walking for quite a while, he still had not seen another contestant. Even stranger, there was not a single magical beast in sight. The eerie silence left Yi Ling puzzled as he moved forward. Suddenly, the light above him was blocked by a massive shadow. Looking up, he saw a giant bird circling overhead with razor-sharp claws. A piercing screech echoed from the sky, forcing Yi Ling to frown. He quickly recognized the creature as an iron-wing bird. An adult iron-wing bird was at least a rank 4 magical beast, far beyond what they should challenge. Luckily, judging by its size and undeveloped wings, Yi Ling realized it was only a juvenile. After confirming it was not too dangerous, he immediately ordered Zhu Yu to teach the troublemaker a lesson. Zhu Yu accepted her master's command without hesitation. She bent her knees and launched straight into the air with explosive speed, covering the distance in an instant. With a single leap, Zhu Yu reached the exact height where the iron wing bird was flying. Without giving it any chance to react, she threw a powerful punch that slammed directly into the beast. The iron wing bird let out a painful cry after taking the full hit. Realizing its opponent was no easy target, it abandoned the fight and fled at full speed from Yi Ling and Zhu Yu. Watching the bird escape into the distance, Yi Ling laughed. It had been fast enough to survive this time, but it might not be so lucky next time. Even so, he realized one clear weakness of Zhu Yu. She could not fly, making it difficult to chase aerial enemies. That made Yi Ling decide to find a flying spirit companion in the future. Even after escaping, the iron wing bird kept screeching angrily across the sky. Following its flight path, Yi Ling spotted a well-hidden mountain cave below. Since he had to survive in the secret realm for 3 days, Yi Ling decided the cave would be a much better base than wandering outside. He and Zhu Yu chose it as their temporary shelter. But the iron wing bird kept screeching from above, and the constant noise soon got on Yi Ling's nerves. The bird refused to leave and kept following them. If this continued, they would not even be able to eat or rest in peace, so Yi Ling decided it had to go. After watching for a while, Yi Ling noticed the iron wing bird only circled from a distance instead of diving. It clearly feared Zhu Yu, which meant he was the real target. To bring down a flying enemy, he first had to lure it closer. Yi Ling quickly came up with a plan and told Zhu Yu to hide inside the cave. After giving the order, he walked out alone and deliberately taunted the iron wing bird, using himself as bait. Despite its constant cries, the magical beast did not rush in. It stayed at a safe height, still wary that Zhu Yu might suddenly appear. Seeing even a bird act so cautiously annoyed Yi Ling, he moved even farther away from Zhu Yu to make himself look like an easier target. He left the cave behind and headed into a dense forest. Sure enough, the iron wing bird continued following from above. Once inside the thick woods, Yi Ling intentionally lowered his guard. He was certain the bird would not resist the temptation for long. At last, the iron wing bird lost its patience, and an angry screech echoed through the forest. Its wings spread wide, and countless feathers shot into the air. The razor-sharp feathers sliced through the wind like flying blades and rained down on Yi Ling at incredible speed. Only then did Yi Ling realize how clever the beast was. It tested its prey with a ranged attack before committing. Luckily, he had expected this. He immediately activated Spirit Shield. A pale blue barrier surrounded his body and blocked the deadly feather storm. Even though the shield held, the feathers almost pierced through it. Their toughness was far beyond ordinary. Seeing its ranged attack fail, the iron wing bird switched tactics. It folded its wings and dived straight down, aiming its razor-sharp beak at Yi Ling. Yi Ling instantly became alert. He knew the beak could pierce a first-rank spirit shield with ease, so standing his ground was not an option. He immediately cast spirit chains instead. Strands of energy formed in an instant and shot upward like hunting snakes. The diving iron wing bird was surrounded by the chains, and within moments its entire body was tightly restrained in mid-air. The bird struggled wildly and screeched in panic, but the harder it fought, the tighter the chains became. Everything went exactly as planned. Spirit chains completely locked down the target. The moment had arrived, and Yi Ling ordered Xue Yu to finish the fight. As soon as she received the command, Xue Yu burst from her hiding place like a bolt of lightning and closed the distance in an instant. She gathered all her strength, preparing the final blow. Sensing the danger, the iron-winged bird struggled even harder, desperately trying to break free. With no other choice, it spread its wings one last time. Another volley of razor-sharp feathers shot toward Xu Yu to stop her advance. One feather grazed Xu Yu's cheek, leaving a small cut. That tiny wound instantly turned her gaze ice-cold. Without giving the iron-winged bird another chance, Xu Yu unleashed a devastating strike that finished the troublesome beast on the spot. Looking at the motionless bird, Yi Ling laughed. Even if it grew another pair of wings, it would never escape him now. After the battle, what interested him most was the loot. While inspecting the corpse, Yi Ling was surprised to find high-grade evolution materials. These materials would sell for a fortune, although his current rank prevented him from using them. He collected the feathers, claws, and beak, making him even more eager to reach rank 2. The meat of the iron-winged bird was also considered a luxury delicacy, usually served only in 5-star hotels in Tianhui City. Thinking of that, Yi Ling decided tonight's dinner with Xu Yu would be a feast. While thinking about the meal, Yi Ling suddenly asked Xu Yu whether zombies preferred raw food, cooked food, or did not need to eat at all. Xu Yu simply tilted her head in confusion, having no idea what he meant. While Yi Ling remained inside the secret realm, the judges and academy representatives outside watched everything on a giant screen. At that moment, his performance had already caught the attention of many of them. Huo Ling showed special interest in Yi Ling. Defeating a rank 1 level 4 iron wingbird so easily was far beyond what an ordinary student could do. Lu Feng from Azure Dragon Academy also thought highly of Yi Ling. Someone his age with that level of combat power was already exceptional in Tianhui City, and his rare humanoid spirit companion made him even more intriguing. Hong Shu from Vermilion Bird Academy nodded in approval, but sighed, because her academy only accepted female students. At that moment, a subordinate delivered the file Shangguan Langkong had requested. Shangguan Langkong accepted the file and began reviewing it, vaguely remembering the class Yi Ling had once attended. But the moment he reached one section, his eyes widened in shock, and he nearly choked from coughing. His unusual reaction immediately caught everyone's attention, leaving them curious about what he had discovered. The surprise came from Yi Ling's spirit companion record. The powerful humanoid creature they had just seen was officially listed as nothing more than a zombie. As soon as they heard the word zombie, every academy representative froze in disbelief. It completely contradicted everything they knew. An unbelievable theory quickly surfaced. Had Yi Ling's zombie actually evolved? But the idea was immediately dismissed, because zombies had always been considered spirit companions, with no evolution path. Unlike everyone else, Bai Dong from White Tiger Academy simply smiled. Yi Ling was even more interesting than he had expected. In Bai Dong's view, there was no need to guess. If Yi Ling entered their academy, the truth behind that unique spirit companion would eventually come to light. At the same time, in another part of the secret realm, a giant python covered in strange scales was coiled on a steep cliff, claiming the area as its territory. Hidden inside a nearby crack in the rocks was Liu Yu, another contestant. He saw this place as the perfect hiding spot because no sane person would dare provoke the massive poison scale python. Wrapped around Liu Yu's neck was a small black poison snake that could conceal his aura. With its help, he planned to hide here for 3 days and clear the survival trial without fighting. As the dangerous night settled over the secret realm, Liu Yu suddenly noticed a fire burning in the distance. It made no sense to him, because lighting a fire at night was practically inviting powerful monsters to attack. The reckless person was none other than Yi Ling. He sat comfortably by the fire, roasting the iron wingbird he had hunted. The delicious aroma spread everywhere, and since Xu Yu did not eat, the entire feast belonged to him. As soon as the meat was ready, Yi Ling took a huge bite and enjoyed it with complete satisfaction. The first taste left him stunned. The title of premium ingredient was well-deserved, because it tasted even better than he had imagined. Even compared to the fried chicken he had eaten in his previous life, Yi Ling felt the iron wingbird tasted far superior. From its tender texture to its rich flavor, he could not find a single flaw. While Yi Ling focused on his dinner, Xu Yu quietly stood beside him, watching over her master. A few seconds later, her ears twitched. Her sharp senses detected something unusual nearby. She immediately became alert as faint sounds echoed through the darkness. Looking toward the bushes ahead, countless glowing red eyes slowly appeared, all fixed on Yi Ling and the fragrant roasted meat. A large, white-furred beast stepped out of the darkness, with tiny arcs of lightning dancing across its body. Before long, an entire pack of white lightning wolves revealed themselves. They had been hunting through the night, drawn by Yi Ling's fire and the smell of food. Zhu Yu instantly entered battle mode, releasing an overwhelming and dangerous aura. Unlike most people surrounded by magical beasts, Yi Ling looked delighted. He had been looking for experience points, and now an entire pack had delivered itself to him. The most dangerous one was the pack leader, a rank 1 level 7 Wolf King, whose size and aura far surpassed the others. Behind the Wolf King came dozens of weaker wolves. They slowly emerged from the darkness and surrounded Yi Ling with fierce, hungry eyes. The Wolf King's level surprised Yi Ling. He had never expected a simple barbecue to attract a rank 1 level 7 opponent. Realizing this battle would not be easy, he told Zhu Yu to fight seriously. The Wolf King suddenly threw back its head and let out a thunderous roar. At its command, the entire pack charged from every direction. Zhu Yu showed no fear despite being outnumbered. Her razor-sharp claws extended as she prepared for battle. She rushed straight into the pack like an arrow released from a bow. While Shui Yu dealt with the wolves ahead, another wolf quietly circled behind her and launched a surprise attack. But Shu Yu reacted even faster. She spun around mid-motion and unleashed a crushing kick that sent the wolf flying with a painful howl. At the same time, Yi Ling noticed the Wolf King had ignored Shu Yu. Its real target had been him all along. The massive beast leaped into the air, spreading its claws and baring its fangs as it lunged straight at Yi Ling. Instead of defending himself, Yi Ling immediately called out Shui Yu's name. Almost instantly, Shu Yu appeared in front of her master, standing between Yi Ling and the Wolf King. She caught the Wolf King's jaws with both hands, stopping its deadly bite just inches away. Even with their leader restrained, the wolves did not hesitate. They launched another coordinated assault from every side. Zhu Yu remained calm and casually threw the Wolf King aside as if it weighed nothing. At the same time, her other arm swept through the air at incredible speed, turning her sharp claws into deadly weapons. Her relentless strikes tore through the pack, sending every wolf that came close flying backward. After that exchange, the Wolf King no longer dared to charge recklessly and chose to keep its distance. One of its eyes had been slashed open by Shu Yu's claws, and blood streamed down its face. The pain only made it look even more savage. Yi Ling silently admired his spirit companion's strength. The gap between them was obvious now because Zhu Yu had already reached rank 1 level 9. Unable to endure the pressure, the Wolf King let out another furious roar as every strand of white fur stood on end. It immediately activated Berserk. Its eyes turned blood red, its violent aura exploded, and its strength increased dramatically. Empowered by Berserk, the Wolf King charged at Shu Yu and Yi Ling with its full speed. The moment it closed in, it unleashed a relentless barrage of claw attacks against Shu Yu. It gave her almost no chance to fight back, but Shu Yu quickly regained control. She came down from above with a crushing kick that struck the Wolf King's neck. The powerful blow sent the Wolf King crashing into the ground, shaking the surrounding area. Once the final enemy had fallen, Yi Ling finally relaxed. Now it was time to collect the rewards. While searching the Wolf King's corpse, he found a wolf heart and dark essence blood. Both were valuable evolution materials for Shu Yu and would greatly speed up her future growth. Outside in the observation area, Yi Ling's performance sparked another wave of discussion. Many people began asking which class he belonged to because such a talented student had gone unnoticed. One judge finally remembered Yi Ling's name. Wasn't he the student who had formed a contract with a useless zombie? Yet the powerful spirit companion on the screen was clearly that same zombie. While Yi Ling continued to amaze everyone, many other contestants had already been eliminated. Some returned in panic, their faces still filled with fear from what they had experienced. Shangguan Langkong immediately ordered his staff to escort the injured contestants away so the medical team could treat them. One contestant refused to accept the result, crying and begging for another chance to enter the secret realm. But failing the survival trial meant their future path had become much narrower, leaving the contestant convinced they would never become more than an ordinary person. The Spirit Master selection was never a game. Every minute inside the secret realm demanded real strength, and surviving longer meant a greater chance of advancing. Meanwhile, Yi Ling's performance continued to shock every spectator, watching his incredible display of power. Lu Feng openly declared that Azure Dragon Academy had already set its sights on Yi Ling. Hearing that, Bai Dong quickly reminded everyone that he had noticed Yi Ling's potential first. By now, the student everyone once ignored had finally earned the respect of every academy representative. Huo Ling admitted that Yi Ling's spirit companion was far stronger than anything listed in the official records. Lu Feng also noticed something else. Xu Yu was not only powerful, but her attacks seemed to carry a poisonous effect. Seeing everyone compete for one student before the trial had even ended, Shangguan Langkong smiled and reminded them not to jump to conclusions. There was still plenty of time left in the secret realm. Back inside, after defeating the wolf pack, Yi Ling realized the area around the cave was filled with the lingering blood aura of the Wolf King. That much blood would only attract more monsters. Not wanting endless attacks at his campsite, he decided to abandon the cave and find a safer place. Before he could leave, Xue Yu suddenly became alert and warned her master that something was approaching. Seeing her reaction, Yi Ling immediately asked what was wrong. As he turned around, he saw a massive monster chasing someone who was desperately running for their life. The terrified cries for help echoed across the area, making it clear how desperate the situation was. The monster behind him was the rank 1 level 9 poison scale python they had seen before, and the person being hunted was none other than Lu Yu. After taking a closer look, Yi Ling quickly recognized the familiar face rushing toward him. Liu Yu was filled with regret. He had accidentally fallen asleep, made too much noise, and awakened the giant python. Now he was paying the price. Behind him, the poison scale python kept its fierce gaze locked on Liu Yu, showing no intention of letting its prey escape. Once it closed the distance, the giant python opened its fanged mouth and spat a stream of green venom straight at him. Liu Yu completely lost his composure, screaming for help as he fled. At the worst possible moment, he tripped over a tree root and crashed to the ground. With the python closing in, all he could do was cry for help. That was when he spotted Yi Ling standing ahead. What shocked him most was that the so-called useless student had survived in the secret realm this long. The moment he saw Yi Ling, a vicious idea crossed Liu Yu's mind. Even if he failed the trial, he wanted to drag Yi Ling down with him. He deliberately shouted to draw the poison scale python's attention and change direction, leading it straight toward Yi Ling. Realizing what Liu Yu was doing, Yi Ling immediately became furious. This was clearly no accident. Sure enough, Liu Yu openly cursed Yi Ling and declared that if he was going down, Yi Ling would suffer with him. His eyes were filled with malice. Before leaving the trial, he wanted to leave Yi Ling with one deadly surprise. As soon as he lured the poison scale python close enough, Liu Yu activated the emergency escape function on his trial device. The instant he disappeared, the poison scale python lost its target. Its massive charge slammed into the ground beside Yi Ling, blasting a huge crater into the earth. In the observation area, the spectators noticed Liu Yu's signal suddenly vanish from the secret realm display. Moments later, the teleportation gate flashed, and Liu Yu was thrown back into the examination grounds. He hit the ground in panic. One of his arms had been severely injured, and blood poured from the wound. The medical staff rushed over and ordered him to receive treatment. It turned out that before escaping completely, Liu Yu had still been caught by the poison scale python and had lost an arm. But he ignored the medics, shoved them aside, and stared at the screen showing Yi Ling's situation. Liu Yu refused to leave because he wanted to witness Yi Ling's downfall. All he wished for was to see the giant python tear him apart. On the viewing platform, Huo Ling looked at the situation and asked whether everyone thought Yi Ling could defeat the poison scale python. Lu Feng immediately said the odds were extremely low. This was a fully grown rank 1 level 9 magical beast, completely different from the young iron-winged bird Yi Ling had fought. Seeing the disagreement, Bai Dong suggested making a friendly wager on the outcome. Bai Dong immediately bet 50,000 Federation points. He confidently chose Yi Ling to win. Lu Feng matched the 50,000 Federation points, but bet the opposite. He believed Yi Ling would recognize the danger and retreat. Hong Shu agreed with Lu Feng. In her opinion, knowing when to avoid an impossible fight was the smartest choice, so she also bet that Yi Ling would run. Bai Dong then turned to Huo Ling and asked which outcome she believed would happen. Huo Ling simply smiled and made the boldest prediction of all. She bet that Yi Ling would be eliminated, or perhaps even lose his life. Hong Shu teased Huo Ling for making such a risky bet. They invited Shangguan Langkong to join, but the city lord only smiled and declined. Still, he told everyone to keep watching because the answer would come soon enough. Back inside the secret realm, Yi Ling quickly assessed the situation. Even though Zhu Yu had become much stronger, facing a poison scale python of this level, head-on still put them at a disadvantage. His current first-rank spirit skills were not powerful enough to pressure such a strong magical beast. To turn the battle around, he had to upgrade a skill immediately. Without hesitation, Yi Ling opened the system interface to look for a way to increase his strength. After reaching level 2, spirit chains consumed 300 spirit energy per use. In return, the chains could fully restrain any magical beast below rank 2, while even rank 2 targets would be temporarily restricted depending on their strength. The price for that power was obvious. The spirit energy cost had doubled, and with his current reserves, Yi Ling could only cast it 3 times. Every use had to count. Once he finished preparing, he told Zhu Yu to focus on dodging and never let the poison scale python's venom touch her. But against a stronger enemy, Zhu Yu showed no fear. She charged straight at the giant python. The two sides collided almost instantly, beginning a fierce head-on battle. In terms of rank alone, the poison scale python still held the advantage. Even so, Jue Yu's combat ability exceeded every expectation. Despite facing a stronger opponent, she kept finding chances to close the distance and counterattack. Yi Ling watched the battle from below, offering support while constantly warning Zhu Yu whenever danger approached. The poison scale python was truly formidable, especially because of its highly corrosive venom. Suddenly, the giant python opened its mouth again and spat a thick stream of green venom towards Zhu Yu. Zhu Yu reacted instantly, changing direction in midair and narrowly avoiding the toxic attack. The venom splashed onto the ground, releasing green smoke with a foul odor. Only then did Yi Ling realize the poison not only corroded everything, but also created a deadly toxic mist. The longer the fight continued, the more dangerous the surroundings became, so Yi Ling decided to end it as quickly as possible. He immediately gathered his spirit energy and prepared to use the newly upgraded level 2 spirit chains for the first time. Countless energy chains appeared and wrapped around the giant poison scale python, locking down its massive body and pinning it in place. The moment the python was restrained, Yi Ling signaled Zhu Yu that it was time to finish the battle. As soon as the command was given, Zhu Yu became a crimson blur and shot toward the trapped beast. While the poison scale python remained bound, Zhu Yu gained height before diving down at incredible speed. Taking advantage of its helpless state, her razor-sharp claws pierced through the armored scales and sank deep into the python's body. At the same time, the spirit chains tightened even further, forcing the poison scale python to roar in agony. With their perfect teamwork leaving no chance to fight back, the poison scale python was finally killed. Yi Ling let out a sigh of relief and praised Zhu Yu for a job well done. Witnessing the outcome, Liu Yu could hardly believe that Yi Ling had actually killed the poison scale python. In Liu Yu's mind, Yi Ling had always been worthless, so the sight before him drove him into a furious outburst as he refused to accept reality. Lu Feng noticed something entirely different. Yi Ling had just used a level 2 spirit chains skill. Reaching that level in less than 6 months was a growth rate that even top geniuses could hardly match. Shangguan Langkong felt even more regret. A student with such astonishing potential had been studying at his academy all along, yet he had never recognized it. Unlike everyone else's shock, Baidong happily reminded the 3 instructors about their 50,000 Federation point bets and generously offered to let them pay later. Although Huo Ling hated losing the points, she remained composed and admitted the loss was worth it. Soon afterward, she excused herself by saying she needed to use the restroom. In truth, Huo Ling could not wait to act. In her eyes, Yi Ling was a once-in-a-century talent, and Azure Dragon Academy had to recruit him. She planned to contact the principal immediately and prepare an irresistible offer. Back inside the secret realm, Yi Ling sorted through the battle rewards. Poison scale armor, venom, and the snake's poison gland were all high-grade evolution materials, exactly what he needed. With these new resources, Zhu Yu moved one step closer to evolving. Yi Ling was thrilled because one more level would bring her to rank 1 level 10, the peak of rank 1. Now all he needed was more monsters to hunt. Just as he searched for his next target, a series of distant howls echoed through the mountains. It was clearly another pack of magic wolves. Yi Ling followed the direction of the Wolf King's howl, and before long he came across a familiar scene. A large pack of magic wolves had surrounded a lone contestant. Their target was Huo Xiani. Huo Xiani frowned. She had barely come down the mountain before running into an entire wolf pack. This would not be an easy fight. In terms of level, the Wolf King was almost equal to her Earth Dragon. The real problem was that there were 7 magic wolves, giving them a huge numbers advantage. The rank 1 level 8 Wolf King lifted its head and let out a long howl, signaling the hunt to begin. The moment the howl ended, the black wolves charged from every direction toward Huo Xiani. The Earth Dragon immediately stepped in front of its master, spread its wings, and roared as it prepared to meet the assault. Its strength was impressive. A single sweep of its tail sent several magic wolves flying, while its massive body shielded Huo Xiani from their claws and fangs. But while it focused on the wolves ahead, another wolf slipped behind and leaped onto its back before sinking its teeth in. The painful bite made the earth dragon roar so loudly that the entire area shook with its fury. Huo Xiani quickly checked her spirit companion and realized the problem. The earth dragon was incredibly powerful, but far too slow against such agile enemies. The longer the battle dragged on, the worse things would become, so she decided to break through the encirclement. Following her command, the earth dragon used all its strength to lift Huo Xiani onto its back and beat its wings, attempting to escape through the air. Unfortunately, the Wolf King had already predicted that move. It exploded upward with astonishing speed. Its perfectly timed leap blocked the earth dragon's escape route. With no way out, Huo Xiani realized she had no choice but to fight. She immediately ordered the earth dragon to risk everything in one final clash. Responding to its master's determination, the earth dragon let out a fearless roar and charged directly at the Wolf King. But the Wolf King was far faster and more agile. It dodged the attack and seized the opportunity to bite one of the earth dragon's wings, sending the dragon crashing helplessly to the ground. Seeing her spirit companion badly injured, Huo Xiani panicked and hurried to check on it. The hopeless situation made her realize she might die here without even passing the first stage of the trial. Under the Wolf King's relentless attacks, the Earth's dragon's injuries became increasingly severe until it could barely move. Gritting her teeth, Huo Xiani made her decision. Even if she had to abandon the trial, she would save the Earth Dragon's life. Her hand immediately reached for the emergency teleport device. But just before she activated it, the lower-ranked magic wolves surrounding her suddenly began collapsing one after another. Huo Xiani had no idea what had just happened. Staring at the fallen wolves, she could only wonder who had stepped in. The one who wiped out the danger was no stranger. It was Yi Ling's spirit companion, Shu Yu, displaying her overwhelming power. Before Huo Xiani could recover from the shock, a familiar voice called out, asking if she was all right. She quickly turned around and was stunned to see that the person standing there was none other than Yi Ling. Yi Ling glanced at the exhausted earth dragon lying on the ground before looking at Huo Xiani with a slight smile. It seemed this stubborn dragon had taken quite a beating. Meanwhile, inside the central examination hall, everyone continued discussing the events in the secret realm. Bai Dong took the chance to tease Huo Ling, saying she had come here for the Huo clan's genius, but Huo Xiani had nearly been forced to activate the emergency teleport. Huo Ling remained completely calm. She simply reminded Bai Dong that the outcome had not been decided yet, so it was too early to judge. Bai Dong replied that if he were in Yi Ling's position, he would never waste energy saving another contestant, because rescuing someone also meant preserving another rival. Back on the battlefield, the Wolf King locked its blood-red eyes onto Yi Ling with pure hatred. Yi Ling immediately realized it wanted revenge for its fallen pack. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Ling ordered Shu Yu to activate Blood Frenzy and face the Wolf King head-on. The moment the skill was activated, Shu Yu's power surged dramatically, and her already terrifying aura became even more overwhelming. Without giving the enemy a second to prepare, Shui Yu launched off the ground and dove straight at the Wolf King from above. Realizing their leader was the target, the surviving low-rank demon wolves rushed in to shield the Wolf King with sheer numbers. The gap in power was simply too great. Shu Shu tore through the pack with blinding strikes, dropping them one after another as painful howls filled the air. Watching its pack get wiped out so easily, the Demon Wolf King finally realized how terrifying Shui Yu truly was, and its arrogance quickly turned into caution. Yi Ling instantly guessed the wolf was planning to escape and ordered Shui Yu to lock it down without letting it get away. Shui Yu saw through its plan, gave a cold smile, then suddenly accelerated and cut off the Demon Wolf King's retreat. With Shui Yu constantly closing in, the Wolf King realized every escape route had been sealed. Left with no other choice, it spun around and unleashed a savage roar, pouring all its ferocity into one final battle. The Demon Wolf King then charged straight at Shui Yu, ready to gamble its life on the outcome. Standing nearby, Huo Xiani was once again stunned by Shui Yu's performance. Both its skill and strength were far beyond anything she had imagined. Seeing Huo Xiani still frozen in the danger zone, Yi Ling shouted for her to get out before she was caught in the fight. As the Earth Dragon struggled to carry Huo Xiani away, Shui Yu had already finished off the Demon Wolf King. The result left Huo Xiani speechless. In less than a month, Yi Ling had become so much stronger that she could barely recognize him. Remembering that Yi Ling had just saved her, Huo Xian's emotions became even more tangled. Meanwhile, Yi Ling calmly collected the loot without paying her any attention, making her wonder if he was waiting for her to speak first. After hesitating for a long while, Huo Xiani finally thanked Yi Ling. He simply told her to recover quickly and leave, since the blood around the battlefield could easily attract more monsters. His warning made Huo Xiani feel unexpectedly touched, and she believed Yi Ling was showing concern for her. After a brief pause, she suggested they travel together. The sudden offer made Yi Ling frown, as he asked her to repeat herself, clearly looking conflicted. He quickly weighed the pros and cons. Traveling with Huo Xiani would be less convenient than going alone. But the Earth Dragon was badly injured, so leaving her behind was not a good idea either. Seeing Yi Ling hesitate, Huo Xiani thought he was worried she would become a burden. Feeling hurt, she quickly promised to pay him well if he agreed. In exchange for Yi Ling's protection, Huo Xiani offered a generous reward. Once the first stage of the trial ended tomorrow, she would pay him 100,000 Federation points. The moment Yi Ling heard the number, he realized it could buy plenty of resources for Shueyu's evolution. Seeing such a good deal, he accepted without hesitation. His instant response secretly annoyed Huo Xiani. She had thought Yi Ling cared little about money, but 100,000 points changed his mind right away, leaving her pride badly bruised. Just then, Yi Ling suddenly walked over and held out his hand. Huo Xiani instantly blushed, imagining he wanted to hold her hand while protecting her because the Earth Dragon was injured. Thinking they were not that close yet, Huo Xiani shyly mumbled that such an intimate gesture felt a little too soon. Yi Ling only frowned in confusion, because he was not asking for her hand at all. He wanted a card proving she had enough balance to cover the 100,000 Federation points. Every romantic thought disappeared in an instant. Huo Xian's face turned bright red as she complained that Yi Ling knew nothing about girls. She explained that she could not bring that much wealth into the trial, and as the young lady of the Huo family, she would never refuse to pay such a small amount. Huo Xiani assured him again that once they survived the first stage and left the secret realm tomorrow, she would pay the full 100,000 points. Of course, whether they would even survive until then was still uncertain. Hearing that, Yi Ling agreed to delayed payment but added one more condition. Huo Xiani had to write an IOU with her name and fingerprint as proof. That was the final straw for Huo Xiani. She could not believe Yi Ling distrusted her enough to demand a written IOU, but he refused to back down and insisted the paperwork was absolutely necessary. After arguing for a while without changing Yi Ling's mind, Huo Xiani swallowed her frustration and agreed to his terms. The IOU was finally completed, stating that once the first trial ended tomorrow, Huo Xiani would pay Yi Ling 100,000 Federation points as his fee. Only after putting the document away did Yi Ling officially accept the deal. He promised to keep Huo Xiani safe for the next day. His next remark nearly made her explode, because in Yi Ling's eyes, she was basically a walking 100,000 Federation points. Ignoring Huo Xian's irritation, Yi Ling calmly cleaned up the battlefield, collecting evolution materials before leading her to a safer place. At the same time, the events inside the secret realm stirred up another wave of excitement in the central trial hall. Bai Tong glanced at Huo Ling and teased that Huo Xiani was incredibly lucky to run into Ye Ling at the last moment. Without him, she would have been eliminated already. Lu Feng admitted that Yi Ling's arrival completely turned the battle around. Hong Shu agreed, but what impressed her most was Xu Yu's unbelievable combat power, which far exceeded everyone's expectations. Seeing everyone's reaction, Shangguan Ling laughed and realized all four representatives now viewed Yi Ling as a prize worth fighting over. Hong Shu no longer hid her intentions. She revealed that the academy principal had approved a special exception. Although the Vermilion Bird Academy only accepted female students, they were willing to admit Yi Ling. Imagining Yi Ling as the only male student in the entire academy, Huo Ling joked that Hong Shu was trying to set him up. Hong Shu stayed calm and replied that every academy had the right to compete for talent, using its own advantages. Lu Feng noticed something else. Yi Ling seemed unusually desperate for Federation points, which was strange for someone so talented. Shangguan Ling explained that Yi Ling came from an ordinary background, had never stood out before, and his records even listed him as only rank 1 level 2. The revelation shocked every representative. A young man with no powerful family and such an ordinary record had somehow become this strong, which was almost impossible to believe. While everyone outside continued discussing him, Yi Ling and Huo Xiani stopped beneath an ancient tree inside the secret realm to recover. Huo Xiani was still curious about Yi Ling. The person before her felt completely different from the one she remembered. She wanted to ask why he had grown so strong, but struggled to bring up the past. Knowing she would not be able to sleep, Huo Xiani suggested chatting until they left the secret realm tomorrow. Yi Ling simply yawned and told the young lady to get some rest instead. Refusing to give up, Huo Xiani came up with a way to change his mind. If Yi Ling agreed to chat with her, she would pay him an extra 5,000 Federation points. The moment Yi Ling heard he could earn money just by talking, all signs of sleepiness disappeared. Huo Xiani confirmed she was serious, but made it clear the bonus was only 5,000 points. Now that he was getting paid, Yi Ling was happy to talk and asked what she wanted to know. Huo Xiani immediately asked about his sudden rise in strength and Shui Yu's true identity, since she clearly did not look like an ordinary zombie. The question put Yi Ling in a difficult spot. He only revealed that Shui Yu was a mutated zombie, while keeping the evolution system completely secret, knowing the entire Federation would be shaken if it ever became public. Hearing the word mutated, Huo Xiani quickly accepted the explanation. She admitted that Shui Yu was not only incredibly powerful, but also so beautiful that no one would ever mistake her for a normal zombie. Huo Xiani then guessed that Yi Ling had already reached rank 1 level 9. With that level of strength, the top spirit tamer academies would welcome him, so she wondered if he had chosen one yet. Yi Ling admitted he had not, decided and casually, joked that he might just pick the academy with the most beautiful girls. His answer made Huo Xiani glare at him, unable to believe that was actually his reason for choosing a school. To her, that was exactly how a shameless flirt would think, so she silently labeled Yi Ling a playboy once again. He merely shrugged, feeling the accusation was completely unfair. Their conversation finally came to an end. Seeing that Huo Xiani had recovered enough, Yi Ling stood up and prepared to continue the journey. She looked surprised, since they could simply wait until tomorrow for the trial to end, instead of risking more danger. Yi Ling had no intention of sitting still. Since most contestants were hiding for the night, it was the perfect chance to hunt monsters and help Shui Yu level up. He wasted no time and set off immediately. Huo Xiani could only mutter that Yi Ling was crazy enough to hunt at night. Even so, she quickly followed, knowing she was much safer with him than alone. The two continued hunting through the night and soon spotted several suspicious figures perched on a nearby giant tree. After taking a closer look, Yi Ling realized the creatures looked a lot like gorillas. He soon identified them as two rank 1 level 7 demon apes, savage monsters well known for their love of battle. To Yi Ling, they were simply free rewards. Without wasting time, he ordered Shui Yu to deal with both demon apes. The moment the command was given, Shui Yu appeared in front of them in the blink of an eye. Her assault came so fast and so fiercely that neither demon ape had any chance to fight back. Watching from the side, Huo Xiani could not help but admire Shui Yu. A spirit companion with overwhelming strength and such stunning beauty was enough to make anyone jealous of Yi Ling. Yi Ling had no interest in dragging out the fight and told Shui Yu to finish them as quickly as possible. Shui Yu carried out the order, and before long dawn arrived. Yi Ling and Huo Xiani then checked the trial results. After a day filled with danger inside the secret realm, the first stage of the trial officially came to an end. The system confirmed that both Yi Ling and Huo Xiani had passed, earning the right to advance to the next stage. Huo Xiani sincerely admitted that without Yi Ling's help, she would have been eliminated long ago. Yi Ling simply reminded her it had all been a business deal and did not forget the 100,000 protection fee plus the extra 5,000 points for last night's conversation. His obsession with money left Huo Xiani both annoyed and amused. She teased him again for never understanding a girl's feelings, but secretly she was pleased. She also promised to pay him in full the next day. With her confirmation, Yi Ling was finally at ease. Since the first stage was over, he decided to leave the secret realm, get some rest, and prepare for the second stage tomorrow. The final results showed that 82 contestants advanced, 40 were eliminated, and 75 lost their lives. Joy and despair filled the area as successful candidates celebrated, while those who barely failed broke down in regret. Chen Ji happily ran over to Ye Ling. Seeing that his friend had also survived the first stage, Ye Ling immediately congratulated him. Noticing that Yi Ling barely had a scratch on him, Chen Ji assumed he had simply avoided danger the whole time. He patted Yi Ling on the shoulder and said that even if he had failed, staying alive and uninjured was what truly mattered. Yi Ling just laughed, because Chen Ji had guessed completely wrong. When he revealed that he had also passed the first stage, Chen Ji froze in shock and could barely speak. Soon, Shangguan Ling's voice echoed throughout the area, congratulating everyone who had qualified and telling them to return and rest before tomorrow's second stage. Shangguan Ling personally walked down from the platform, immediately drawing everyone's attention. When he headed toward Li Shengtian, the crowd became even more excited, praising him as the Academy's #1 genius. Li Shengtian came from the powerful Li family of Tianhui City. Seeing the city lord approach, he immediately bowed with great respect. Shangguan Ling kindly told Li Shengtian to rest well for tomorrow's trial, and asked him to pass along his regards to the head of the Li family. Li Shengtian responded politely. A moment later, however, Shangguan Ling turned to Yi Ling and personally confirmed his identity, leaving even Yi Ling surprised by the attention. The city lord did not say anything special. He simply reminded Yi Ling to recover well and prepare for the next round. After Shangguan Ling left, Chen Ji stared at Yi Ling in disbelief and asked when he had become acquainted with the city lord. Yi Ling was just as confused since they had never met before. Yi Ling did not dwell on it. Seeing Chen Ji covered in injuries, he urged him to visit the medical room. As for himself, exhausted after fighting all night, he headed back to rest. The city lord's attention also sparked the curiosity of the other students. Some recognized Yi Ling as the boy who had once been mocked for having a useless zombie spirit companion. Li Shengtian quietly took notice of him as well. He realized Yi Ling was far from ordinary and decided to see his true strength for himself in tomorrow's second stage. The moment Yi Ling returned home, all the tension from the secret realm disappeared, and exhaustion hit him all at once. Thinking back on everything that had happened, he realized the system had appeared at the perfect time. Without it, he would have had no chance of becoming a spirit tamer. This hunt had also brought back plenty of loot. Yi Ling planned to sell the materials. Zhu Yu did not need online for Federation points. When he checked his account, he found that Huo Xiani had already kept her promise and transferred the payment. With the extra funds, buying more evolution resources for Shui Yu would be much easier. A total of 105,000 Federation points had arrived, along with Huo Xian's contact information. Yi Ling then checked Shui Yu's status. She was now a white-eyed zombie of the undead attribute, rank 1 level 9, with 99.4 experience and 68.7 growth. Shu Yu was still equipped with the exclusive Blood Silk garment. Her talents included intermediate physical damage reduction, super regeneration, intermediate magic damage reduction, and blood mist form. She also possessed the bloodthirst and blood frenzy skills. More importantly, the mission to clear the first trial had been completed, rewarding Yi Ling with 3 spirit crystal cores. Each spirit crystal core contained pure energy and restored up to 500 spirit power. All 3 together granted Yi Ling 1,500 spirit power, a reward that left him extremely satisfied. Yi Ling then checked his own status. He was now rank 1 level 9, with a base of 900 spirit power, plus another 1,500 from the reward. His spirit skills included level 2 spirit chains, level 1 spirit shield, and level 1 spirit vision. Shui Yu remained his spirit companion, and he still had 2 free attribute points. His total spirit power had now reached 2,400. An ordinary rank 1 spirit tamer could normally reach only 1,000 spirit power. Breaking that limit required advancing to rank 2. Yet Yi Ling already possessed 2,400, while still at rank 1, and not even his academy had a single rank 2 student or spirit companion. With that advantage, he felt tomorrow's trial would not be much of a challenge. After finishing his calculations, the hunger from an entire night of hunting finally caught up with him. Now that he had plenty of money, he decided to treat himself to a great meal. Remembering that Chen Ji had been badly injured during the trial, Yi Ling decided to invite his friend along so he could recover over a good meal. Just as he was about to make the call, he suddenly wondered if he should invite Huo Xiani as well. After all, she had just paid him a generous fee, so buying her a meal in return seemed only fair. As soon as Yi Ling made up his mind, Huo Xiani's smartwatch lit up with an incoming call. She answered politely and asked who was calling. Yi Ling introduced himself and said he was about to have dinner with a friend, inviting her to join them. Realizing it was Ye Ling, Huo Xiani looked pleasantly surprised and accepted the invitation. They agreed to meet an hour later at a restaurant on Huihuang Street, but before she could say anything else, the call suddenly ended. The abrupt hang-up instantly annoyed Huo Xiani. As the young lady of the Huo family, she could not believe Ye Ling had ended the call first, and she silently vowed to remember this. An hour later, they arrived at the elegant restaurant on Huihuang Street. The moment Chen Ji saw the luxurious restaurant, he was completely stunned. He wondered if Yi Ling had picked the wrong place or had suddenly become rich. Yi Ling explained they were celebrating their success in the first trial while helping Chen Ji recover from his injuries. Yi Ling also mentioned they were still waiting for one more guest. Chen Ji became even more confused because, as far as he knew, Yi Ling did not have many friends at school. Without another word, Yi Ling pointed behind Chenji and said their guest had just arrived. Outside the restaurant, an incredibly luxurious mini airship slowly landed, immediately drawing everyone's attention. The hatch opened, and Huo Xiani stepped out. She walked over and announced her arrival. Yi Ling calmly greeted her and remarked that she was right on time. Chen Ji had a completely different reaction. The moment he recognized the Academy's famous beauty, he froze and could barely stammer out Huo Xiani's name. Yi Ling casually introduced them, explaining that Chen Ji was his closest brother, while Huo Xiani needed no introduction because everyone already knew who she was. Chen Ji finally gathered himself enough to greet her properly, and Huo Xiani responded with a friendly smile. Since everyone had arrived, the group headed inside because Yi Ling was far too hungry to wait any longer. The appearance of the Huo famous young lady immediately brought the restaurant manager out in person to welcome them. He respectfully escorted the three inside, and Huo Xiani politely thanked him. They were soon led to a reserved table where an extravagant feast had already been prepared. It was Chen Ji's first time in such a luxurious restaurant, so he looked a little nervous. Yi Ling told him to order whatever he wanted because today's meal was on him, then turned to Huo Xiani and said she deserved some credit for this feast too. Huo Xiani did not care much about the payment anymore. To her, becoming friends with the two of them was rewarding enough. Hearing that, Yi Ling casually thanked the young lady. Chen Ji, sitting between them, had no idea what they were talking about, but the delicious food quickly won his attention, and he grabbed his chopsticks without another thought. Yi Ling was starving as well, so he wasted no time and invited everyone to start eating. While the three enjoyed their meal, the atmosphere inside a room at the Liao family estate was heavy and gloomy. The Liao family elders pressured the family head to make a decision about Liao Yu. After the recent incident, he had almost no chance of entering any spirit tamer academy, so they believed he was fit to remain the young heir. The others immediately agreed, insisting that Liao Yu should hand over the position to another talented member of the younger generation. One elder even stated that, although Liao Yu was the family head's own son, personal feelings could not outweigh the future of the entire family. As the argument grew more heated, the family head finally ordered everyone to be silent. With a grim expression, Liao Yun announced that he had made his final decision. Kneeling before his father, Liao Yu broke into tears, calling himself useless and blaming everything on his bad luck. After encountering the poison scale python in the secret realm, his pleas changed nothing. Liao Yun coldly declared that from this day forward, Liao Yu was stripped of his status as the Liao family's young heir. The right of succession would return to the direct bloodline, and a more talented and capable successor would be chosen to lead the family in the future. The elders immediately supported the decision. They praised the family head for putting the family above personal feelings and urged him to begin selecting a new heir from the younger generation. For Liao Yu, that moment shattered the future that had once belonged to him. Every bit of his hatred focused on Yi Ling, and he swore to kill him no matter the cost. Time quickly passed to the second day of the entrance trial, when the next stage was about to begin. Knowing the second round would be direct combat, Chen Ji repeatedly warned Yi Ling to be careful. Yi Ling simply reassured him that he would do his best. Before long, Shangguan Ling officially congratulated everyone who had reached the second stage and announced that today's battles would determine the final rankings. This was also every contestant's chance to display their full strength and potential, as representatives from the major academies were watching to recruit the best talents. Shangguan Ling's announcement echoed across the arena, signaling that the decisive stage of the trial was about to begin. The rules for the second round were quickly explained. Contestants would be paired randomly, and anyone who surrendered, became unable to fight, fell from the arena, would lose immediately. Final rankings would depend on when each contestant was eliminated. Most importantly, attacking an opponent who could no longer resist was strictly forbidden. Anyone who intentionally violated that rule would be disqualified on the spot. Even with these protections, previous tournaments had still seen many contestants suffer severe injuries or even permanent disabilities. After the rules were announced, the second stage officially began with random one-and-own battles. The matchups immediately appeared on the giant screen. Yi Ling was surprised to see that both he and Chen Ji would fight in the opening round. Arena 1 featured He Fei versus Chen Ji. Arena 2 had Li Shengtian against Feng Wu. Arena 3 matched Ma Xiaojian with Da Shan, and Yi Ling would face Tian Shen in Arena 4. Just as Yi Ling was checking his opponent, the familiar system interface appeared before his eyes. This time, the system released 6 stacked objectives with cumulative rewards. Every victory granted Shuiyu 10 experience. Reaching the top 20 rewarded 12 spirit crystal cores. Entering the top 10 granted 1 body enhancement. Finishing in the top 5 increased Zhu Yu's growth by 10 points. Reaching the top 3 rewarded an unidentified flying spirit beast egg that could be contracted. Winning first place granted the regeneration talent, which could be shared with any spirit companion. Seeing such incredible rewards stacked together left Yi Ling completely stunned, since the system had never been this generous before. While Yi Ling was still reading the mission, the referee at Arena 4 loudly called his name and ordered him to enter the stage immediately. Yi Ling finally snapped back to his senses, quickly responded, and hurried onto the arena, feeling a little embarrassed for making the referee call him twice. On the way up, he tried to recall anything about Tian Shen, but came up blank, leaving him unsure of his opponent's true strength. Tian Shen, however, did not take Yi Ling seriously at all. Seeing an unfamiliar name, he believed the fight would be over in no time. As soon as the match began, Tian Shen summoned his one-horned armored rhino. A massive beast appeared on the arena, its body covered in armor-like hide with a razor-sharp horn aimed at its prey. Across from him, Yi Ling activated his spirit seal and summoned Shuiyu. The moment Shuiyu appeared, she radiated a cold and eerie aura. With her current strength, Yi Ling had no doubt about the outcome of this fight. Instead, Shuiyu's appearance stunned the audience. Many even questioned whether such a beautiful girl could really be a spirit companion. Others quickly pointed out that Shuiyu had emerged from a spirit seal, proving her identity beyond doubt. Once they accepted that, their shock turned into envy, because everyone wanted a spirit companion like her. Her appearance alone set the entire arena buzzing. Shuiyu instantly stole the spotlight before the battle had even begun. Even Hongxiu and Huo Ling watched the match with great interest. Tian Shen paid no attention to the crowd. In his eyes, Yi Ling was just an unknown nobody who probably ranked near the bottom of the contestants. Filled with confidence, he immediately ordered the one-horned armored rhino to charge and crush Shuiyu. The rhino let out a heavy snort as its fierce eyes locked onto Shuiyu. After building up speed, the giant beast thundered across the arena, its pounding footsteps making it look like an unstoppable war machine. Seeing that his opponent wanted a contest of raw strength, Yi Ling did not dodge. Instead, he told Shuiyu to show everyone her true power without holding back. Shuiyu obeyed at once and charged straight ahead, choosing to meet the rhino head-on. The two collided in the middle of the arena, but the outcome left everyone speechless. Faced with the rhino's massive frame and overwhelming force, Shuiyu stopped it cold with just one hand. Tian Shen froze in disbelief. He could not understand how someone so slender could overpower the one-horned armored rhino so completely. The rhino pushed with all its strength, trying to force Shuiyu back, but no matter how hard it struggled, she did not move even half a step. Seeing the battle firmly under control, Yi Ling immediately told Shuiyu to finish it. This time, Shuiyu unleashed her full strength. She grabbed the rhino's horn with her other hand and prepared the final blow. Then an unbelievable scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. The enormous rhino was lifted completely off by Shuiyu. The entire arena erupted. A graceful spirit companion had completely overpowered the one-horned armored rhino in a contest of strength, making Shuiyu look like a beast wearing a human form. Without giving it a chance to struggle, Shuiyu hurled the rhino with tremendous force. It flew out of the arena and crashed heavily onto the ground outside, ending the match instantly. Yi Ling claimed victory in the opening match on Arena 4. Tian Shen was eliminated from the main bracket and moved to the placement matches. Tian Shen stood there in a daze, unable to accept what had happened. In his mind, Yi Ling had been nothing more than a bottom-ranked student, yet he had just defeated him with ease. Yi Ling saw nothing strange about it. Starting at the bottom did not mean staying there forever. With enough determination, anyone could eventually make the world remember their name. After the victory, the system recorded Yi Ling's first win in the second trial, granting Shuiyu an additional 10 experience. Shuiyu's experience reached the required threshold, completing her first breakthrough. She advanced to rank 1 level 10. Her experience reset to 9.4, and she gained 1 free attribute point. Before long, the other 3 arenas also produced their winners. Li Shengtian won on Arena 2, Chen Ji advanced from Arena 1, and Ma Xiaojian claimed victory on Arena 3. Seeing Shuiyu reach rank 1 level 10, Yi Ling was thrilled. Every major breakthrough by a spirit companion strengthened its spirit tamer as well. Once Shuiyu advanced another major rank, Yi Ling would qualify to form a contract with a second spirit companion. Just then, Chen Ji limped over. The bruises covering his body showed that his own match had been anything but easy. Seeing his friend's condition, Yi Ling worried the next round would be even tougher. Chen Ji forced a smile and said they should wait to see the matchup. Maybe luck would be on his side, and his next opponent would be even more injured. The first round of battles officially came to an end. One referee paid special attention to the outstanding performances of the younger members from Tianhui City's major families. The reason was simple. The number of descendants accepted into top academies directly affected how many times a family could enter resource-rich secret realms. Since the future of each family was at stake, the competition would become fiercer, so the referees continued watching closely. Soon after, the second round began to determine the top 21 contestants. Everyone once again drew lots to decide the matchups. The match list quickly appeared. Arena 1 featured Yi Ling versus Feng Haoqian. Arena 2 matched Hua Xiani against Ma Xiaojian. Arena 3 had Li Stian facing Chang Shengnan. Arena 4 paired Chen Ji with Luo Chen. Yi Ling comforted Chen Ji by reminding him that he had at least made it past the first round. Chen Ji gave a bitter smile, saying he only felt a little regret, then urged Yi Ling to keep winning because he had already become the tournament's dark horse. Yi Ling laughed at the title, but he knew Feng Haoqian came from the Feng family, a powerful second-tier clan, so he could not afford to underestimate him. Before long, both contestants stepped onto the arena. The moment Feng Haoqian saw Yi Ling, he looked down on him openly. He admitted Yi Ling had performed fairly well in the previous round, but still believed he was far too weak. He even advised Yi Ling to surrender early to avoid being seriously injured. Yi Ling remained completely unfazed. He coldly replied that the outcome had not been decided yet, and only the battle would reveal who was stronger. While the two exchanged cold stares, the audience grew increasingly excited, with cheers echoing throughout the arena. The Feng family was especially pleased with the draw. One family member confidently declared that Haotian had avoided the heirs of the three great families, making victory almost certain. As the match began, Feng Haotian immediately summoned his spirit companion. As the light faded, a bird-like spirit beast with brilliant green feathers appeared. It was the azure bird. With his spirit companion at his side, Feng Haoqian became even more confident, declaring that it was already too late for Yi Ling to beg for mercy. Yi Ling, however, immediately recognized the biggest problem. His opponent had a flying spirit companion. He quietly instructed Xueyu not to rush and to wait for the perfect opportunity. Xueyu immediately acknowledged her master's command. Feng Haoqian gave Yi Ling no time to prepare and ordered the azure bird to unleash feather barrage. From the sky, countless razor-sharp feathers rained down like blades, slicing through the air toward Yi Ling. The attack reminded him of the iron-winged demon bird from the secret realm. Feng Haoqian had clearly planned this well. Instead of fighting Xueyu directly, he targeted the spirit tamer to end the match as quickly as possible. Yi Ling decided to focus on defense first. Yi Ling raised his spirit shield to block the attack, drawing the audience's attention. Some praised the Feng family's strength, while wondering how long Yi Ling could hold on. Feng Haoqian's father remained completely confident, believing his son could never lose to an unknown opponent. As soon as the azure bird's barrage ended, Yi Ling launched his counterattack and signaled Xueyu to activate blood mist form. The moment the ability was activated, Xueyu's body dissolved into a crimson mist. Within seconds, the blood-red fog spread across the entire arena, covering everything and making it nearly impossible for the enemy to see. Feng Haoqian immediately ordered the azure bird to create powerful winds and blow away the blood mist blocking its vision. But that was exactly the response Yi Ling had been waiting for. Watching his opponent fall into the trap, he quietly smiled to himself. The instant the azure bird cleared away the blood mist, Feng Haoqian finally saw the terrifying sight hidden behind it. Countless energy chains had already locked around his spirit companion. The sudden turn left Feng Haoqian completely flustered. He had no idea when those chains had appeared. Yi Ling had used the blood mist to hide the casting of his spirit chains. Now that the target was trapped, he immediately signaled Xueyu to attack. Unable to dodge while bound by the chains, the azure bird could only watch as Xueyu closed the distance without resistance. Only then did Yi Ling reveal his true strategy. The azure bird might dominate the skies, but once it entered the range of level 2 spirit chains, its wings could no longer save it. Yi Ling gave the chains a powerful yank, dragging the azure bird out of the sky and pulling Feng Haoqian's spirit companion completely out of the arena. Seeing the battle turn around so suddenly, Feng Haoqian's father panicked and shouted his son's name. The referee immediately declared Yi Ling the winner, and the arena erupted with cheers once again. The system also counted another victory, rewarding Xueyu with 10 experience. Her experience bar jumped from 9.4 to 19.4. The audience began discussing Yi Ling's strength, especially the level 2 spirit chains he had just revealed. A name that had gone unnoticed until now was suddenly being called the tournament's newest dark horse. Some people vaguely remembered a bottom-ranked student named Yi Ling, but no one believed he could be the same person dominating the arena now. Bai Tong thought Yi Ling's strategy had been far too risky. Challenging a flying spirit companion at his current level meant one mistake could have cost him the entire match. Huo Ling disagreed. In Huo Ling's view, nothing about that battle looked like a gamble. It seemed more like a carefully prepared plan. She even suspected Yi Ling had upgraded spirit chains specifically to counter flying opponents. The next few matches would reveal whether she was right. Before long, all 21 matches of the round had finished. The final match ended with both contestants unconscious, leaving only 20 competitors advancing. The organizers gave everyone a short break before announcing the third-round matchups. Even Yi Ling had not expected to reach the top 20 so smoothly. His next opponent was Yun Yi of the Yun family. As far as Yi Ling was concerned, as long as she did not have a flying spirit companion, the fight would be much easier. His next opponent, Yun Yi, was a cute and charming young girl. As soon as the match began, Yun Yi summoned her frost giant bear. A massive polar bear appeared, radiating freezing air from its entire body. The audience immediately recognized the frost giant bear as a rare ice element spirit companion. Its elemental affinity made it especially effective at controlling and restricting enemies. On the other side, Yi Ling also summoned Shui Yu and prepared for battle. Once both sides were ready, the referee officially started the match. Yun Yi wasted no time taking the initiative, ordering the frost giant bear to charge forward and overwhelm Shui Yu with raw power. Yi Ling had no intention of holding back either. He simply let Shui Yu fight with her full strength. As the enormous bear charged in, Shui Yu casually sidestepped and avoided the attack with ease. The difference in speed became obvious immediately. Despite its immense strength, the frost giant bear could not keep up with Shui Yu's movements. Realizing a direct chase would not work, Yun Yi immediately switched tactics and ordered her spirit companion to freeze its target. Following the command, the frost giant bear inhaled deeply before releasing an icy blast from its mouth. The freezing air rapidly spread across the entire arena. Its ability to wield elemental power so naturally highlighted the value of a rare spirit companion. Yi Ling silently acknowledged the attack's strength, but Shui Yu maintained her speed, weaving effortlessly through the freezing battlefield. Seeing that her control attack was still not enough, Yun Yi immediately changed tactics again and ordered the frost giant bear to use Frozen Wave Rush. The giant bear took another deep breath while gathering an enormous amount of frost inside its mouth. The accumulated energy burst forward as a massive wave of icy power that surged across the arena like a winter tsunami. Watching the attack's trajectory, Yi Ling instantly realized his suspicion had been correct. The true target of the technique was him. Recognizing the danger, Yi Ling immediately went on full alert. He quickly retreated to widen the distance while raising his spirit shield to block the incoming wave of ice. The attack was stopped, but small cracks appeared across the spirit shield. One glance was enough for Yi Ling to realize that its current level 1 defense was still not strong enough. At that exact moment, while everyone's attention was focused on Yi Ling, Shui Yu suddenly appeared above the frost giant bear. From overhead, Shui Yu slashed down with her razor-sharp claws, delivering an incredibly powerful strike to the bear's head. The ambush was so fast and unexpected that the frost giant bear had no chance to react and took the full force of the blow. Zhu Yu's physical strength left the audience stunned. A massive frost giant bear was smashed to the ground in an instant, making many spectators feel she was a beast trapped inside a human body. Yun Yi immediately grew worried for her spirit companion. After witnessing Shui Yu's overwhelming strength, she realized continuing the fight this way would only end badly. With no other option, Yun Yi gritted her teeth, gathered her spirit power, and decided to use spirit chains to restrain Shui Yu. In an instant, glowing energy chains wrapped tightly around Shui Yu's body, seemingly locking her in place. Seeing the skill take effect, Yun Yi immediately tried to pull Shui Yu off balance while urging the frost giant bear to seize the opportunity and counterattack. But the outcome was the complete opposite of what they expected. No matter how much strength Yun Yi used, Shui Yu did not budge even a single step. The unbelievable result left Yun Yi stunned. She could not understand why her spirit chain failed to move her opponent at all. Yi Ling spotted the problem right away. If Yun Yi wanted to restrain Shui Yu, her spirit chain was simply not at a high enough level. Knowing the match was already decided, Yi Ling smiled and ordered Shui Yu to finish the fight. Shui Yu answered at once, ready to carry out the command. Her eyes turned cold as she locked onto the injured frost giant bear ahead. She had no intention of dragging the battle out. Xu Yu grabbed the giant bear by the head, unleashed overwhelming strength, and hurled its massive body completely off the arena. Yun Yi froze in shock. She could hardly believe what she had just witnessed. The audience was just as stunned. Seeing a massive frost giant bear thrown off the stage by pure strength proved how terrifying Xu Yu truly was. Her title as a humanoid beast was well-deserved. Once the frost giant bear landed outside the arena, the referee immediately declared Yi Ling the winner. The Yun family patriarch jumped to his feet, unable to accept that Yun Yi had lost to someone who had barely been known before. The He family patriarch quickly comforted him, saying Yun Yi had fought well, but had simply faced an opponent far too powerful. Everyone else agreed that Yun Yi had nothing to be ashamed of. In fact, if their own younger generation had stepped into the arena, the outcome might have been even worse, because Yi Ling's humanoid spirit beast was simply terrifying. Although she never expected to be eliminated so early, Yun Yi still walked over to Yi Ling after the match. She smiled without any resentment, and said she looked forward to seeing his future performances in. Yi Ling also acknowledged Yun Yi's talent. He believed this defeat did not end her chances, and with her current strength she could still enter a top academy. Yun Yi happily accepted the encouragement, and promised she would keep working hard. Just then, the system sent a new notification. The victory granted the spirit beast another 10 experience points, while reaching the top 10 unlocked a body enhancement for Yi Ling. As soon as he heard about the reward, Yi Ling felt a warm current spread through his body. His lingering pain quickly faded, his mind became clear again, and the enhancement was complete. The tournament moved on to the battle for the top 4. The organizers told every contestant to draw lots and report to their assigned arena. The matchups were confirmed. Arena 1 had Chang Shengnan against Luo Chen. Arena 2 featured Huashning versus Hishu. Arena 3 matched Yi Ling against Meng Yue. Arena 4 was Li Shengtian versus Huang Hun. When Yi Ling saw Meng Yu's name, he remembered that this opponent was also considered quite formidable. Even so, after everything that had happened, he did not believe Meng Yue posed much of a threat anymore. And so, Meng Yue officially became Yi Ling's next opponent. As soon as the preparation began, Meng Yue activated his power. Strange black energy gathered around his hand. A figure in a dark cloak soon appeared beside Meng Yue. It carried a long sword and radiated a sinister aura like a swordsman born from the shadows. Realizing his opponent's attribute, Yi Ling looked slightly surprised. He never expected Meng Yue to possess an undead spirit beast as well. He immediately summoned Zhui Yu and had her face the enemy undead warrior head-on. Once both sides finished preparing, the signal to begin echoed across the arena. Meng Yu's spirit beast let out a low growl before bursting forward at incredible speed toward Yi Ling. Seeing the enemy rush in, Yi Ling instantly guessed it wanted close combat, but if it came to a direct fight, he had no reason to fear. Yi Ling quickly changed the plan and ordered Xue Yu to target Meng Yue first, while staying alert for the enemy spirit beast. It was simple: defeat the spirit tamer, and the match would end. Xu Yu obeyed, without the slightest hesitation. She instantly accelerated and charged straight toward the enemy line. Meng Yu's undead warrior also took its stance, ready for the collision. The moment Zhu Yu entered range, it struck first and swung its longsword straight at her. But just before the blade could land, countless energy chains suddenly appeared around the undead warrior. Before it could react, spirit chains locked its entire body in place. Meng Yu's expression changed instantly because he never imagined Yi Ling's control skill could bind his undead warrior. With the greatest obstacle trapped in place, Xue Yu immediately leaped high into the air. Moving like a ghost, Xue Yu ignored the trapped spirit beast and charged straight at Meng Yue, unleashing a full-force attack. Xue Yu's strike made Meng Yue tremble violently. His legs gave out, and he slowly collapsed in the middle of the arena. He tried to say something, but the words caught in his throat. After gathering his strength, he finally shouted. Meng Yue immediately surrendered. Knowing the fight would only leave him more injured, he chose to end the match on the spot. The referee confirmed Yi Ling's place in the semi-finals, while Meng Yue was eliminated at his current ranking. What shocked everyone most was that the entire battle had not even lasted 2 minutes. The crowd erupted at the unbelievable speed of the match. Even the Li family patriarch was surprised that Yi Ling had completely controlled the fight with almost a single exchange. As soon as Yi Ling stepped off the arena, an unfamiliar young woman blocked his path. She was strikingly beautiful, but her sharp gaze immediately asked if he was Yi Ling. Not knowing who she was, Yi Ling stopped and asked for her identity. The girl had no intention of introducing herself. Instead, she coldly warned Yi Ling to stay away from Huo Xiani from now on. The sudden warning left Yi Ling completely confused. He simply scratched his head and stared at her in puzzlement. Right then, the organizers announced the semifinal draw. The first match would be Yi Ling versus Li Shengtian, while the second would feature Huo Xiani against Chang Shengnan. After a series of victories, Yi Ling had finally reached the semifinals. Hong Xiu grew even more excited now that the biggest matches had arrived. Lu Feng, meanwhile, kept his eyes on Li Shengtian, knowing the Li family patriarch's son was not someone to underestimate. On the other side, Li Shengtian looked pleased with the draw. He believed luck was on his side for meeting Yi Ling in this round. He looked at Yi Ling confidently, admitting his opponent had performed well throughout the tournament, but declared that his journey would end here. Yi Ling was completely unfazed by the provocation. He calmly replied that as long as Li Shengtian was happy, he did not really care. Angered by the response, Li Shengtian immediately summoned the Rock Warlord. A massive creature made of solid stone appeared, its enormous frame creating overwhelming pressure. One look at the enemy was enough for Yi Ling to see the problem. Against a rock-type spirit beast like this, Xu Yao's life drain ability would be nearly useless. Once both sides finished summoning, the referee officially signaled the start of the semifinal. Li Shengtian immediately ordered the Rock Warlord to act. Its first task, however, was to protect its master with stone prison. Li Shengtian believed Zhu Yu lacked the elemental power needed to break this defense. Following his command, the Rock Warlord slammed both fists into the ground, raising huge stone walls that completely sealed him inside. The strategy immediately divided the audience. Some mocked Li Shengtian for being overly cautious, saying a member of the three great families should not hide the moment the battle began. Others argued it was the smartest choice after watching Yi Ling repeatedly target enemy spirit tamers in previous rounds. Ignoring the discussion around him, Li Shengtian had no interest in arguing further. From inside the stone prison, he ordered the Rock Warlord to reveal its true power. The giant stone warrior raised its arm and smashed the arena floor with another devastating blow. The entire arena shook as countless razor-sharp stone spikes burst from the ground like a forest of spears, all racing toward Yi Ling. Yi Ling kept changing positions to avoid the attack, while admitting that the Rock Warlord's power was far from weak. After escaping the assault, he immediately activated spirit chains. The glowing chains rushed forward, trying to bind the Rock Warlord's massive body. But the stone giant's size and weight far exceeded every opponent before. Yi Ling instantly realized that even if he bound it, he would never be able to pull such a colossal mass. Since the chains could not solve the problem, he gave Zhu Yu her next order. Xu Yu immediately closed the distance, raising her razor-sharp claws to attack. She unleashed a relentless barrage of direct strikes against the Rock Warlord's stone body. The results were disappointing. The enemy's defense was simply too tough, and its stone body prevented Xu Yu from activating her life drain ability. Yi Ling frowned, realizing he needed another strategy. Just as he was considering a new plan, the Rock Warlord began to move. Every heavy step shook the arena. After enduring the barrage, the stone giant immediately launched a counterattack against Xue Yu. Sensing the danger, Yi Ling quickly shouted for Xu Yu to dodge. Zhu Yu reacted instantly. She leaped high into the air and kept changing direction mid-air, narrowly avoiding the Rock Warlord's relentless assault. Xu Yu's flawless dodging amazed the crowd even more. Some even wished for a spirit beast that was both beautiful and this powerful. Still, Afyash noticed that Li Shengtian remained unusually calm, suggesting he was hiding another trump card. As expected, Li Shengtian declared it was time to reveal his true strength. His eyes sharpened as he ordered the Rock Warlord to enter its battle form. At his command, the stone giant's entire body trembled. The rocks making up its body gradually turned glowing red, like molten stone fresh from a blazing furnace. Sensing the sudden change in its aura, Xue Yu immediately backed away and kept her distance, preparing for whatever came next. In the next instant, the rocky shell covering the Rock Warlord separated from its body as countless stone fragments shifted and reassembled. Within seconds, every piece gathered together, triggering a powerful burst of energy in the middle of the arena and filling the area with thick dust. Yi Ling immediately became alert, keeping his eyes fixed on the center of the explosion to see what his opponent had transformed into. As the dust slowly settled, Li Shengtian's spirit beast finally revealed its new form. The Rock Warlord now looked like a massive war machine. Thick stone armor tightly covered its body, and its aura was far stronger than before. Li Shengtian laughed proudly and explained that this was the Rock Warlord's strongest technique. By abandoning its bulky form, its armor became denser and tougher, while its speed increased dramatically. Yi Ling did not expect his opponent to have another hidden trump card. Without making any assumptions, he ordered Zhue Yu to test the limits of this new form. Zhu Yu immediately accepted her master's command. Both spirit beasts accelerated at the same time, charging straight toward each other for a head-on clash. Looking at Shui Yu's much smaller frame, Li Shengtian was convinced she could never withstand the rock warlord's strength. The moment they closed the distance, both threw a punch. Neither tried to dodge, choosing to settle the fight with raw power alone. Their fists collided with a violent shockwave that swept across the arena, making even the platform tremble under the impact. But the outcome left everyone speechless. The rock warlord's seemingly indestructible arm suddenly cracked before chunks of stone shattered apart one after another. Li Shengtian could not accept that his spirit beast had lost in a contest of strength. Snapping out of his shock, he hurriedly ordered the rock warlord to counterattack. By now, Yi Ling had already measured his opponent's true strength. He smiled faintly and decided there was no need to test further, ordering Zhu Yu to finish the semifinal. Zhu Yu instantly understood and prepared to unleash the final assault. Her speed exploded to its limit, leaving only a blur behind. In the blink of an eye, she closed in and grabbed the rock warlord by the head. Then she unleashed her overwhelming strength, lifting the massive stone body and throwing it high into the air. Without giving it any chance to recover, Zhu Yu launched herself upward and chased after the airborne rock warlord. The moment her target entered striking range, she attacked without the slightest hesitation. Zhu Yu delivered a devastating blow, with all of her strength directly into the rock warlord's body. The impact blasted the stone giant out of the arena like a cannonball. It crashed into the ground with a small explosion, while Li Shengtian stared at his fallen spirit beast in complete disbelief. The audience erupted once again. The rock warlord had suffered severe damage, and Zhu Yu's overwhelming performance convinced many that Yi Ling was now the Academy's strongest student. What confused everyone was how someone this powerful had always ranked at the bottom before. Some believed Yi Ling had deliberately hidden his strength until this tournament. Soon, the discussion shifted back to Shui Yu, whose beauty and incredible combat ability made countless people envious. Even the experts watching from above admitted that Li Shengtian, as the son of the Li family patriarch, was already an extraordinary talent. Huo Ling believed the real highlight was still Xiu Yu. In his estimation, Yi Ling's spirit beast had likely reached rank 1 level 10, an achievement that was incredibly rare at this age. For the remaining contestants, Today's final promised to be an unforgettable battle. The Academy recruiters also expected to discover plenty of outstanding talent, something Shangguan considered completely unsurprising. With the result beyond doubt, the referee officially declared Yi Ling the winner. Reaching the top 3 rewarded him with a flying spirit beast contract. Yi Ling was delighted because it was exactly what he needed. The victory also granted another 10 experience points. After finishing his own match, Yi Ling became curious about how Huo Xian's battle was progressing. Meanwhile, Huo Xiani was still locked in a fierce battle. Her opponent's flying spirit beast was incredibly difficult to deal with, forcing both her and the Earth Drake onto the defensive. Sensing the danger closing in, Huo Xiani immediately shouted for the Earth Drake to stay alert. On the other side, Zhang Shengnan felt a little guilty toward Huo Xiani, but she insisted she had to claim the final spot. Without another moment of hesitation, Zhang Shengnan ordered the Storm Eagle to unleash its skill. The giant eagle quickly gathered its power, creating a series of violent tornadoes. The massive twisters swirled around Huo Xiani and the Earth Drake, leaving them with less and less room to dodge. At this point, Zhang Shengnan's strength was on full display. With the battle unfolding like this, Huo Xian's chances of turning it around were almost non-existent. As expected, the Earth Drake could not hold on any longer. It let out a painful roar before slowly collapsing. In the end, Huo Xian's spirit beast lay motionless on the arena, covered in injuries. The referee immediately ended the match and declared Zhang Shengnan the winner. After the match ended, Huo Lingxian, Huo Xian's father, appeared in the stands. Xiani lowered her head and tearfully admitted her defeat. Huo Lingxian did not blame his daughter. He gently reminded her that victory and defeat were both part of competition, and what mattered was that she had given it everything she had. Meanwhile, the tournament prepared for its final battle. Before stepping onto the arena, Yi Ling encouraged Huo Xiani not to be discouraged and promised he would win the next match. With every preparation complete, the championship match was about to begin. The organizers announced the start of the final and revealed one more surprise. Today's champion would receive a special reward, presented personally by the academy principal, who also served as the city lord. The announcement instantly threw the entire arena into an uproar. No one expected the city lord to add a last-minute prize, and most of the audience was now rooting for Yi Ling while eagerly waiting to see what Zhu Yu would do in the final. Knowing this was the last hurdle, Yi Ling reminded Zhu Yu that they had to give everything they had. No one knew what the special reward was, but Yi Ling's determined gaze made one thing clear. He was going to claim the championship. Across the arena, Zhang Shengnan immediately called out the name of her Storm Eagle King. She loudly summoned her spirit beast to enter the championship battle. A gigantic eagle appeared before everyone. Its 4 enormous wings radiated power, while its razor-sharp talons looked like deadly blades, making its terrifying strength obvious at a glance. With both sides ready, the final match of the second examination officially began. The moment Yi Ling saw the Storm Eagle King, he knew this would be troublesome. It was another flying opponent, and its aura far surpassed the Azure Bird from before. He even suspected it had just completed its evolution during the previous match. Zhang Shengnan had no intention of testing the waters. As soon as the battle began, she ordered the Storm Eagle King to attack with everything it had. The giant eagle immediately summoned raging winds, creating massive tornadoes that rushed straight toward Yi Ling. 2 violent twisters swept in at once, and their overwhelming force made Yi Ling realize this wind element beast was far stronger than any he had faced before. Unable to withstand the attack with his body alone, Yi Ling quickly raised a spirit shield to protect both himself and Zhu Yu. The pressure from the storm was far greater than expected. Yi Ling realized that staying on defense would only lead to defeat, and he needed to break the enemy's momentum. Zhang Shengnan also noticed something unusual. The defensive skill Yi Ling had just used had clearly reached level 2 Spirit Shield. Not wanting to drag out the fight, she immediately ordered the Storm Eagle King to use sonic wind bullets and end the match quickly. Countless tiny wind vortexes formed around the spirit beast, compressing themselves as they gathered terrifying energy. They were then fired all at once like a deadly barrage, moving so fast that the target had almost no time to react. The judges watched in amazement as they witnessed a spirit beast evolve during the championship stage. Compared to last year's exam, the quality of this tournament was clearly on another level. Seeing the overwhelming assault, Hong Xiu believed victory was rapidly tipping toward the Storm Eagle King. Bai Tong, however, was not ready to reach a conclusion. In his opinion, Zhang Shengnan was attacking too aggressively, which could easily expose an opening. Just before the barrage rained down, Yi Ling loudly entrusted the rest to Zhu Yu. Zhu Yu immediately obeyed. The sonic wind bullets bombarded the entire arena, triggering a chain of violent explosions. But while every eye was fixed on the destruction, Zhu Yu had already disappeared from the danger zone. Only after the dust from the explosions slowly settled did the situation on the arena become clear. Zhang Shengnan's expression suddenly changed, and her earlier confidence was replaced by confusion. The audience was equally stunned because the scene before them was completely beyond their expectations. It turned out that while the sonic wind bullets covered the entire arena, Xue Yu used her incredible speed to slip through the barrage, circle behind Zhang Shengnan, and restrain her before anyone even noticed. Zhang Shengnan could hardly believe the battle had turned around in a single instant. Even she had no idea how Zhu Yu got so close. Zhu Yu dodged every attack from the Storm Eagle King, ignored the flying spirit beast entirely, and went straight for the spirit tamer, striking the weakest point of the strategy. Knowing she had completely lost, Zhang Shengnan sat down on the arena and admitted defeat. This time she had nothing to argue. Yi Ling's victory had truly earned her respect. The dramatic comeback sent the entire arena into an uproar. Even the city lords stood up in excitement and applauded the championship match. What impressed everyone most was not just Zhu Yu's speed, but Yi Ling's strategy. He avoided the entire barrage, ignored the spirit beast, and went straight for the controller. It was simple, but incredibly effective. Even the judges were surprised that the final ended so quickly. Huo Ling especially admired Yi Ling for combining strength with tactical brilliance, and he immediately expressed his desire to recruit him into his academy. Hong Xiu quickly interrupted with an objection. Lu Feng refused to stay out of it as well, declaring that his academy was equally determined to recruit Yi Ling. With that, the second examination officially came to an end. Zhang Shengnan, who fought her way to the final, secured second place. The championship belonged to Yi Ling. After one fierce battle after another, he had finally claimed the top spot. As soon as the results were announced, cheers erupted across the stands. No one expected this year's biggest dark horse to rise all the way to first place. It was even more unbelievable that someone from an ordinary background had defeated every genius from the great families. A champion without the backing of a major power had not appeared in many years. The more people talked about it, the more extraordinary it seemed. The top ranking had almost always belonged to the younger generation of the great families, but this year was a rare exception. Huo Xiani shyly walked over to congratulate Yi Ling. After thanking her, he praised her performance as well and asked which academy she planned to join. Huo Xiani did not answer right away. Instead, she timidly asked whether Yi Ling had already decided which academy he would attend. At that moment, the organizers officially announced the end of the Spirit Tamer Academy entrance selection and once again congratulated Yi Ling for winning first place. Before Yi Ling could say anything else, an arm suddenly wrapped around his shoulder from behind in a friendly gesture. Chen Ji appeared with an admiring smile, saying that Yi Ling always managed to do the unexpected. Teacher Li was also extremely proud, saying this achievement had brought honor to both their class and Tianhui Academy. Yi Ling politely thanked him and promised to keep working hard. While everyone was celebrating, the system issued another reward. Winning the second end stage granted another 10 experience points, while his outstanding performance in the first examination unlocked a new talent called Rebirth. The name Rebirth immediately stunned Yi Ling. He never expected the system to reward him with such an extraordinary ability. The Rebirth talent existed as a single copy and could be granted to any of the host's spirit beasts. When a spirit beast with this talent reached the brink of death, it would instantly revive at full strength with its condition completely restored. In exchange, the revival would consume all accumulated experience. If its experience was 0, the talent could not activate. After each use, it required a own-month cooldown. Yi Ling recognized how powerful it was, but after thinking it over, he felt that giving it to Zhu Yu right now might not be the best choice. Just then, someone called out to him. Chen Ji shouted as he gave Yi Ling a heavy slap on the back, nearly knocking the wind out of him. The giant screen displayed the list of students selected by the 4 Great Spirit Tamer Academies. Azure Dragon selected Yi Ling, Li Shengtian, and Tianshen. Vermilion Bird selected Yi Ling, Zhang Shengnan Yunni. White Tiger selected Yi Ling, Li Shengtian, and Ma Xiaojian. Black Tortoise selected Yi Ling, Huo Xiani, and Zhang Shengnan. Shangguan announced that the accepted students could now choose which academy they wished to join. The audience quickly noticed something even more remarkable. Yi Ling's name appeared at the top of every academy's list. Most shocking of all, the Vermilion Bird Academy, which was famous for never admitting male students, had made an exception just for him, creating what was almost a historic first. The fact that Vermilion Bird Academy had opened its doors to a male student became the hottest topic of discussion. Still, everyone understood that Yi Ling was a special case, and no one knew whether that rule would ever be broken again. One excited girl said that if she were in his position, she would definitely choose Vermilion Bird Academy. Someone beside her immediately teased her, saying she was dreaming because not everyone would ever receive the same treatment as Yi Ling. At the same time, the selection interface appeared before Yi Ling, offering 4 choices: Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise, waiting for him to choose his academy. But before Yi Ling could make his decision, someone called out to him. Lu Feng stepped forward with an invitation from Azure Dragon Academy. He promised that if Yi Ling joined, he would receive at least 5 times the resources of a normal student, along with 3 chances each year to enter the Academy's secret realm. The offer of 3 secret realm entries per year immediately shocked the crowd. The chance to obtain equipment and rare resources alone made Azure Dragon's offer extremely attractive. Seeing that the others remained silent, Lu Feng turned to Bai Tong and asked how much longer he planned to sit there. Bai Tong refused to back down. He told Yi Ling not to decide too quickly before presenting White Tiger Academy's offer. 8 times the normal student resources, 5 secret realm entries every year, and all of those benefits would last until graduation. The generous offer immediately annoyed Lu Feng, who accused him of driving up the competition. Before the rivalry could settle, Huo Ling, representing Black Tortoise Academy, also stood up. Seeing another challenger join the bidding, Lums realized the battle for Yi Ling had only just begun. Huo Ling presented Black Tortoise Academy's terms. Yi Ling would receive 10 times the resources of an ordinary student, along with 5 secret realm entries each year. He then cleverly added that Huo Xiani would also be studying there, so if Yi Ling joined, the 2 of them could continue as classmates. Hearing Huo Ling suddenly bring Huo Xiani into the offer, Yi Ling could not help wondering what she had to do with academy recruitment. Huo Xiani was no less embarrassed. The moment her name was mentioned, she blushed deeply and silently complained about being dragged into the conversation. Just as the competition reached its peak, Hong Shu, representing Vermilion Bird Academy, finally stood up. Without wasting words, she went straight to her offer. Vermilion Bird Academy was willing to give Yi Ling 15 times the resources of a normal student. On top of that, he would receive 1 secret realm entry every month. Even more remarkably, if he accepted, Yi Ling would become the first and only male student in the history of Vermilion Bird Academy. The offer instantly set the audience buzzing. 12 secret realm entries a year were already unbelievable, and becoming the only male student in an academy filled with women made it even more incredible. It was obvious Vermilion Bird was determined to recruit him. Yi Ling, however, paid far more attention to the 12 yearly secret realm entries. Knowing the resources he could obtain there would greatly benefit his future growth. After thinking it over, he made up his mind without hesitation and chose Vermilion Bird Academy. The admission system immediately confirmed Yi Ling's decision. The students around him instantly became jealous. Becoming the only male student at Vermilion Bird was something many could only dream about, but they also knew such treatment was reserved for someone as talented as Yi Ling. Chen Ji looked at him with even greater admiration and joked that Yi Ling had made history as Vermilion Bird's first male student. Yi Ling simply smiled and explained that he had chosen the option that offered the greatest benefit for his future. While Yi Ling was still feeling a little embarrassed, Hong Shu walked over to congratulate him and assured him that he had made the right choice. Clearly pleased with the outcome, Hong Shu informed Yi Ling that he would have one day to settle his affairs before departing. The next evening, Vermilion Bird's airship would be waiting at the city's eastern gate. Yi Ling politely thanked her and said he hoped to receive her guidance after enrolling. Hong Shu immediately reassured him that once he arrived at Vermilion Bird Academy, he would never regret the decision he made today. Just as their conversation ended, a staff member arrived with a message that the city lord wished to meet Yi Ling privately in his office. Yi Ling immediately agreed to follow. Not long afterward, Yi Ling arrived at the city lord's office inside Tianhui Academy. Shangguan Lingkong was in an excellent mood. As soon as he saw Yi Ling, he congratulated him on winning first place and expressed his satisfaction with Yi Ling's outstanding performance. As the Academy's representative, Shangguan Lingkong had prepared a special reward for the champion. He handed Yi Ling a card containing 300,000 Federation credits, along with a small box that held a high-grade evolution material. Receiving such a valuable reward, Yi Ling was deeply grateful. He promised to continue working hard and never bring shame to Tianhui Academy's reputation. When the box was opened, the item inside was Undying Frost, a top-tier evolution material refined from the souls of terrifying monsters. Shui, you did not need it yet, but Yi Ling knew that when she reached her final evolution stage, Undying Frost would become an essential material. Fully aware of its value, Yi Ling felt the reward was far too precious. Shangguan Lingkong simply smiled, saying that even a rare material was of little use if it remained locked away, instead of reaching someone who could truly use it. The city lord believed it was best to pass it on to a gifted junior like Yi Ling. Maybe one day he would unlock its full power and bring even greater glory to Tianhui Academy. Yi Ling thanked him sincerely and remembered every word. Seeing the trial had drained him, Shangguan Lingkong told him to head back and get some rest. After Yi Ling left, an assistant asked why the city lord had given away the treasured Frost Immortal. Shangguan Lingkong only smiled, because he believed this young man's future would far exceed everyone's expectations. Outside, Chen Ji immediately congratulated Yi Ling. After just one assessment, he had become the top recruit every major academy wanted. Yi Ling encouraged his friend to keep working hard, because true brothers would move forward together. As Chen Ji agreed, Huo Xiani appeared. She congratulated Yi Ling for finally reaching his goal and officially joining Vermilion Bird Academy. Seeing Xiani arrive, Chen Ji instantly got the hint. He teased Yi Ling about the beauty coming to see him, then quickly left to give them some privacy. Yi Ling also congratulated her, happy that she had finally joined Black Tortoise Academy, as she had always wanted. Huo Xiani replied that Vermilion Bird Academy was not bad either, but something about her tone sounded strangely awkward. Without staying any longer, Huo Xiani wished Yi Ling success at the academy before quietly walking away. Watching her leave, Yi Ling could only shrug. He could not understand why Xiani kept hiding her thoughts instead of saying them directly. By nightfall, Tianhui City was covered in darkness, while the Vermilion Bird Academy airship waited outside the east gate. Yi Ling arrived at the gathering point exactly on time. Several female students peeked through a window and talked about the young man below. They quickly recognized Yi Ling as the academy's first male student, but his appearance left them slightly disappointed, and they even thought he looked a little clueless. During the journey, Hongshu explained that Vermilion Bird's sacred city was south of Tianhui, so they still had a long trip ahead. She told Yi Ling to enjoy the scenery while he could, and he politely thanked her. Just then, Captain Li Yuehai's serious expression caught Hongshu's attention. She frowned and asked if something had happened. The Vermilion Bird airship was commanded by Li Yuehai, a rank 5 spirit master at the 7th stage. Li Yuehai confirmed something was wrong. A massive swarm of flying demonic beasts had appeared directly along their route. The news shocked everyone, because no one knew where the creatures had come from. Seeing the dense targets on the display, everyone was even more stunned. The observer reported that the cause was still unknown, but countless flying demonic beasts were gathering ahead. Fortunately, their initial assessment showed the monsters were not very strong. After hearing the report, Hongshu ordered Li Yuehai to deal with the situation immediately. The captain acknowledged the order, and a translucent energy barrier quickly formed around the airship. As the monsters noticed the massive airship approaching, they instantly fell into chaos, filling the sky with shrill cries. In the next moment, the entire swarm rushed forward like a tidal wave and relentlessly slammed into the protective barrier. Realizing the situation was getting worse, Li Yuehai acted without hesitation. She issued an emergency order, calling every spirit master on board to report to the main cabin at once. As soon as the announcement was made, everyone from the crew to the students hurried toward the designated assembly area. Amid the confusion, a familiar voice suddenly called Yi Ling's name. He turned around and found Yun Yi, who had also chosen the Bigden Bird Academy, leading to an unexpected reunion during the crisis. Yun Yi had no idea what was happening, so she immediately asked Yi Ling why everyone had been summoned to the main cabin. Outside, the winged demonic beasts kept crashing into the airship, and each violent impact echoed through the vessel. Hongshu reassured everyone, explaining that the attackers were only first-rank black fruits, low-level demonic beasts that posed little real threat. She even treated the attack as a live combat lesson for the new students. Yi Ling and Yun Yi were immediately called forward and ordered to summon their spirit beasts and prepare for battle. Without delay, both of them summoned their spirit beasts. Yun Yi summoned Da Xiong, the giant snow bear, while Yi Ling naturally called out Xue Yu. The moment Da Xiong appeared, the giant bear immediately noticed Xue Yu standing right in front of it. Da Xiong clearly remembered the earlier trial, because Xue Yu had defeated it without question. The moment it saw its old rival again, it roared in anger and charged forward. Yun Yi quickly stopped it and reminded Da Xiong that Xue Yu was now fighting on their side. Looking at the black fruits covering the sky, Yi Ling stayed cautious. Each one was weak, but their overwhelming numbers were another story. Just as he was assessing the battlefield, the system interface suddenly appeared. Seeing another timed mission pop up, Yi Ling was genuinely surprised. The mission was simple: defeat as many black fruits as possible within 10 minutes. The reward was still hidden, and would depend entirely on his final score, meaning the more he killed, the better the prize. Meanwhile, the black fruits kept screeching as they charged forward without any sign of stopping. The moment Yi Ling understood the reward system, his attitude changed completely. He grinned with excitement, because a perfect chance to earn rewards had landed right in front of him. Yi Ling immediately told Xue Yu to fight without holding back. Her only goal was to eliminate as many black fruits as possible. Following the order, Xue Yu became a crimson streak that tore through the swarm at incredible speed. Every time she flashed past, more enemies fell, and the low-level black fruits stood no chance. Yun Yi's Da Xiong refused to stay behind. The giant snow bear charged into battle with unstoppable momentum and crushed the monsters one after another. On the battlefield, Da Xiong's icy power and Xue Yu's crimson aura quickly synchronized, working together flawlessly as they wiped out the enemy. Among them, Xue Yu quickly became the center of attention. Her striking appearance and terrifying combat ability amazed everyone aboard the airship. Many students stared in disbelief, wondering what kind of spirit beast Xue Yu was, and how someone so beautiful could possess such overwhelming strength. But while everyone watched the battle, someone suddenly noticed a strange sight ahead. A massive cloud of black mist slowly spread across the sky, almost blocking all visibility. Deep within the darkness, the outline of a creature, far larger than the ordinary monsters, gradually appeared. A savage pressure instantly swept across the area, and the newcomer was none other than the Black Fruit King. Hongshu immediately warned everyone to stay alert. Her expression turned grim after recognizing it as a rank 3 Black Fruit King, a creature that should never have appeared here. Unlike everyone else, Yi Ling looked at the leader with excitement. All he could think about was how defeating such a powerful would likely increase his mission reward. He decided to finish the weaker monsters first, before taking down the king. Without hesitation, he ordered Xue Yu to attack the Black Fruit King. Hongshu was startled and quickly told Yi Ling to call Xue Yu back, believing she was no match for a rank 3 monster. Yi Ling remained calm and confidently insisted she could handle it. Hongshu clearly disagreed with such a risky decision, but once Shueyu had already entered the fight, she could not simply watch her student's spirit beast face the danger alone. Without another moment of hesitation, Hongshu called out Huoyu and summoned her own spirit beast. Flames erupted across the sky, and from the sea of fire emerged a blazing phoenix with overwhelming presence. It was Li Huoyuan, Hong Shia's 7th rank level 1 spirit beast. Its mere rank left the students speechless, since many of them had never even seen a 7th rank spirit beast before. Some even thought she planned to burn the entire swarm to ashes. As expected, the moment Li Huoyuan appeared, the black fruits panicked and fled, facing the pressure of a 7th rank existence. Staying behind meant certain death. Seeing the battlefield fall apart, Yi Ling immediately told Shu Yu to lock on to the most important target and never let the Black Fruit King escape. Shu Yu instantly closed the distance, and her razor-sharp claws slashed directly into the Black Fruit King's body. The attack also carried a poison effect, catching Hongshu completely by surprise. She never expected a zombie spirit beast like Shu Yu to possess venom as well. After nearly all the ordinary black fruits had been eliminated, Shu Yu kept pressing the attack and relentlessly chased the Black Fruit King. However, after being poisoned, the king no longer wanted to fight. It quickly retreated and vanished into the darkness. The Black Fruit King's escape marked the end of the attack, as the remaining monsters immediately withdrew. Although the danger was over, Yi Ling could not hide his disappointment after letting the most valuable target get away. Without dwelling on it for long, he immediately opened the system interface to see what rewards he had earned. The timed mission was complete with a total of 478 black fruits defeated. That earned Yi Ling a Tier 4 reward, 3 experience crystals and 1 growth crystal, making him eager to learn what they could do. While Yi Ling examined the rewards, Hongshu announced that the danger had passed and told everyone to return to their rooms. After the fierce battle, the students could finally relax. According to the system, an experience crystal granted a spirit beast experience equal to 10% of the amount needed for its current level. The growth crystal increased a spirit beast's current growth value by 10 points. Once Yi Ling understood their effects, he became excited because they might be enough for Shu Yu to evolve. The system then confirmed that Shu Yu had met every evolution requirement. All the necessary resources were ready, so the next evolution could begin at any time. Hearing that, Yi Ling did not hesitate. He immediately chose to evolve Shu Yu. The moment the process began, Shu Yu's entire body burst into dazzling light, signaling the start of her transformation. Her body slowly rose from the ground and floated in mid-air as energy surged around her. At the same time, streams of blood-red energy appeared, circling Shu Yu before gradually wrapping around her entire body. Within the glowing light, Shu Yu's long silver-white hair flowed with the energy, while the strange aura around her continued reshaping her body. Standing below, Yi Ling watched the entire process without taking his eyes off his spirit beast as she entered a brand new form. After some time, the evolution finally ended. The light faded. Shu Yu stabilized her aura, gently landed before Yi Ling, and respectfully called him master. Yi Ling could only stand there in shock. Shu Yu had changed so much that he almost failed to recognize his own spirit beast. After evolving, Shu Yu's status changed completely. She became a gray-eyed zombie of the undead element, advanced to rank 2 level 1 with 20 experience, and her growth potential rose to rare quality. Her current maturity reset to 0, and her exclusive equipment remained the blood robe. Her talents now included intermediate physical damage reduction, intermediate magic damage reduction, super regeneration, blood mist form, and flight. Her skills were bloodthirst, blood frenzy, and blood manipulation. To evolve into a rare golden-eyed zombie, she would need 1 Spirit of Death, 1 Yellow Springs branch, 1 Netherstone, 10 intermediate dark crystals, and 10 evil spirit crystals. Looking over the new status, Yi Ling could not hide his excitement. Shu Yu had become far stronger than before, and her future potential had officially reached rare quality. He then checked her new abilities. Flight allowed Shu Yu to move freely through the air, although faster speeds consumed more stamina and still had a maximum limit. Blood manipulation was even more terrifying, allowing her to control the blood inside a target's body and even influence their movements, though its effectiveness decreased against much stronger opponents. Yi Ling quickly realized a huge advantage. Shu Yu already possessed nearly limitless endurance, so flight stamina cost was almost meaningless for her. He immediately learned both flight and blood manipulation, and the system also announced that he had reached rank 2 level 1, while unlocking the auto-save function. Before he could finish celebrating, another reward appeared. Yi Ling obtained a mysterious item that instantly caught his attention. He opened it and found a glowing card inside. The The system identified it as a talent card. The unfamiliar name only made Yi Ling even more curious. Its effect was extraordinary. The user could copy talents from their own spirit beasts onto themselves, and the card could be used a total of 5 times. Yi Ling immediately realized how incredible this item was. It was almost unimaginable for a human to possess a spirit beast's talents, especially when Xu Yu had so many powerful abilities. Seeing him so focused, Xu Yu curiously asked what he was doing. Since such a valuable item deserved an immediate test, Yi Ling decided to use Xu Yu's talents as his first target. After the transfer was complete, Yi Ling successfully gained super regeneration and blood mist form, leaving the talent card with 3 uses remaining. He was thrilled to possess abilities as powerful as Xue Yu's, and she smiled as she congratulated her master. But for Yi Ling, the excitement was not over yet. He eagerly called Xu Yu over to witness something even more anticipated. Yi Ling calmed himself, took a deep breath, and began the ritual to form his second spirit beast contract. Using his own blood as the catalyst, he forged a brand new contract. As soon as the ritual was complete, Yi Ling summoned his second spirit beast, and it awakened before him. In that instant, a brilliant golden pillar of light erupted, nearly illuminating the entire airship. The blinding light forced everyone nearby to shield their eyes, leaving them wondering what was happening. The students began whispering among themselves. Some even thought Hongshu had summoned Li Huoyuan again, completely unaware that the massive disturbance came from Yi Ling. As the figure inside the light slowly became clear, curiosity turned into shock. No one could identify what kind of spirit beast it was. Its noble appearance and extraordinary aura led everyone to an unbelievable guess. Could this creature actually be a phoenix? Even Yi Ling was stunted by the gift the system had given him. His second spirit beast was clearly anything but ordinary. Sure enough, he had summoned an epiquality phoenix. Its potential rank alone was enough to leave anyone speechless. Its status quickly appeared. The unnamed phoenix belonged to the divine bird element, was rank 1 level 9 with 0 experience, had epic growth potential, and 0 maturity. It had no equipment, possessed flight, phoenix flame, and advanced fire immunity, and could later learn hellfire and divine flame protection. Although it could not evolve yet, its future was astonishing. It could evolve from an epic phoenix into the legendary vermilion bird, and eventually into the mythic Li Fire vermilion bird. The first evolution required 1 vermilion bird soul and 1 spirit of death. One thing still bothered Yi Ling. Despite carrying the phoenix bloodline, it did not possess nirvana rebirth. Then, he remembered he already had a regeneration talent that could be passed on. After the transfer was complete, the phoenix gained the rebirth ability. Empowered by the phoenix flame, it evolved further into nirvana rebirth. Only then was Yi Ling completely satisfied. He happily named his new spirit beast Feng Ju, with the nickname Aju. Even more surprisingly, Feng Ju immediately answered in a soft, childish voice, saying it loved the name its master had given it. Yi Ling froze in surprise after realizing Aju could from the very beginning. An epiquality spirit beast truly was on another level, making him even more excited about his new companion. Just then, Li Weihai's voice came through the announcement system, informing everyone that the airship was about to arrive at Qingcheng. Hearing the journey was almost over, the new students immediately became excited, eager to see their destination with their own eyes. When Qingcheng finally came into view, its magnificent beauty left the freshmen in complete awe, and amazed voices filled the air. This was not just another stop along the journey, it was also the place where they would study and train from now on, Vermilion Bird Academy. Standing before the breathtaking scene, Yi Ling finally saw the academy where he would spend his future, Vermilion Bird Academy. After arriving, the new students were given some free time to explore the campus and get familiar with their new surroundings. There was no need to worry about accommodations, as the academy would soon assign living quarters to everyone. Yi Ling, however, received special treatment. As the academy's only male student, he was given a private villa as his personal dormitory. After hearing Hong Xia's announcement, he politely thanked her for the thoughtful arrangement. Just then, someone approached and cheerfully greeted Hong Xiu. It was obvious they already knew each other. The newcomer was a beautiful female student who appeared to be the student council president. She explained that the principal had sent her to welcome the new student named Yi Ling, then immediately turned her attention toward the young man standing beside Hong Xiu. But the moment she saw Yi Ling, she froze. The person before her was obviously a man. She even wondered if he was actually a girl in disguise, forcing Yi Ling to cough awkwardly and confirm that he was definitely male. Hong laughed and explained that Yi Ling was the academy's only exception. All 4 top academies had fought to recruit him, and she had needed the principal's special approval and considerable effort to bring him to Vermilion Bird Academy. Once she understood the situation, the student council president invited Yi Ling into the vehicle to take him to his residence. Before leaving, Yi Ling said goodbye to Hongshu and Yun Yi. Hongshu told him to rest first and said she would later take him to meet the principal, while Yun Yi also promised to see him again soon. Yi Ling then got into the vehicle and headed toward the special dormitory the academy had prepared just for him. At the same time, news that Vermilion Bird Academy had accepted a male student spread rapidly among the female students. Many thought it was nothing more than a joke, because such a thing had almost never happened before. But once someone confirmed they had personally seen Yi Ling on campus, disbelief turned into shock. The all-female academy truly had its first male student. In another part of the academy, Yi Ling's 2-pranked admission record was displayed on a giant screen. The female students immediately began discussing the special freshman. Some thought he looked a little intimidating, while others were curious about his strength. But everyone agreed that anyone who could make the principal break academy rules had to be exceptionally talented. That opinion quickly won everyone's approval. Soon, the conversation shifted to something even more interesting. How would life at an all-girls academy change now that there was finally a male student? While the crowd kept chatting, a confident girl suddenly declared that she would never let this rare opportunity slip away. She had already decided to win Yi Ling over. As news about him spread across the academy, Yi Ling stepped out of a luxurious vehicle. He had arrived at the main gate of Vermilion Bird Academy. After they arrived, Hongshu confirmed the journey was over and prepared to take Yi Ling to meet the academy's leader. Standing before the principal, Hongshu formally introduced the young man beside her as the new student, Yi Ling. The female principal carried an air of authority, yet she greeted Yi Ling with a warm smile. She emphasized that he was the first male student since Vermilion Bird Academy was founded. She quickly brought up the achievement that impressed her the most. Even while still at rank 1, Yi Ling already possessed a rank 2 spirit beast, something far beyond ordinary. Facing the principal, Yi Ling remained respectful and confirmed that it was true. Hongshu took the opportunity to ask which class Yi Ling should join. After observing him for a moment, the principal praised his remarkable talent and sensed extraordinary potential within him. In the end, she assigned him directly to the special Vermilion Bird class. With the assignment settled, Hongshu asked permission to escort Yi Ling to his new class. Before they left, the principal expressed her hopes for his future achievements, and Yi Ling respectfully thanked her. On the way, Yi Ling could not hide his curiosity and asked Hongshu about the special Vermilion Bird class. Hongshu explained that it was home to the academy's finest students. Every member was a carefully selected genius from across the Federation. In other words, the class was filled with extraordinary talents. She also warned Yi Ling to prepare himself, because as the academy's only male student, every move he made would attract attention. Yi Ling understood his situation and promised to keep that in mind. Hongshu added that she would soon take him into the classroom to complete his registration. Before long, the two arrived at the special Vermilion Bird class, where the academy's elite students gathered. The moment Yi Ling entered, the girls immediately recognized him. Seeing the most famous freshman placed directly into the special Vermilion Bird class caused quite a stir, although few were actually surprised. Some thought it made perfect sense. After all, if Yi Ling could become the academy's only exception, then his strength had to be outstanding. Otherwise, the academy would never have made such a special arrangement. Feeling countless eyes fixed on him, Yi Ling could only sigh inwardly. Living a low-profile life at this academy was clearly impossible. Just as the classroom buzzed with excitement, a young female teacher walked in and firmly ordered everyone to quiet down. The teacher introduced herself as Gao Yu, the instructor responsible for the class daily management. As for lessons and training, the academy followed a different system. Students would be divided into small teams of 3 or 4, with each team guided by its own instructor. After explaining the rules, Gao Yu began announcing the team assignments. Zhang Hua and Jianan were placed in Team 5, followed by He Shui and Sun Ning. When it was Yi Ling's turn, he was assigned to Team 1. Even more surprising, the instructor personally leading Team 1 was Hongshu. The announcement immediately caused another uproar. Many students knew Hongshu had not personally trained a class in years, yet she had suddenly returned this year. Quite a few believed her decision had something to do with Yi Ling, especially since both of them came from Tianhui City. Gao Yu quickly ended the discussion, announced that the team assignments were complete, and instructed everyone to gather with their teammates for the first training session. As soon as the order was given, the students split into their assigned teams. While Yi Ling was still looking around, He Shu and Sun Ning waved him over. These two beautiful girls would be his teammates in Team 1. The three quickly introduced themselves. Yi Ling greeted them warmly and hoped they could work well together and support each other in the days ahead. Not long afterward, Hong Shu arrived before Team 1. Seeing that everyone had gathered, she stepped forward, and Yi Ling, along with the two girls, immediately greeted their instructor. Hong Shu already knew He, Shu, and Sun Ning, so there was no need for long introductions. She told the three of them to get to know each other during training and said she would personally guide their team until graduation. According to Hong Xiu, they were all elite students selected from across the Federation, so she had no intention of supervising their every move. She believed everyone in the group already had a solid grasp of the core knowledge every spirit master needed. Because of that, she skipped the basic theory and took the team straight into practical training. Just as Yi Ling was about to speak, Hong Xiu brought up the Academy's special training benefits for him. Every promise made during recruitment would be fully honored. She then handed him a strange card. Curious about its purpose, Yi Ling immediately asked her. Hong Xiu explained that it was a secret realm card. It allowed Yi Ling to enter the Academy's special secret realm once every month. The realm was filled with valuable resources and was perfect for rapidly increasing his strength. Yi Ling immediately thanked her. Holding the card in his hand, Yi Ling could barely hide his excitement. The opportunity he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Before long, he arrived at a massive and majestic building that housed the Academy's secret realm system. The girls with him were amazed, especially after learning that every guardian stationed there was at least a rank 7 expert. One of them sighed that entering the secret realm even once would be a dream come true. But her friend quickly reminded her that privileges like Yi Ling's had to be earned through exceptional talent. After everyone escorted him to the entrance, Yi Ling left the group and calmly walked into the secret realm building alone. Inside was quiet, with only a cold-faced female instructor standing guard. Yi Ling politely greeted her and asked where he could enter the secret realm. His question immediately caught her attention. She looked him up and down, clearly confused about why a freshman had come to such a dangerous place. Understanding her suspicion, Yi Ling quickly showed the secret realm card Hong Xiu had given him and asked her to verify his qualification. After examining it carefully, the instructor confirmed the card was authentic. Even so, she muttered that the Academy had become increasingly reckless if it was letting freshmen enter the secret realm. Despite her complaints, she carried out her duty, leading Yi Ling down the hallway and pointing toward the entrance at the far end. Before Yi Ling stood a row of ancient stone gates, each leading to a different secret realm with its own difficulty. The instructor advised him to start with the level 1 realm and warned that this was not a completely safe training area. If he failed to retreat when facing danger beyond his ability, he could easily lose his life. Yi Ling took her warning seriously and thanked her for the advice. Even so, his attention was drawn to the level 2 realm. It was clearly more difficult than level 1, and each expedition lasted 3 full days. Thinking about surviving there alone for that long, Yi Ling could not help wondering if his current strength was enough. Just as he was hesitating, the system released a new mission: explore the level 2 secret realm. The reward remained hidden, and its final value would depend entirely on Yi Ling's exploration progress. With the system mission in front of him, Yi Ling had no reason to hesitate anymore. He chose the level 2 realm for the full 3-day expedition, determined to help Feng Ju reach rank 2 during the journey. Seeing that Yi Ling still chose the level 2 gate, the instructor could only remind him to stay alert inside. Yi Ling, however, eagerly walked straight toward the realm he had chosen. Watching the freshman disappear, the instructor could only shake her head helplessly. In her eyes, students these days were willing to risk their lives just to become stronger. Without changing his mind, Yi stepped through the ancient stone gate and officially entered the level 2 secret realm. The world beyond immediately revealed its dangers. Fierce beasts roamed everywhere, including both rank 1 and rank 2 monsters. After briefly assessing the surroundings, Yi Ling declared that his expedition officially began. He immediately summoned his 2 strongest companions, Xu Yu and Feng Ju, announcing that it was time for them to get to work. The moment she appeared, Feng Ju looked around in confusion. This was clearly not the place she knew. Yi Ling explained that they were inside the level 2 secret realm, the perfect place for her to grow stronger, and that her mission was to reach rank 2 as soon as possible. While they were talking, one of Yi Ling's affectionate gestures made Feng Ju unhappy. She quickly moved aside and told him not to touch her so casually. As for leveling up, Feng Ju acted as though it were no challenge at all. She gave a powerful flap of her wings and shot straight into the sky. Just because she brushed against him, Yi Ling got rejected. He could only shake his head at her fiery temper. Shu Yu was much easier to deal with, so he invited her to start hunting monsters together. High above, Feng Ju circled the area, deliberately releasing her aura to force every hidden creature out into the open. It did not take long before she spotted a group of low-level monsters below and picked them as her first target. From the sky, Feng Ju opened her beak and unleashed a massive stream of flames. The fire exploded the moment it hit the ground, sending shockwaves across the entire area. Watching the monsters fall so easily, Feng Ju looked completely unimpressed. Weak enemies like these were nothing more than own-shot targets. She spread her wings wide as flames covered her entire body. Within the blazing inferno, Feng Ju revealed her true form as a gigantic phoenix filled with overwhelming majesty. Even Yi Ling was amazed. They were only hunting a few monsters, yet Feng Ju made enough noise to announce her presence to the entire secret realm. Yi Ling quickly warned that this place was full of dangerous beasts, and such a huge commotion would attract every nearby enemy. Right then, Feng Ju sensed a dangerous presence closing in from behind. A giant gray wolf with vicious eyes suddenly emerged from the shadows behind her. It was a level 2 wild wolf leader. Yi Ling instantly realized what had happened. The explosion had become a beacon that led the entire wolf pack straight to them. Even worse, behind the level 2 leader stood a massive pack of level 1 wild wolves. Even so, Feng Ju remained fearless, believing a mere level 2 enemy was not worth worrying about. Just as the battle was about to begin, the system issued a new quest. Feng Ju had to win her first battle alone, and the reward was an experience double card. Yi Ling gladly accepted and told her to go all out while he and Shui Yu watched from the sidelines. Feng Ju looked even more confident, treating the entire wolf pack like a swarm of insects. She even told the other two to stay far away so they would not get caught in her attacks. On the other side, the wild wolf leader let out a threatening roar as it prepared to strike back. Intense heat rapidly gathered inside its mouth, forming a powerful blast of fire. The wolf immediately aimed at Feng Ju in the sky and fired the flaming attack straight at her. Only then did Yi Ling realize the level 2 leader also possessed the fire attribute. The attack hit Feng Ju's position and exploded violently in midair, completely hiding her figure. But when the flames finally cleared, the one left terrified was the wild wolf leader. Feng Ju was still floating in the sky without a single scratch. Yi Ling then remembered her advanced fire immunity talent. The wolf had picked the most useless attack possible. Fire posed almost no threat to Feng Ju. Yi Ling laughed because the wild wolf leader had walked straight into the worst possible matchup. Now it was Feng Ju's turn to attack. She coldly declared that every wolf below would soon become ashes. She immediately unleashed Hell Karma Flame. The crimson fire surrounding her body began to change. In an instant, the flames turned into eerie blue fire before crashing down onto the clustered wolf pack. The sea of flames spread rapidly, swallowing the entire pack inside Feng Ju's Hell Karma Flame. Even Yi Ling shivered while watching from a distance. The destructive power of an epic beast was truly extraordinary. Painful howls echoed through the blazing inferno as the entire wolf pack burned alive. The battle had completely shifted in Feng Ju's favor, and the leader, along with its followers, paid the price for challenging her. Within moments, the whole area was engulfed in blue flames. Trees, and even the ground could not escape the terrifying heat. The sheer power was enough to send chills down anyone's spine. The system continuously collected loot, including 2 wild wolf legs, 5 bundles of fur, and 3 fangs. Seeing Akyu attack without holding back, Yi Ling told her to show a little restraint. Akyu replied with annoyance that she had already warned him to keep his distance. Not wanting to argue, Yi Ling decided to leave the area and move somewhere else to hunt monsters. Hearing that only made Akyu even more unhappy. She had just finished an exhausting battle, yet Yi Ling was already urging her to keep going. While the two remained inside the secret realm, the story shifted outside to the cafeteria of Zhuquei Academy. After the brutal training session, He Zhuei was completely exhausted and only wanted a huge meal to recover. Sun Ning teased her for always thinking about food and reminded everyone that training would continue after lunch. During the meal, Sun Ning suddenly asked why Yi Ling was not training with them. He Shu explained that Instructor Hong had sent him into the secret realm, leaving the entire group stunned that Yi Ling had entered it alone. Normally, new students were never allowed to enter a secret realm alone. Without a teacher's protection, one mistake could easily cost them their lives. That was why Yun Yi could not understand why Hong Shu had let Yi Ling enter such a dangerous place by himself. At the same time, inside Hong Shia's office, the news of a freshman entering the secret realm alone had become a heated debate. Gao Yu, another instructor at the academy, slammed the table in anger and demanded an explanation for such a reckless decision. Unlike her furious colleague, Hongshu remained completely calm. She believed she understood Yiling better than anyone, so there was no reason for Gao Yu to worry on her behalf. That attitude only made Gao Yu even angrier. She demanded to know what Hongshu was really planning for Yiling. Hongshu insisted she knew Yiling's abilities better than anyone, and a level 1 secret realm was no threat to him. But Gao Yu revealed something unexpected. Yiling had actually entered a level 2 secret realm. Hearing that, Hongshu was only briefly surprised before calming down again. In her eyes it was still manageable, because Yiling had already become a level 2 spirit master. At that point, Gao Yu gave up. She no longer wanted to interfere with Hongxia's unusual teaching methods. Even so, she warned that if anything went seriously wrong, Hongshu would have to explain everything to the academy head. After Gao Yu left, Hongshu looked out the window and silently hoped Yiling would not disappoint her. Meanwhile, the man everyone was talking about suddenly sneezed several times inside the secret realm. Yiling wondered if someone was talking about him behind his back. Otherwise, why would he suddenly keep sneezing? Just then, Zhu Yu noticed something unusual ahead and immediately alerted her master. Yiling looked in that direction, but it was too far away. He could only make out blurry figures and could not identify the monsters. Wanting a better view from above, he asked Akio to carry both him and Zhu Yu closer to the area. Akio refused to work for free and demanded a delicious meal tonight as payment. Yiling happily agreed without hesitation. After making the deal, Akio warned everyone that she was about to speed up and told them to hold on tight. The moment they shot into the sky, Yiling became excited. Compared to being carried by Shu Yu, flying this way felt much more natural and comfortable. Yiling laughed loudly as they flew through the air, but as they approached the battlefield, his attention quickly shifted to the ground below. Looking down, he saw a herd of giant earth bulls completely surrounded by a pride of flame lions. After watching more carefully, Yiling realized it was a massive hunt. The flame lions had joined forces to take down the entire herd. Both sides had gathered in large numbers, so the battle below was clearly not going to end anytime soon. Yiling was surprised that so many monsters of the same level had gathered inside a level 2 secret realm. Even so, he chose to wait and let both sides weaken each other first. Down below, the flame lions wasted no more time and launched a full assault on the earth bulls. Under the pressure of the predators, the earth bulls roared and manipulated the ground beneath them. Thick walls of earth quickly rose to form a defensive barrier around the herd, but the flame lions possessed incredible destructive power. Their first wave of attacks shook the earthen walls, and countless cracks spread across the surface. Watching these level 2 monsters wield elemental powers with such force, Yiling realized this place was even more dangerous than expected. Still, every minute inside the secret realm mattered, so he decided not to wait any longer. Yiling immediately assigned the key task to Zhu Yu. He told her to take advantage of the chaos and eliminate any exposed target without mercy. Zhu Yu accepted the order at once. After deciding on the plan, Zhu Yu immediately picked her first target. She locked onto a flame lion that was fully focused on the battle and completely exposed from behind. Seizing the perfect moment, Shu Yu rushed in and launched a surprise attack. A loud explosion echoed across the battlefield, and the entire pride instantly realized a third force had entered the fight. Yiling also called Akio into battle. Together with Shu Yu, they planned to seal off the battlefield from both the air and the ground, leaving no monster with a chance to escape. Akio agreed, but still grumbled that he kept repeating himself. Below, Shoyu gathered her power and activated blood manipulation. The moment the skill erupted, she became the center of attention as every nearby monster turned to look at her. The Flame Lion leader, a level 25 monster, reacted immediately. Its deafening roar echoed across the entire battlefield. Ignoring every other target, the leader charged straight at Shu Yu with incredible speed. Even with its massive size and higher level, the Flame Lion gained no advantage. Against Shu Yu, it was quickly pushed onto the defensive. Zhu Yu flashed forward and struck the lion in an instant. Even so, its flames managed to scorch one of her arms, leaving a burned patch behind. Seeing Shu Yu injured, Yiling immediately panicked, but moments later, her burned arm regenerated completely thanks to her incredible regeneration talent. While Zhu Yu fought below, Akio calmly circled overhead, deliberately drawing the monster's attention toward herself. Before long, Akio unleashed her power and transformed into a blazing phoenix in the sky. The overwhelming aura immediately filled the monsters below with fear. At Huangwu Academy, news also began spreading that Yiling from Zhukwei Academy had entered a secret realm alone right after enrolling. Many students believed a freshman entering such a dangerous place alone was simply asking to die. Some were even waiting to hear how badly it would end for him. Meanwhile, the subject of all those rumors was still deep inside the secret realm, where Shu Yu continued her fierce battle against the flame lions. Zhu Yu skillfully combined all of her abilities, taking down one monster after another with little difficulty. The longer she fought, the more excited she became, and her confidence only continued to grow. Watching the battle, Yi Ling reminded Feng Qiao that she also needed more fights to reach level 2. If she kept watching, Shuiyu would clear every monster in the area herself. Feng Qiao dismissed the reminder with her usual pride. In her eyes, leveling up was never a real challenge. Elsewhere, Zhang Shengnan told Hua Xiani that Yi Ling had entered a secret realm alone on his very first day, calling the decision far too reckless. Huo Xiani focused on something else entirely. She was amazed that Yi Ling had already become strong enough to enter a secret realm by himself. Back inside the secret realm, Yi Ling did not want to waste any more precious time. Since they had rested long enough, he called Feng Qiao to continue exploring. Feng Qiao immediately complained that she could get tired too, and was not some zombie that could fight forever. Hearing her grumbling, Yi Ling reluctantly agreed to let her rest a little longer. Just then, Shui Yu suddenly froze and called out to Yi Ling, making him immediately ask what she had discovered. Shu Yu pointed toward a nearby location, sensing something very unusual there. Curious, Yi Ling led everyone over to investigate the strange discovery. Before him was a mysterious glowing fruit. He searched his handbook, but could not find any information about it. One look was enough to tell it was extraordinary. The fruit emitted its own light, while countless tiny glowing particles floated around it. But while Yi Ling was still observing it, Zhu Yu suddenly warned that danger was closing in. Almost at the same moment, an enormous serpent slowly emerged from its hiding place, revealing its massive body section by section. Guarding the area was a gigantic monster, the two-headed green python, a level 28 beast. After getting a clear look, Yi Ling immediately recognized it as the two-headed green python. Both heads let out threatening roars. Their huge jaws opened wide, revealing razor-sharp fangs as they locked onto Yi Ling's group as their next prey. Its terrifying presence caught Yi Ling off guard for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure and prepared to see what the monster could do. Yi Ling immediately activated Scarlet Spirit Chains, wrapping the two-headed green python in countless restraints. But the gap in strength was simply too great, and the binding barely held it. Even while completely restrained, the giant serpent struggled violently, shaking the chains with overwhelming force. The two sides remained locked in a fierce struggle for some time, until the two-headed green python finally shattered every Scarlet Spirit Chain, breaking them into fragments before they disappeared. The moment it broke free, the monster lunged straight at Yi Ling and Shu Yu. Realizing neither of them could face such a powerful enemy head-on, Yi Ling immediately changed his plan. With no time to hesitate, he loudly called for Feng Ju and ordered a Ju to come support them at once. As soon as the words left his mouth, a blazing figure shot through the sky like an arrow. A Ju complained that Yi Ling never let her rest, but she still rushed in without hesitation. The instant she entered the battle, a Ju raised a massive wall of flames around the two-headed green python. The terrifying heat forced the monster to retreat in panic. Without stopping, a Ju immediately activated Divine Flame Protection. Seeing such an incredible defensive skill, Yi Ling was stunned. He complained that Feng Ju had kept such a powerful ability hidden until now. A Ju immediately looked annoyed, saying that if he had cut her break short, he should be ready to pay the price. After that, she turned toward the giant serpent and unleashed Hell Karma Flame. Yi Ling quickly reminded her to control her power so she would not accidentally burn the rare fruit nearby. A Jew replied that she knew exactly what she was doing, then complained that Yi Ling kept reminding her over and over. A moment later, the skill erupted in a massive explosion that shook the entire area. The eerie blue flames spread everywhere, engulfing the nearby trees and leaving the battlefield heavily damaged. The two-headed green python took the full force of Hell Karma Flame, and its enormous body was quickly swallowed by a joyous blue fire. The monster writhed in agony as endless roars echoed through the air. After a desperate struggle, its massive body finally collapsed, completely lifeless. Yi Ling immediately praised Feng Ju for the perfect finish. On top of that, the loot meant they would be enjoying snake meat for their next meal. With the Guardian defeated, Yi Ling turned his attention back to the mysterious fruit, eager to learn just how valuable it was. After inspecting it, Yi Ling learned it was a spirit death fruit, a rare treasure formed by absorbing the souls of the dead. A monster that consumed it could devour the soul inside another body and seize control of that body. More importantly, it was an extremely rare evolution material for high-level undead beasts. Realizing he had stumbled upon the legendary spirit death fruit, Yi Ling was overjoyed. With this treasure, Shu Yu finally had the key material needed for her next evolution. This unexpected harvest made the trip into the secret realm feel even more worthwhile. Since the opportunity only came once a month, Yi Ling urged Shu Yu and Feng Ju to make every remaining minute count by hunting as many monsters as possible. The next 3 days became an endless series of battles for Yi Ling and his two companions as they farmed experience and gathered materials for future upgrades. On the very first day, they struggled against a flock of extremely fierce, three-headed birds. On the second day, they faced a cunning troop of four-armed apes that forced them into another exhausting battle. The final day was even more chaotic. Yi Ling ended up being chased everywhere by a pack of clever fire monkeys. While running for his life, he could only shout for a Ju and Shu Yu to rescue him. Their non-stop hunting finally paid off. Zhu Yu reached level 22, while a Ju advanced to level 23. The results were more than worth all their hard work. Yi Ling was extremely satisfied with the outcome. The only downside was that the 3 days had passed much faster than he expected, and it was already time to leave the secret realm. At the place where Yi Ling had first entered, space began to ripple as a teleportation gate slowly appeared. Meanwhile, the staff managing the secret realm reported to the academy head that the dark forest in the level 2 secret realm had been severely damaged by a massive fire and would require a long time to recover. Hearing the report, she immediately frowned, wondering what had happened. The manager continued by explaining that the only person who had entered that secret realm during that time was the freshman Yi Ling. The name immediately caught the academy head's attention. Instead of getting angry, she found Yi Ling even more interesting. She then ordered the Dark Forest secret realm to be temporarily closed, while additional staff repaired the damaged areas. When the staff asked how Yi Ling should be punished, the academy head decided to leave him alone for now because she intended to investigate the matter personally. When Yi Ling finally returned, the girls nearby immediately recognized him. In just a few days, the freshman had become one of the hottest names on campus, and stories about him were spreading across the academia forums. The news that Yi Ling had become the first male freshman to enter a secret realm alone shocked the entire academy. Many girls who had only seen his photos online admitted he looked even better in person. One girl even declared she wanted to ask Yi Ling out, only to have her friend immediately pull her back to reality and tell her to stop daydreaming. Surrounded by countless curious stares, Yi Ling could only sigh to himself. If this was going to happen everywhere he went, he would never get used to it. Just then, the system announced that the secret realm exploration quest was complete. The rewards included Eyes of Truth, 5 spirit power crystals, and 5 experience crystals. Eyes of Truth worked much like spirit vision, allowing Yi Ling to read information about any target he observed. However, it consumed spirit power while active and could not be upgraded. Since the system's normal information was sometimes incomplete, he immediately wanted to test how useful this new ability really was. The first thing Yi Ling tested was a nearby red maple leaf. After spending some spirit power, he learned it was a red maple leaf over 30 years old, infused with special energy that allowed it to stay red all year round. While enjoying his new ability, Yi Ling suddenly noticed a beautiful girl passing by. Out of curiosity, he used Eyes of Truth on her. The information immediately appeared. Her name was Wang Lingyu, 19 years old, level 9, with 600 out of 900 spirit power remaining. She possessed Scarlet Spirit Power level 1, Spirit Shield level 1, and a Blood Dragon Lion Beast at level 9. She was 1.60 meters tall. Even her body measurements appeared, but they were marked as private information, leaving Yi Ling shocked by how detailed the ability was. Realizing Eyes of Truth could reveal some rather sensitive details, Yi Ling felt both amused and embarrassed. However, since each use consumed spirit power, he decided not to abuse it. Across from him, Wang Lingyu only looked confused at his strange expression. Luckily, Hong Shu appeared at that moment. Yi Ling immediately stopped and walked over to greet her. Seeing her student return safely, Hong Shu immediately asked about his experience inside the secret realm. Yi Ling said everything went smoothly. Hong Shu looked around as if waiting for 2 other students, then remembered an important matter. The academy head had decided to let Yi Ling skip first year and directly enter second year. The news was so unexpected that Yi Ling had to confirm it again. He never expected to advance to second year right after enrolling. Hong Shu explained that second-year students would take part in more real combat missions, so Yi Ling needed to prepare enough equipment and materials. She then handed him a payment card. The money inside was the enrollment reward Hong Shu had promised before. She also gave him a contact card for Tianyu Pavilion, the top equipment and material shop in Sacred City, so he could buy whatever he needed there. Hong Xiu herself had to meet the second-year instructors to discuss Yi Ling's mission arrangements, so he had to visit Tianyu Pavilion alone. Yi Ling happily agreed and followed the address on the card to find the shop. The moment he arrived at Tianyu Pavilion, Yi Ling was stunned by its scale. From the outside to the inside, it looked nothing like an ordinary store. Calling it a giant treasure vault would be more accurate. As soon as Yi Ling entered, a beautiful female employee warmly greeted him and politely asked how she could help. He explained that he wanted to sell some materials and asked where transactions were handled. The employee directed him to the second floor, but her expression changed after hearing he was from Zhuqi Academy. According to the employee's knowledge, Zhuqi Academy had always only accepted female students. Hearing a male student claim he belonged there, she assumed Yi Ling was pretending. Since Tianyu Pavilion did not deal with unknown identities, she directly refused to serve him. Yi Ling tried to explain that he really was a student of Zhuqi Academy, but the employee refused to believe him and insisted that he leave. Being wrongly accused made Yi Ling continue explaining himself. The argument went on until a clear female voice suddenly came from behind, asking what was happening. The moment the employee saw who arrived, her attitude instantly changed as she respectfully greeted the young lady. The newcomer was a stunning girl with an elegant presence and an extraordinary identity. She was the young master of Tianyu Pavilion, Shen Mengjiao. Almost immediately, Yi Ling's eyes of truth displayed all her information. Level 35. With 6,000 spirit power at full capacity, she possessed Scarlet Spirit Power Level 2, Spirit Shield Level 2, and Flying Flame Dance. Her spirit beast was the rare Blazing Dragon at Level 25. She was 1.63 meters tall, and even her body details were displayed by the system. Shen Mengjiao recognized Yi Ling at a glance. While the employee reported that she was dealing with someone suspected of faking a Zhuqi Academy identity, Yi Ling confirmed himself and secretly admired the strength of this 20-year-old girl. After understanding the situation, Shmeng Jiao immediately ordered old Jiao to apologize to Yi Ling. The employee was confused about why she needed to apologize. Shen Mengjiao explained that Yi Ling really was a freshman of Zhuqi Academy and was currently the only male student in the entire school. Old Jiao found this impossible to believe because Zhuqi Academy had always only accepted girls. Shen Mengjiao could only remind her to keep up with the latest news. After that, she told old Jiao to give a proper apology and brought Yi Ling to her private office. Realizing she had misunderstood him, old Jiao quickly apologized and hoped Yi Ling would forgive her. Yi Ling did not take it personally and simply explained that he came here today to sell some materials. After that, old Jiao led Yi Ling to meet Shen Mengjiao. Seeing him up close, she even commented that he looked much more impressive in person than in the images spreading around. Shen Mengjiao introduced herself and revealed that she was also a student of Zhuqi Academy, except she was already a third-year student. Yi Ling politely called her Miss Shen, but Mengjiao felt it sounded too distant and told him to just call her by name. After a brief introduction, she moved to the main topic and asked Yi Ling to take out all the materials he wanted to sell. Since Tianyu Pavilion belonged to her family, she promised he would not receive an unfair price. Hearing that, Yi Ling stopped being polite and immediately asked her to evaluate all the loot he had brought. From his spatial ring, he took out piles of materials that covered the entire table, all collected from his hunt inside the Level 2 secret realm. Seeing the huge amount of high-quality items, Shen Mengjiao was shocked. Only then did she confirm that the rumors about Yi Ling entering the secret realm alone were completely true. Among the mountain of loot, a glowing green jade stone immediately caught Mengjiao's attention. She quickly recognized it as Green Jade Beast Stone, an item she had been searching for because her plant-type spirit beast needed it as an evolution material. Yi Ling did not have a plant-type spirit beast, so the item was almost useless to him. Seeing that Mengjiao needed it, he simply gave it to her, making her extremely grateful. Shen Mengjiao immediately ordered old Jiao to calculate the total value of the Green Jade Beast Stone and the other materials. She specifically told him to give Yi Ling the best possible alliance point exchange rate. Old Jiao accepted the order. Yi Ling then mentioned that he wanted to buy some basic equipment and low-level materials. Mengjiao agreed immediately and even offered him a special discount at Tianyu Pavilion. After the deal was finished, outside Tianyu Pavilion, Mengjiao told Yi Ling that his purchased items would be delivered directly to him. She also warmly invited him to visit the store any time. Yi Ling thanked her and prepared to return to the academy, casually calling her senior sister. Mengjiao smiled and reminded him again that she had a name, so there was no need to be so formal. After Yi Ling left, old Jiao curiously asked the young lady something. As far as she knew, Meng Jiao had never treated any customer this warmly, so he wondered if she had taken an interest in Yi Ling. Shen Meng Jiao immediately stopped the conversation, telling old Jiao to stop overthinking and spend his time keeping up with news instead of gossiping about others. Not long after, Zhuquei Academy was shaken by another piece of news. Yi Ling had officially been promoted to study with the second-year students. The news that Yi Ling was moving directly to the second-year class caused chaos among the female students. Some regretted losing the academy's only male student, while others complained that their only male classmate was leaving so soon. Some girls even felt heartbroken before they had a chance to confess. While the academy was buzzing with discussion, Yi Ling calmly made his way back. His material sale had earned him a total of 450,000 alliance points. However, a large portion had already been spent because equipment upgrades and necessary materials cost him 170,000 points. While walking normally, Yi Ling was suddenly blocked by a girl with a cold expression. The girl immediately confirmed his identity. Yi Ling admitted he was the person she was looking for and asked what she wanted. Unexpectedly, Wu Qiying did not explain anything. The moment she confirmed his identity, she rushed forward and attacked Yi Ling. Caught off guard, Yi Ling quickly dodged the attack while demanding to know who this strange girl was, because he had no memory of ever meeting her. Wu Qiying still refused to reveal her identity. Instead, she gave him one condition. If he wanted answers, he first had to defeat her. Faced with someone who appeared out of nowhere and immediately demanded a fight, Yi Ling was completely confused. He still had things to handle and did not want to waste time on a meaningless battle. Instead of continuing to argue with the strange girl, Yi Ling simply turned around and walked away. His decisive attitude left Wu Qiying furious. She could only watch him leave and secretly remember his name, swearing that next time they met, she would not let him off so easily. After escaping the strange encounter, Yi Ling quickly rushed to the place where he had arranged to meet Hong Xiao. Seeing him arrive out of breath, Hong Shu immediately asked what had made him rush over so urgently. Yi Ling caught his breath and apologized for being late. He explained that he had encountered a very strange person on the way, causing an unexpected delay. Hong Shu only laughed and told him to get used to becoming the center of attention. After all, Yi Ling was currently the only male student in the entire academy. She then informed him that his transfer to second year was complete and prepared to introduce him to his new homeroom teacher. Just then, another female instructor with stunning looks and a charming presence approached them. Upon seeing Hong Shu, she complained that her friend had returned without even coming to visit her, asking if she was really that busy. Hong Shu explained that she had only just finished a mission near this area. The newcomer was Li Xingyu, a level 37 instructor of the academy, who continued complaining that Hong Shu never asked how she was doing. After a short conversation, Hong Shu introduced both sides. She told Yi Ling that Li Xingyue would be the new homeroom teacher for the second-year class and would personally guide him. Then she introduced Yi Ling as the student she had mentioned before, the only male student in Zhuquei Academy, officially leaving him in Xingyue's care. Standing before his new teacher, Yi Ling politely greeted her and hoped to receive her guidance in the future. Li Xingyu carefully examined him, clearly interested that the person in front of her was the famous Yi Ling. After observing him for a while, she smiled and said Yi Ling really did look impressive. No wonder the female students across the academy kept talking about him. But seeing him act a little shy, Xingyu teased that with such courage, how would he survive studying under her? Hong Shu immediately stopped Xingyu from teasing her student any further and said she still had work to handle, so she had to leave first. Xingyu happily agreed and told her to go take care of her duties. With only teacher and student remaining, Li Xingyu laughed when she saw Yi Ling still looking nervous, then brought him to meet his new classmates. At the same time, inside a second-year classroom of Zhuquei Academy, the news about the new student had already become the center of discussion. After learning that the only male student in the academy would be transferred directly into their class, many people immediately questioned it. Second-year class placement was decided by exam rankings, yet Yi Ling had been promoted right after enrolling. No matter how talented he was, they thought this situation was too unusual, especially since Xiaoxiu currently held first place in the entire grade. Just as the argument became louder, Li Xingyu entered the classroom and told everyone to stop. The person they were discussing had already been brought there by her. A beautiful female student with an outstanding presence immediately recognized Yi Ling and warmly welcomed him to the class. Seeing this, Li Xingyue no longer needed to spend much time introducing him. Xing Yu reminded the class that Yi Ling was younger than them, so everyone should support him. She then explained the second-year rules. Class guest positions and rankings were determined through actual combat assessments with battle performance as the main standard. Finally, she introduced the girl who had spoken earlier, Zhao Siyu, the current #1 student in second year. Zhao Siyu greeted Ye Ling warmly and told him that she was currently ranked first in the second-year class. Seeing how friendly everyone was, Ye Ling felt something was unusual. He quietly wondered if his senior classmates were being a little too enthusiastic toward him. Right after that, Eyes of Truth revealed Zhao Sishu's full information. She was 19 years old, level 28, with 4,000 spirit power, possessing Scarlet Spirit Power level 2, and incredible speed abilities. Her two spirit beasts were the rare Swift Wind Dragon at level 28 and the rare Golden Ape at level 25. She was 1.71 meters tall. Just her level 28 cultivation and two rare spirit beasts were enough for Yi Ling to understand why she was the strongest student in the grade. After understanding the ranking system, Yi Ling immediately asked a question that caught everyone's attention. If rankings were decided by combat ability, then defeating Zhao Siyu would mean he could take first place, right? Li Xingyu laughed at her new student's huge ambition, but reminded him that Siyu was not an easy opponent. Knowing Yi Ling truly wanted to challenge her, Xingyu asked Siyu to explain the second-year rules, while she went to report the completed mission to the academy head. Zhao Siyu then explained the requirement. To directly challenge her, Yi Ling first had to enter the top 10 of the entire grade. Since he currently had no ranking at all, he naturally had no right to fight the top student. Hearing this, Yi Ling scratched his head and felt the ranking system was more complicated than expected. But at that moment, a cold voice from afar claimed it was actually very simple, as long as he had enough strength to defeat her. The person who spoke immediately gave him a harsh challenge. If Yi Ling won, she would willingly give him her third-place position. But if he lost, he had to leave the Zhu Kui class. The challenger was none other than Wu Chuying, the current third-ranked student in second year. The moment Yi Ling saw her, he recognized the girl who had blocked his path and challenged him earlier. Zhao Siyu confirmed Wu Chuying's identity and ranking. Wu Chuying only smirked provocatively and asked if the boy in front of her had the courage to accept the challenge. The unfair conditions immediately caused the surrounding girls to protest, in their opinion, using Yi Ling's place in the class as the price for fighting the third-ranked student was completely unreasonable, so they all advised him not to accept. But Yi Ling showed no fear. Facing the challenge, he only smiled confidently and accepted the battle. Seeing how quickly he agreed, Wu Chuying smiled coldly. She seemed quite satisfied with the young man's confidence. Without wasting words, Wu Chuying immediately summoned Lei Bao. Purple lightning erupted behind her, releasing a powerful pressure across the area. The spectators instantly understood that Wu Chuying was not testing him. She planned to use her full strength from the very beginning. Amid the raging electricity, a massive spirit beast slowly appeared, its entire body covered in countless lightning bolts. This fierce monster was the Thunderstorm Bear, a level 27 spirit beast. Many students were seeing the Thunderstorm Bear for the first time and were immediately overwhelmed by its aura. But it was not surprising, since its owner was the third-ranked student in second year. At the same time, Eyes of Truth displayed Wu Chuying's information to Yi Ling. She was 19 years old, level 27, with 3,500 spirit power, possessing Scarlet Spirit Power level 2, Spirit Shield level 2, and Lightning Fist Illusion. Her spirit beast was the rare Thunderstorm Bear at level 27. Wu Chuying was 1.68 meters tall, while her body measurements had not been updated. After seeing her abilities, Yi Ling no longer treated this as an easy battle. A level 27 spirit beast, combined with Lightning Fist Illusion, would definitely make Wu Chuying a difficult opponent. Since his opponent had already summoned her spirit beast, Yi Ling had no reason to hold back. He immediately called Zhu Yu into battle. Following her master's command, Zhu Yu appeared once again, carrying her charming aura and stunning appearance that easily attracted everyone's attention. Just as expected, all the female students instantly focused on Zhu Yu. Some were fascinated by her beauty, while others admired Yi Ling and secretly envied him for having such a beautiful spirit beast. Some even started wondering how amazing her outfit would look if they wore something similar. With just one summon, Yi Ling proved that the new student was far from ordinary. Seeing Yi Ling only summon Zhu Yu, Wu Chuying immediately looked down on him. She thought he was too arrogant to fight her Thunderstorm Bear with only a humanoid spirit beast. Yi Ling did not bother arguing. He simply told his senior not to worry and to start the battle if she had the ability. Provoked by his attitude, Wu Chuying immediately ordered Lei Bao to charge forward and defeat Shueyu completely. Yi Ling took a much calmer approach. He let Shu Yu judge the situation herself and fight freely, only telling her not to hold back. Shu Yu immediately accepted the order. The next moment, Zhu Yu and the thunderstorm bear rushed toward each other, officially beginning their fierce clash. Their powers collided directly in the center of the training ground, creating a huge explosion that sent dust covering the entire area. When the dust finally cleared, both Shu Yu and the thunderstorm bear were still standing, showing almost no injuries from their first exchange. The result surprised Yi Ling slightly. The thunderstorm bear's durability was far beyond his expectations, with an extremely strong defense. Wu Qiying only laughed. In her eyes, what just happened was merely the beginning. Not wanting to waste time testing anymore, she immediately ordered the thunderstorm bear to activate thunder armor. The moment it received the command, a massive bolt of lightning formed above the battlefield. The terrifying lightning struck directly onto the thunderstorm bear, shocking everyone watching with its overwhelming power. Unlike the others, Yi Ling and Shu Yu remained calm. They did not rush to act and continued observing the opponent's changes. After the skill finished, the thunderstorm bear was covered in armor made from purple lightning. Electric arcs constantly danced across its body, making its aura even more ferocious. This was not just a defensive barrier. Thunder armor greatly increased its defense, while also causing anyone who touched the thunderstorm bear directly to suffer additional electric damage. The surrounding students immediately started discussing. The thunderstorm bear was already focused on raw power, and now, with lightning enhancement, every attack would become even harder to withstand. Everyone began worrying that Zhu Yu could not handle this state, but at that moment, she suddenly accelerated and rushed straight toward the thunderstorm bear to seize the initiative. Shu Yu's superior speed and agility left the giant bear unable to react, completely unable to follow her movements. Even more shocking was what happened next. Despite the huge difference in size, Zhu Yu used overwhelming strength to throw the thunderstorm bear onto the ground. However, Shui Yu also paid a price for that attack. After touching thunder armor directly, the electricity surged into her body, leaving both arms injured and burned. Seeing this, many thought Blood Yu had fallen into danger. With both arms badly injured, his ability to keep fighting seemed heavily affected. But seconds later, Blood Us' body began to change, and the wounds started healing at an unbelievable speed. The burned skin on his arms quickly returned to normal, as if the lightning strike never happened. Wu Quan immediately recognized the super regeneration ability. Yi Ling only smiled, as Blood Us' terrifying recovery was finally revealed. At this moment, Wu Quan had to admit she underestimated Yi Ling. She gritted her teeth and decided to stop holding back. Right after that, Wu Quan summoned her second spirit beast. Azure Illusion was brought into battle. As soon as it appeared, the creature changed its skin color to match the surroundings. In seconds, its body blended in completely and vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Thunderstorm Bear was still being suppressed by Blood Yu. The students slowly realized Yi Ling's spirit beast was far stronger than they imagined. The most terrifying part was that Blood Yu kept attacking without slowing down, like a battle machine that never ran out of energy. Everyone began to wonder if Wu Quan could actually lose to Yi Ling. Just as the battle attracted everyone's attention, someone suddenly sensed another spirit beast secretly approaching. Shen Mengjiao narrowed her eyes and recognized it as Illusion Lizard. Seeing Wu Quan already had the advantage and still used another spirit beast for a sneak attack, she felt Yi Ling was in a dangerous situation. What worried Shen Mengjiao even more was that Illusion Lizard had silently moved extremely close to Yi Ling. Seeing the perfect chance, Wu Quan immediately ordered Illusion Lizard to launch a finishing attack on Yi Ling. She even shouted fiercely, ordering her spirit beast to crush his head without mercy. But when the attack seemed certain to hit, the situation suddenly changed. Yi Ling suddenly stepped back at incredible speed, narrowly avoiding the deadly strike. Instead of panicking, he calmly looked at the attacker, because he had already been waiting for it. Wu Quan was completely stunned. She could not understand how Yi Ling discovered Illusion Lizard when its camouflage was nearly perfect. While Wu Quan was shocked, Yi Ling felt relieved that his truth eye was still active. This ability prevented the hidden enemy from escaping his sight. The hidden threat was exposed, and Yi Ling immediately moved to his next step by summoning Akyu. He gave her the task of ending the battle and told Akyu to stop hiding her power and unleash everything. The moment Akyu appeared, she attacked immediately. Before Illusion Lizard could react, she fired a massive fireball straight at it. Realizing how dangerous Akyu's attack was, Wu Quan panicked and ordered Illusion Lizard to retreat. Unfortunately, it was already too late. The fireball exploded where Illusion Lizard stood, turning the entire area into a sea of flames. Even worse, Akio controlled a strange blue hellfire. Chased by the flames, Illusion Lizard could no longer fight and desperately searched for a way to escape. Seeing the unusual color and power of the flames, Zhao Siyu seemed to discover Akio's true identity. She immediately recognized it as Infernal Karma Flame, a terrifying fire with enough destructive power to burn everything it touched. Understanding its danger, Siyu quickly warned everyone to move away because this was no ordinary fire. In the sky, Akio casually flew around as if she was not using her full strength, while endless attacks kept forcing the enemy into a helpless state. Under such overwhelming pressure, both Thunderstorm Bear and Illusion Lizard could not resist. The two spirit beasts could only dodge desperately and flee from Akio's flames. Watching her spirit beasts being crushed by Infernal Karma Flame, Wu Quan finally understood how terrifying Yi Ling's new summon truly was. The overwhelming power before her left Wu Quan speechless, with only fear remaining in her mind. The students watching the battle also dared not stay nearby and quickly moved away to avoid being caught in the fight. Even Hong Shu was shocked by Akio and suspected she was the legendary Phoenix. She asked the person beside her if they already knew, but they denied it, saying this was their first time seeing it too. Seeing Akio become more excited the longer she fought, Ye Ling quickly told her to stop and reduce her power. He only wanted her to end the battle, not kill the opponent. Akio became slightly unhappy and blamed her master for not explaining that earlier. Even so, she obediently withdrew the Infernal Karma Flame. Wu Quan's face turned pale, and she immediately admitted defeat, no longer wanting to continue fighting. Wu Quan also kept her promise. From today onward, Yi Ling officially became the third-ranked student of Year 2 at Zook Academy, and all related resources would be transferred to him later. Yi Ling's overwhelming victory over Wu Quan instantly boosted his reputation. The students were shocked by Akia's terrifying power and began seeing him as the Academy's new idol. Reaching third place shortly after entering Year 2 was a rise that left everyone impressed. At that moment, the system confirmed Yi Ling had obtained third place in Year 2 and rewarded him with a mysterious item. Seeing the word mysterious again, Yi Ling immediately became curious about what special item the system would give him this time. After the battle, the female students became even more enthusiastic. They quickly surrounded Yi Ling, asking how he gained such incredible power. Some wanted to know his secret to increasing strength, while others tried to get his contact information. To them, the Academy's precious gem title truly suited Yi Ling. While Yi Ling was surrounded by female students, Hong Shu also appeared. She called him aside because she had something private to discuss. Yi Ling immediately agreed and walked over to her. What interested Hong Shu the most was Akio. She asked when Yi Ling obtained a Phoenix Divine Bird, and he only replied that it happened recently. Without asking further, Hong Shu moved to the main topic. Li Xingyue had just received a new mission, and Yi Ling needed to pack his things and leave immediately. Although surprised by the sudden mission, he agreed and returned to his dorm to prepare. Back in his private dorm, Yi Ling began checking the reward he had received. This time, the item was refined Phoenix Essence Blood, a crystal containing part of the Phoenix Divine Bird's power. Carrying it could maintain warmth and keep the mind clear. More importantly, activating it could summon a rank 9 level 10 Phoenix with some unlocked skills. Each summon lasted 5 minutes and could be used 3 times before the essence completely disappeared. Knowing this item could summon a rank 9 level 10 existence, Yi Ling was shocked by its power. Unfortunately, it was only a trump card for special situations because it had only 3 uses. Soon after, Yi Ling received the alliance points transferred from Wu Quan. Seeing that she kept her promise, he decided he should find a chance to resolve their misunderstanding in the future. Since it was getting late, Yi Ling finished preparing and got ready to leave. Right after stepping outside, Yi Ling met someone familiar. He greeted her immediately, surprised that they met again so soon. Zhao Siyu smiled and said Yi Ling's performance today had brought everyone a huge surprise. Then she corrected herself, saying surprise was too mild. He had truly shocked everyone. Seeing Zhao Siyu, Yi Ling remembered their challenge. He asked if reaching third place meant he could now fight the toe-pranked student. Siyu nodded, but when Yi Ling asked if she was ready to accept the challenge, she became awkward and tried to postpone the matter. Just then, everyone gathered for the mission. After checking attendance, Li Xingyue confirmed all members were present. Before departure, she looked at Yi Ling and mentioned that he had just earned third place in Year 2. Yi Ling simply said he was lucky to defeat Wu Quan and take third place. Hearing this humble answer, Li Xingyue could not help teasing him for being too modest. The joking quickly ended as Xingyu returned to the mission. Their destination was the area around Black Rock City, and the situation there was extremely urgent. According to the information received, a large number of low-level monsters suddenly gathered around Black Rock City, showing signs of forming a massive beast tide. To stop the threat from spreading, the city urgently requested Federation support. Jingyu explained that normal low-level beast tides rarely contained high-level monsters. She would also join them to ensure the students' safety. If there were no more questions, the team would depart immediately. No one had anything else to ask. After confirming they were ready, the group immediately headed toward Black Rock City. The distance to their destination was not far, so they were expected to arrive in a short time. On the way, Li Xingyu drove while handing everyone the mission files. They contained information about the monsters around Black Rock City and the specific objectives the team needed to complete. After receiving the files, Yi Ling and the others immediately studied them carefully. From the images and information, he noticed most targets belonged to the undead monster category. Soon after approaching Black Rock City, the team began seeing groups of monsters appearing around the city. They had not noticed the approaching vehicle yet and were only crazily destroying everything in their path, turning the area into chaos. Zhao Siyu quickly sensed something was wrong. The mission said this was only a low-level beast tide, but the number of monsters was unusually large, and she even found several higher-ranked creatures. This made her suspect the original data was wrong, or a new change had happened in Black Rock City. Jingyu decided not to waste time guessing. They would enter the city first and investigate later. She immediately told everyone to hold on tight because the vehicle was about to accelerate. After the students secured their positions, Li Xingyu stepped hard on the accelerator and did not intend to avoid the monsters ahead. The vehicle instantly accelerated and charged into the monster swarm like an arrow released from a bow. The monsters quickly reacted. A huge humanoid creature holding a giant blade roared and rushed forward to block the vehicle. Seeing the incoming attack, everyone immediately warned each other to prepare. Yi Ling reacted quickly and created a spirit force shield around the vehicle, protecting everyone inside. Jingyu had no intention of slowing down. She told everyone to hold tight, then activated energy pulse to force open a path. A layer of energy instantly covered the vehicle, giving it even more power as it charged forward. Thanks to this, the team directly broke through the monster formation and forced open a path through the dense swarm. While Yi Ling's group was entering Black Rock City, a mysterious figure appeared on a nearby mountain. The figure wore a black cloak and watched the city from above while muttering strange words, as if summoning his undead knights to arrive quickly. To the cloaked man, the people arriving here were nothing more than perfect sacrifices that had walked into his trap. He was only waiting for the blood moon to appear. At that time, all lives inside Black Rock City would become offerings for his plan. Meanwhile, after forcefully breaking through the monster swarm, Li Xingyu finally brought Yi Ling and the students safely through the siege and into Black Rock City. After meeting the person in charge, the academy immediately asked the city lord what disaster Black Rock was facing and demanded a clear explanation. The city lord first apologized for dragging the academy elites into danger, then seriously warned that the situation had become much worse. According to his information, the number of monsters surrounding Black Rock City was still increasing. The most worrying thing was that a Death Knight had appeared among the undead army. Just the name Death Knight made everyone change their expressions. No one expected a mission rated as low-level monster cleanup to develop into a battle against such a dangerous existence. While everyone was still unsure how to respond, a cold but decisive voice sounded. Instead of waiting inside the city for danger to arrive, the person suggested attacking first. The person who gave this bold plan was Li Xingyu. Seeing her appear, the city lord immediately became excited, as if reliable reinforcements had arrived, and quickly welcomed Xingyu. However, Xingyu skipped the greetings and went straight to the point. The number of monsters outside the city was still rising rapidly. If they kept defending and waited for reinforcements, even if help arrived in time, Black Rock City might already suffer heavy losses. Therefore, Li Xingyu's plan was simple. Instead of letting the enemy continue gathering strength, Black Rock City had to seize the initiative and attack first. City Lord Luo considered the plan and agreed with Xingyu. To break the current siege, Black Rock had to deploy even its heavy weapons, and his eyes became extremely determined. Seeing the combat equipment being prepared, Zhao Siyu quietly commented that Black Rock City did not seem to be a wealthy or prosperous city. While waiting, everyone started wondering why Li Xingyu had been gone for so long after meeting the city lord. At that moment, urgent shouts from nearby reached Yi Ling and the others, drawing their attention toward the soldiers busy preparing. The weapon being transported was the spirit energy cannon. It possessed incredible firepower, but each use consumed a large amount of dark crystals. Just seeing the army prepare this seriously was enough to show the upcoming battle would not be easy. Realizing most activity was happening near the city walls, the group decided to head there and see the real situation. No one objected, so everyone immediately moved toward the outer defense line of the city. When they arrived, the scene before them was extremely tense. Countless monsters crowded together into a dark sea beneath the city walls. The Black Rock defenders had already deployed numerous heavy spirit energy cannons along the walls. Cannon fire continuously rained down on the monster formation, with violent explosions tearing through the endless swarm charging forward. The soldiers above were also working at full speed, constantly supplying ammunition to stop the monsters from reaching the walls. Li Xingyu appeared and said they arrived at the perfect time. Soon, the city gate barrier would be opened. Once that happened, they would follow the army outside and clear the monster swarm. However, Xingyu specially warned everyone about the Death Knight hiding among the beast tide. Hearing that name, Zhao Siyu immediately became tense, because even the weakest Death Knight had to be at least rank 6. Li Xingyu also had her own mission and could not stay beside the students all the time. She told everyone to protect themselves on the chaotic battlefield, and the group seriously agreed. Siyu then reminded Yi Ling that his luck was truly terrible, encountering a Death Knight on his very first mission. She warned him not to recklessly rush to the front line. At that moment, the system gave Yi Ling a time-limited mission: participate in the siege of Black Rock City. The more monsters he killed, the greater the rewards. After the beast tide was completely repelled, the system would calculate his performance and give the final reward. Yi Ling smiled secretly, because the system always chose the perfect timing. While everyone prepared for battle, some people on the wall recognized Yi Ling and became excited when they saw the only male student from Zuki Academy appear here. Yi Ling was still focused on the system notification and became distracted. Siyu had to shake him several times before he recovered and asked what she had said. Siyu reminded him again to stay alive and joked that he should not die on the battlefield and force her to collect his body. Yi Ling could only scratch his head, saying this kind of warning made him even more uneasy. At the same time, City Lord Luo officially appeared on the main wall of Black Rock City, standing before the entire army with a powerful presence. He looked at the soldiers, preparing for battle, and began speaking. He declared that the decisive moment had arrived, and everyone must rise together to protect Black Rock from the monsters outside. Yi Ling used Truth Eye to inspect the city lord. Luku Guanshan was 45 years old, rank 5 level 7, with current spirit power at 91,592,000. He possessed Spirit Force Chains rank 5, Spirit Force Shield rank 6 Overlord Body, and Spirit Brave Wings. His spirit beasts included the rare rank 5 level 7 Glorious War Lion, common rank 10 level 6 Azure Flame Bird, common rank 5 level 6 Shadow Chimera, common rank 4 level 6 Nightmare, and rare rank 4 level 6 Frost Crystal Turtle. Luo Guanshan was 1.83 meters tall. Looking at the massive amount of information, Yi Ling was amazed. As expected, someone who could become the lord of a major city was definitely not ordinary. On the city wall, Luo Guanshan raised his weapon and called on the army to use their strength and make the monsters outside fear them. His speech instantly boosted the army's morale. The battle cries echoed across the battlefield, and even Yi Ling admitted Luo was excellent at inspiring soldiers. When the monsters reached the city walls, Luo Guanshan immediately ordered the gates to open and commanded the army to charge out and wipe them away. The massive gates slowly opened with heavy mechanical sounds. Above them, the spirit energy cannons continued firing to suppress the monsters and support the troops preparing to attack. As soon as the exit was completely clear, the command to attack was given. The defenders of Black Rock rushed out and officially entered the battle. The monsters outside also refused to stay still. The moment the gates opened, they crazily rushed toward the opening, trying to break through the defense. Facing the incoming wave, Black Rock soldiers summoned their spirit beasts one after another, and the entire force entered battle readiness. Before the two sides collided, everyone was reminded to maintain formation and cooperate closely. Those lacking combat experience were forbidden from rushing to the front. The order quickly spread. Warriors with powerful skills and strong combat ability would provide support, protect teammates, and maximize the team's effectiveness on the battlefield. Seeing the battlefield become increasingly chaotic, Yi Ling immediately summoned Blood Yu and told her to stay close and never move too far away. Blood Yu obediently followed her master's command. While the battlefield below was filled with earth-shaking battles, the undead knight calmly stood on a high cliff. From that position, he overlooked the entire battlefield, with a cold and unsettling smile appearing on his face. He viewed everyone before him as sacrifices that had walked into his trap, then immediately summoned his forces. Following the undead knight's command, giant spiders began appearing one after another on the battlefield. The ground kept shaking as massive bodies crawled out from below, with countless long, hairy legs making their appearance even more terrifying. The undead knight did not hesitate and directly ordered the spider army to charge and destroy everyone. In his eyes, those people would soon become food for the spiders, swallowed like leaves eaten by silkworms. Chu Siyu also refused to stand by and quickly summoned her spirit beasts to join the battle. Just then, a huge and bizarre creature suddenly appeared in front of their formation. It jumped high into the air and crashed straight towards Siyu. Sensing the danger, Yi Ling immediately ordered Blood Yu to deal with the attacker. In an instant, Blood Yu vanished from her original position and appeared behind the monster at incredible speed. The ambush ended in a single move. Before the creature could even make a sound, it was already defeated. After escaping danger, Chu Siyu gratefully thanked him. Before they could relax, everyone noticed something extremely unusual ahead. The area was filled with countless giant spider nests. Their terrifying number made everyone realize this battle would not be easy. After locking onto their targets, the spider army immediately accelerated and rushed toward their prey. The massive bodies and horrifying appearances created overwhelming pressure, forcing the soldiers to retreat and reorganize. At that moment, a spider noticed a target moving rather slowly ahead. It quickly approached, raising its sharp furry leg and preparing to pierce the prey. Seeing this, Siyu immediately shouted for the person to escape the danger zone. But just before the attack landed, an unknown force suddenly struck the spider and knocked it to the ground. Recognizing the person who helped, Siyu was relieved that Teacher Li arrived at the critical moment. Li Xingyu immediately warned everyone that these spiders had extremely corrosive attacks, and even one mistake could cost them dearly. Before she finished speaking, the number of spiders around them continued increasing, with new waves flooding onto the battlefield. With the giant spiders supporting them, the other monsters also took the chance to launch a stronger assault. The monster army completely went out of control, charging at humans and causing casualties everywhere. Just as the battle became more intense, a mighty giant lion-like spirit beast suddenly appeared. The lion roared and charged directly into the spider swarm before using War Lion Roar. Its thunderous sound transformed into terrifying power, blasting the spiders away. Witnessing this strength, even Yi Ling was shocked, because this lion spirit beast was clearly far beyond ordinary. Its owner was City Lord Luo. Riding on its back, he fearlessly charged toward the area with the highest monster concentration. City Lord Luo immediately ordered a full assault, telling the army not to retreat and to eliminate every monster in front of them. The City Lord's determination quickly spread to the soldiers fighting on the battlefield. Their morale was instantly restored, and they began organizing a fierce counterattack. The soldiers quickly formed battle formations, positioned the spirit energy cannons, and continuously fired at the monster army. However, enemies continued appearing wave after wave. The monsters arriving later could even be stronger than the previous ones, so everyone had to remain extremely alert. Watching the situation, Yi Ling understood it was time to use another trump card, and the first name that came to his mind was Phoenix Ju. Without hesitation, Yi Ling placed his trust in her and summoned his Phoenix Spirit Beast onto the battlefield. A pair of massive wings spread across the sky, revealing a burning phoenix surrounded by flames and overwhelming majesty. Everyone below was stunned by its beauty and power, though some jealous people claimed that a beautiful appearance did not guarantee strong combat ability. Phoenix Ju calmly flew through the sky, her blazing flames surrounding her body and making her the center of the battlefield. The people below began guessing the identity of this spirit beast, and some even suspected it was the legendary Phoenix Divine Bird. As the rumor spread, everyone became even more shocked, because how could an ordinary student possess an existence like the Phoenix Divine Bird? Even City Lord Luo was shaken by the scene before him. He never expected a young man like Ye Ling could form a contract with a Phoenix Divine Bird. The new generation was truly beyond imagination. Yi Ling immediately told Phoenix Ju to show the entire battlefield her true strength. Phoenix Ju happily accepted and looked down at the monsters, as if preparing an unforgettable performance. Soon after, flames gathered in the sky and rapidly condensed into countless massive fireballs. They then rained down on the monster army below like a devastating storm of flames. On the high cliff, the Death Knight calmly watched the battlefield, a cold smile appearing on his face. To him, the resistance below was nothing more than a final struggle. Soon after, the Death Knight's eyes turned blood red, signaling the activation of his Death Spirit Enhancement skill. A brutal roar echoed through the battlefield as dark energy surged out from his body, looking like a river of black lava. The evil power quickly covered the battlefield and entered every monster. They immediately went mad with hunger, craving only to tear apart and devour every life in sight. After receiving the enhancement, the monsters completely lost their fear. Even under human attacks, they crazily charged into the defensive formation. All reason seemed to disappear from them, leaving only the killing instinct driving the entire swarm towards soldiers and civilians. The battlefield instantly became a bloody massacre. In just moments, countless people lost their lives, staining the area with terrifying red. Li Xingyue quickly understood the problem. The Death Knight had strengthened the monster army, greatly increasing both their speed and attack power. Facing the crisis, City Lord Luo decisively stabbed his blade into the ground and summoned one of his strongest forces, Frost Crystal Turtle. The ground where the blade pierced immediately trembled, and a massive figure slowly emerged from beneath the earth. Soon, Frost Crystal Turtle fully appeared. Its huge body and shell, as cold as ancient ice, created terrifying pressure over the monster army. The moment City Lord Lua summoned it onto the battlefield, Frost Crystal Turtle immediately unleashed its wide Daria skill, Frost Field. A freezing aura spread in every direction, and the bone-chilling cold quickly covered almost the entire battlefield. The monsters charging forward like mad were instantly affected. Their bodies began freezing, and their movement speed dropped significantly. Seeing the enemies slowed down, everyone was amazed by Frost Crystal Turtle's powerful control ability. Taking advantage of the freezing effect, the Black Rock Army regained their momentum and pushed forward, launching a counterattack. The spirit energy cannons fired once again, with countless shots raining down on the slowed monsters. While the ground battle became intense, Ye Ling sat on Akius back in the sky, watching the entire battlefield from above. Seeing the perfect moment, Ye Ling told Akyu to show the enemy her true power. Akyu agreed but warned that she would not hold back this time. Soon after, Akyu transformed into the Blazing Phoenix once again and began gathering power for Infernal Karma Flame. Yi Ling ordered her to unleash Infernal Karma Flame onto the battlefield, but he still reminded Akyu to control her strength and avoid putting herself in danger. Akyu remained completely confident because she already understood how to control this terrifying flame. Then the sea of Infernal Karma Flame descended upon the monster army. The strange blue flames spread violently, turning the entire area into a terrifying inferno. The overwhelming power left everyone speechless. No one doubted the legend of the Phoenix Divine Bird anymore, because Akia's strength far exceeded their imagination. Even City Lord Luo became serious when facing Akia's destructive power, gaining a deeper understanding of how terrifying the Phoenix Divine Bird truly was. For the monster army, the situation was completely different. They could only struggle inside the flames, their painful screams echoing, before their bodies were burned into ashes by Infernal Karma Flame. Only now did the Death Knight truly notice the threat named Akyu. The scene before him left him completely stunned. Feeling Akia's power, he immediately realized she was the Phoenix Divine Bird. What shocked him even more was that such an existence had formed contract with a human. The Death Knight could barely believe what he was seeing and kept denying the truth before him. His anger erupted into a sharp scream, and he immediately left his skeletal warhorse. He stepped into the monsters, trapped in the flames, raised his head toward the sky, and begged his supreme master to grant him more power. As his prayer echoed, a massive black vortex appeared in the night sky. From deep within, a terrifying evil aura began descending toward the Death Knight. In exchange for this power, he declared that he would use every life here as sacrifices for his master. The strange phenomenon in the sky caused everyone to panic. No one knew what terrifying existence the Death Knight was about to summon. At this moment, a frightening possibility appeared. The Death Knight might only be a pawn, and someone else was controlling everything from behind the scenes. Just then, a massive demonic face slowly appeared at the center of the black vortex. Countless monster souls circled around it, releasing horrifying screams. Seeing the revealed existence, everyone immediately thought of a legendary name, Yu Yao Wang. The moment Yu Yao Wang appeared, it unleashed destructive power on Black Rock City's army, while the monsters below launched a fierce assault. The terrifying pressure made some soldiers lose hope, believing they would die here. Luckily, their comrades quickly snapped them back to reality. Everyone encouraged each other to hold on because Lord La was still fighting with all his strength, and many powerful spirit masters remained by their side. As long as they had not lost, they had no reason to give up. Realizing the true danger behind Death Knight, Lord La knew the battle could not drag on any longer, or that terrifying existence would make things worse. So he handed the students to Xing Yue for protection and decided to deal with Death Knight himself. Xing Shu saw that going alone was too dangerous, so she decided to join Lord La in battle. After saying that, she immediately summoned her spirit pet Blazing Fire Yan. Before leaving, Xing Yue told Ye Ling and Chu Siyu to protect themselves while she helped Lord La fight Death Knight. The two immediately agreed, telling her not to worry because they knew how to handle the current situation. Without wasting more time, Lord La and Xing Yue quickly headed toward their target. Lord La took the lead, charging straight through the battlefield to approach Death Knight. As soon as he entered attack range, he leaped into the air and slashed down with his blade, determined to send him to hell. However, Death Knight's strength was clearly extraordinary. He blocked Lord La's attack with one hand and mocked him for overestimating himself. At that moment, Yu Yao Wang suddenly appeared behind Lord La, coldly declaring that humans here had no right to oppose them. Xing Yue immediately rushed to support him and ordered Blazing Fire Yan to use Flame Wave to protect Lord La. Layers of fierce flames surged like giant waves, quickly sealing off the area around Death Knight. Trapped inside the sea of fire, Death Knight showed no fear and instead let out a crazed laugh. While the main forces were focused on him, a giant skeletal hand suddenly appeared near Yi Ling and grabbed him tightly. Yi Ling was shocked by the sudden appearance, as the hand was far larger than he expected. Before he could react, his entire body was already trapped by the giant hand. It then forcibly dragged him away from the battlefield, and Yi Ling had no idea where it was taking him. From afar, Lord La finally noticed the strange event happening near Yi Ling. In an instant, he understood the entire battle was a diversion. Their real target from the beginning was capturing Yi Ling. Everyone else was stunned as they watched a student from Vermilion Bird Academy get taken away. They could not understand why the enemy created such a huge plan just to capture a second-rank spirit master. The evil aura that appeared still terrified everyone nearby, with pressure so intense that some could barely breathe. Seeing their master in danger, Akyu and Blood Yu immediately chased after the skeletal hand, determined to bring Yi Ling back. But Yi Ling shouted for both of them to immediately return to the spirit pet seal. Although unwilling, Akyu and Blood Yu obeyed and returned inside Yi Ling just before he was pulled into a spatial black hole. By the time the others tried to reach him, it was already too late. No one could stop Yi Ling from being taken away. Soon after, the spatial gate slowly closed and vanished completely, leaving no trace behind. Seeing his plan succeed, Death Knight became extremely pleased and continued treating everyone before him as weak creatures. Watching her student get captured right in front of her, Xing Yue became furious and swore to make Death Knight pay with his life. She and Blazing Fire Yan immediately charged at him, showing no intention of holding back. Facing Xing Yu's overwhelming rage, Death Knight not only showed no fear but also laughed wildly. Lord La could no longer tolerate it either. He condemned the enemy's despicable methods and decided to finish him on the battlefield. His roar echoed across the battlefield as his skill, Battlemaster's Roar, was unleashed. Xing Yue also joined at that moment, combining her power with her spirit pet. The two devastating attacks from Lord La and Xing Yue struck Death Knight almost at the same time, creating a massive explosion that covered the area. After taking the terrifying combined attack head-on, Death Knight suffered severe injuries, yet the strange smile never left his face. He continued mocking them, claiming they could never defeat him, and that everyone would eventually die. Lord La immediately noticed something was wrong, and warned everyone that Death Knight was preparing to self-destruct. Moments later, Death Knight's body became the center of a massive dark explosion, sending evil energy waves across the entire battlefield. Lord La realized this was the undead calamity, but what worried him more was the dark energy spreading away for an unknown purpose. Before long, the undead energy reached the low-level monsters on the battlefield. It entered their bodies one after another and directly fused with them. Undead frenzy immediately took effect, causing the monsters that absorbed the new power to lock onto Chu Siyu and charge at her violently. The sudden increase in their strength left Siyu completely unprepared, making her unable to launch a counterattack. Just as a monster was about to reach her, an attack from elsewhere suddenly struck down and killed it instantly. Seeing Li Xingyue appear, Chu Siyu immediately mentioned Yi Ling being captured. However, Xingyue decided to clear out the remaining monsters first before finding a way to rescue him. Elsewhere, Yi Ling woke up in a completely unfamiliar space. Thick darkness surrounded him, making it impossible to tell where he was. Even so, Yi Ling quickly sensed another presence secretly watching him from the darkness. Knowing the opponent refused to reveal themselves, he took the initiative and demanded they appear and explain why they brought him here. After his challenge, the figure hidden in the darkness slowly stepped forward with a sinister and proud smile. The figure admired the calmness of someone who could form a contract with the divine phoenix. At the same time, Yi Ling's system revealed the information. Li Di, a spirit-winged demon, possessing Soul Devour, Life Reversal, Advanced Undead Magic Silent Claw, Undead Rampage, Undead Space, and Earth Spider Summon, Attribute, Calamity. Seeing the level 3 rank 8 status, Yi Ling immediately felt the terrifying danger of the enemy before him. In his mind, even Li Xingyue and Luo Guanshan were only level 7, yet Li Di had already reached level 8. While Li Di questioned the secret behind his contract with the Divine Phoenix, Yi Ling secretly decided that if things became worse, he would have to use the Phoenix Blood Essence. On the surface, Yi Ling remained calm and claimed he was only an ordinary level 2 Spirit Master. Li Di laughed and admitted that Yi Ling's current realm was indeed only level 2. But he was certain Yi Ling understood how noble and terrifying the Divine Phoenix truly was. Yi Ling secretly calculated Li Di's true goal, then politely asked why the Demon Lord brought him here. Seeing Yi Ling remain calm in this situation, Li Di was satisfied and decided to show him something. With just a snap of his fingers, the scene beneath Yi Ling changed, revealing a huge city being destroyed by countless vicious monsters. Li Di explained that this was the power of the Calamity Organization, a terrifying force with an enormous and powerful monster army capable of destroying a major city within hours. He then officially invited Yi Ling to join Calamity, overthrow the fake and rotten Federation, and build a new world of equality and freedom. In return, Yi Ling would receive power far beyond his current strength, enough to create devastating destruction. Yi Ling was not convinced by those promises at all. He even mocked Li Di for only painting a beautiful future without offering any real benefits. He understood that undead space was completely controlled by the enemy, while the situation outside remained unknown, so he could not waste more time here. After being rejected, Li Di's attitude instantly changed. He warned Yi Ling not to force him to use violence, and gave him one final chance to reconsider. Realizing the spirit-winged demon was about to attack, Yi Ling secretly took out the Phoenix Blood Essence and held it ready. At this point, he understood that escaping from here meant he could no longer hide his true strength. Li Di also lost all patience and declared that if Yi Ling refused to obey and work for him, the only remaining choice was to kill him here. While Yi Ling faced danger inside undead space, the battlefield outside was still chaotic, with the monster army continuing its fierce assault on Black Rock City. The monster attacks became more uncontrollable, forcing everyone to send out all their spirit pets and stop the assault at any cost. Following the command, the strongest forces appeared one after another, including Volcanic Stone Man, Swamp Monster, Giant Snow Turtle, Shadow Chimera, and Storm Wyvern, all joining the defensive line. During the battle, Chu Siyu kept worrying about Yi Ling, fearing he might never return. Li Xingyue was also helpless, because no one knew where he had been taken. Yi Ling could only find a way to survive on his own. Unable to help, Chu Siyu silently prayed that Yi Ling would overcome the danger and return safely. At the same time, inside undead space, a sudden change caught the attention of the enemy facing Yi Ling. The spirit-winged demon was shocked to see Yi Ling's body emitting a strange and dazzling light. For a moment, he could not understand what this mysterious light represented. Li Wei immediately became cautious, guessing Yi Ling was preparing to reveal a hidden trump card. Just seconds later, a terrifying aura erupted, forcing even the spirit-winged demon to stay alert. When he saw the figure before him, his confidence began to shake, because it was the 9th-rank Divine Phoenix. With the power of the Phoenix Blood Essence, Akyu entered a completely different state, releasing an unprecedented energy from her body. With this trump card behind him, Yi Ling's presence also changed completely, replacing his previous hesitation with confidence. He even took the initiative to provoke Li Wei, saying his displayed strength did not match what he knew about him. Protected by aqueous divine flames, Yi Ling was unaffected by the surrounding pressure. The might of the 9th-rank Divine Phoenix spread throughout undead space, terrifying Li Wei even more because a level 2 Spirit Master not only knew his identity, but seemed to understand his true strength. Unable to explain this, Li Wei hurriedly questioned Yi Ling's true identity. But Yi Ling only smiled, because that secret was something he would never have the chance to discover. Yi Ling immediately counterattacked and ordered Akyu to use Burning Heaven. Hellfire karma erupted violently, surrounding Li Wei from all directions. Facing the threat of being burned alive, Li Wei also used his strongest trump card, Death Altar, to resist Akyu's power. Amid the sea of flames, a massive altar slowly appeared, with a giant demonic skull above it releasing a terrifying aura. Seeing the opponent still trying to resist, Yi Ling showed no worry at all. Instead, he decided to use the power of the 9th-rank Divine Phoenix to crush Li Wei's final hope. Yi Ling ordered Akyu to end the battle directly, because an enemy like Li Wei did not deserve any mercy. Akyu immediately gathered all her power and launched a devastating frontal attack straight toward Li Wei. The power of this attack was overwhelming. After only one collision, Akyu had already shattered the death altar into countless pieces. Seeing his strongest defense destroyed before his eyes, Li Wei immediately fell into panic. Without the altar protecting him, hellfire karma quickly consumed his body. No matter how desperately he resisted, Li Wei could only scream inside the flames, terrified by the power of the 9th-rank Divine Phoenix. Soon, Li Wei's body completely disappeared before Yi Ling, leaving not even ashes behind. However, Yi Ling still wondered if he truly died or escaped using some hidden method. Just then, a glowing object nearby caught his attention. Looking closer, Yi Ling discovered it was Li Wei's storage ring, and immediately thought about checking for valuable loot inside. But at that moment, Akia's 9th-rank Divine Phoenix form began fading away, meaning the Phoenix blood essence was about to lose its effect. Leaving undead space was now more urgent than checking the loot. Yi Ling immediately called Akyu and told her to release just one final flame. The target of this attack was not another enemy, but the entire undead space trapping them. Under Akia's divine flames, the space created by Li Wei was quickly destroyed and collapsed completely. But right after escaping, Yi Ling lost his support and fell straight from the sky. On the ground, Chu Siyu suddenly noticed a figure falling from above at incredible speed. Unable to identify what it was, she immediately called Li Xingyue to look upward. Xingyue quickly realized the falling person was Yi Ling. He seemed unconscious, while the monsters below immediately targeted him. With no time to waste, everyone launched a rescue operation, ordering Gale Dragon to fly over and catch Yi Ling before he fell into the monster swarm. Gale Dragon arrived in time and carried Chu Siyu to catch Yi Ling, saving him from the dangerous fall just before he hit the ground. Seeing the monsters still approaching, Li Xingyue immediately summoned her spirit pet and ordered Flame Eagle to protect the area around them. Flame Eagle released a fierce sea of fire, wiping out the approaching monsters and creating a safe zone. Meanwhile, Chu Siyu kept calling and shaking Yi Ling, while Li Xingyue quickly rushed over to check his condition. Fortunately, Yi Ling soon showed signs of recovery and slowly woke up, bringing relief to everyone. Xingyue could not hide her worry after seeing her student go through such a dangerous situation, but Yi Ling quickly reassured her that he was not seriously injured. She even joked that if anything happened to Yi Ling, Hongshu would never forgive her. Just then, everyone noticed the monster army was suddenly retreating from the battlefield. Seeing the change happen right after Yi Ling returned, they guessed the monster's retreat was directly related to what happened to him. Lord La immediately seized the opportunity and led Black Rock City's soldiers to chase the fleeing monsters. He ordered them to wipe out every single one and not let any escape. After confirming the enemies had truly withdrawn, Chu Siyu suggested bringing Yi Ling back to rest first. Xing Yu then asked where exactly he had been taken. Yi Ling explained that it was complicated, but his captor was an undead winged demon named Li Wei, who trapped him inside a strange and dark space. Hearing the name Li Wei, Xingyue was shocked, because she knew he was a level 8 winged demon with terrifying strength. She could not understand how Yi Ling escaped from him so quickly. Although she still had many questions, Xing Yu decided the priority was taking Yi Ling back for a medical check, in case he had hidden injuries despite feeling fine. From everything he experienced, Yi Ling was almost certain the Calamity organization was the force controlling the monster invasion. Everyone thought it was unbelievable that a spirit master like Yi Ling could return safely from a level 8 winged demon, but he only humbly said he was lucky this time. Xingyue then asked everyone to let Yi Ling rest and recover, while she quickly reported this serious incident to the academy. Chu Siyu and the others also decided to leave, reminding Yi Ling to rest well before they departed. He said goodbye to Xingyue and everyone else. Once the room was empty, Yi Ling's expression immediately became thoughtful. He then took out the storage ring obtained from Li Wei, curious about what a level 8 winged demon had hidden inside. The result exceeded his expectations. The ring contained treasures like dragon scales, sea demon eyes, many high-level evolution materials, and a huge amount of experience crystals. With these resources, Blood Yu and Feng Ju could both increase their levels significantly. At the same time, the headquarters of the Calamity organization was filled with a dark and eerie atmosphere. Deep within the darkness, a powerful voice sounded after learning that Li Wei's mission had completely failed. The pressure from this person made the kneeling subordinates tremble. The messenger quickly confirmed the incident and revealed that even Li Wei's corpse could not be found. The possibility that Li Wei had died immediately enraged the leader. His killing intent made the atmosphere heavy. According to the information gathered, Li Wei was most likely killed by an extremely powerful divine phoenix. The leader felt regret over losing the companion who had fought beside him for hundreds of years. But he was also furious because he had warned Li Wei many times never to provoke the divine phoenix, yet he still ignored the warning. After that, the subordinate reported that Black Robe had brought a young man seeking an audience and was waiting outside the main hall. Hearing this, the leader immediately ordered them to bring him in. Before entering, Black Robe coldly reminded the young man to be careful with every word before the leader, and he quickly agreed. During the meeting, Black Robe introduced him as Liu Yu, the son of the Liu family head from Tianhui City. Liu Yu cautiously walked deeper into the dark castle. Fear was obvious in his eyes, but his curiosity was impossible to hide. His purpose for coming here was to join the Calamity Organization. The leader quickly recognized Liu Yu's identity as the Liu family's young master and welcomed him into the organization with a mysterious voice. Liu Yu immediately knelt down, thanking him and declaring that he would become completely loyal to the leader from now on. However, before he could celebrate, the leader suddenly stopped him, making Liu Yu nervous. To enter the Calamity Organization, words of loyalty were not enough. Every member had to pay an equal price. As he spoke, the leader raised his hand and dark, sinister spiritual energy began gathering in his palm. Before Liu Yu could understand the warning, the dark energy shot forward and pierced directly into his body. In an instant, intense pain made Liu Yu scream non-stop. The leader coldly explained that this was the condition for joining Calamity. Absolute obedience would grant enormous power, but any thought of rebellion would lead only to suffering and destruction. The leader further emphasized that betrayal meant being trapped in eternal torment with no escape, then let out a sinister laugh. Meanwhile, the story returned to Yi Ling's private dorm room. After checking the loot obtained from Li Wei, Yi Ling was quite satisfied because there were many valuable treasures inside. The first notable item was the life-saving ring, which could block any fatal attack for its owner once. Although it needed a full month to recover, this effect was basically like giving the user an extra life. Next, Yi Ling discovered the transformation card. This item allowed the target to take human form and freely switch back to their original appearance afterward. However, it could only be used once, and the chosen human appearance could never be changed. Thinking of this, Yi Ling immediately called Phoenix Fire over. A Q flew over after hearing him, though she still looked annoyed and had no idea what he wanted. Yi Ling asked if she wanted to have a human appearance like him and Blood Yu. After realizing he truly had a way to transform her into a human, Q was shocked, and curiosity appeared in her eyes. Yi Ling raised the transformation card and told her that using this item would make her wish of having a human body come true. Q was excited, but still worried about one thing. If she became human and lost her original form, she would have trouble protecting Yi Ling. Yi Ling laughed and reassured her that this was only a transformation, and she could return to her original form any time. After hearing that, Q no longer hesitated and immediately urged Yi Ling to begin. Yi Ling told her to prepare, then activated the transformation card and selected Phoenix as the target. After confirming, he activated the item on AQ and moved the card toward her as the transformation process began. Soon, the power of the card erupted, creating a brilliant aura of spiritual energy that covered Akia's entire body. At the same time, streams of energy began moving around her. The pure spiritual energy, with a mysterious aura from the transformation card, continuously flowed deep into Akia's body. When all the energy finished transferring, the card suddenly shone brightly before disappearing into the air. Yi Ling watched closely and noticed the figure inside the light was changing. When the glow faded completely, he was stunned. Q had transformed into a human, but she was completely unclothed, making Yi Ling's face turn bright red. Standing before him was a stunning girl with fiery red hair, fair skin, and an almost flawless figure. The more Yi Ling looked, the more he felt this appearance was far beyond what he had imagined. At that moment, Q turned around and asked how he felt about her new look. Still unable to recover, Yi Ling answered awkwardly and could only admit that her current appearance was truly perfect. A thought immediately appeared in his mind. This girl would probably become extremely difficult to handle from now on. Before Yi Ling could calm down, his nose started bleeding, while Q beside him had no idea what was happening. After that, the story returned to the sacred city building. Li Xingyue announced that the final mission had ended. Seeing everyone exhausted, she gave them the next day off and told them to return and recover. She also reminded Yi Ling to go rest, but he asked to visit Tianyu Pavilion before heading back. Li Xingyue agreed and only told him not to stay out too long. Although the journey had several unexpected incidents, the final result was still good because everyone returned safely. More importantly, the trip brought back a huge amount of loot. Yi Ling reviewed his gains. The system rewards and monster materials had already been used, allowing Blood Yu and Feng Chu to level up significantly. The storage ring taken from the old demon contained countless rare materials, so he decided to bring some to Tianyu Pavilion and exchange them for money first. As soon as he arrived, Elder Zhao recognized Yi Ling and warmly welcomed him. Yi Ling directly said that he came to sell more materials this time. Looking at the amount of goods he prepared, Yi Ling warned that the materials were quite large in quantity and asked Manager Zhao to find a spacious place. She immediately agreed and led him there. After arriving at a room, Manager Zhao asked whether the space was enough for Yi Ling to place all his materials. Yi Ling looked around and shook his head, saying the room still could not fit everything he brought. Hearing this, Manager Zhao was shocked, unable to imagine how much loot he had collected, and finally took him to a much larger room. After arriving at the new location, Manager Zhao Ao asked again if there was finally enough space this time. Yi Ling nodded, saying the place was barely suitable, while warning her not to be too surprised, because the results from this trip were quite large. But the moment Yi Ling released the loot, Manager Zhao was still stunned by the enormous amount appearing before her. She could not believe where he obtained such a mountain of resources, while Yi Ling calmly asked her to inspect and price everything. Seeing the mountain of materials before her, Manager Zhao was even more shocked. She estimated this amount was nearly equal to Tianyu Pavilion's entire monthly purchases. Yi Ling's reputation as the top male student of Vermilion Bird Academy was clearly well-deserved. Since many rare resources were included, she could not handle the inventory alone. Manager Zhao called more people to help count everything and told Yi Ling the calculation would take quite some time. Just then, Shen Mengyao arrived. Seeing the piles of materials, she teased Yi Ling, wondering where he had gone to get such a huge harvest. Anyone who knew nothing might think he had emptied Tianyu Pavilion's warehouse. Manager Zhao immediately greeted the young miss. Yi Ling laughed and said no one would be bold enough to steal from Tianyu Pavilion. Shen Mengyao nodded, finding his words reasonable. Shen Mengyao told Manager Zhao to gather more people and handle the materials quickly because she had an auction to attend later. Manager Zhao accepted the order, while Yi Ling instantly became interested after hearing the word auction. His eyes lit up as Yi Ling quickly asked if Shen Mengyao could take him to the auction with her. Shen Mengyao frowned slightly, confused about why Yi Ling wanted to follow her. Seeing she had not agreed, Yi Ling offered an item as a trade, saying it would belong to her if she brought him along. But looking at the tiny glass bottle in his hand, Shen Mengyao did not think much of it, believing something so small could not hold anything valuable. Yi Ling did not explain right away. He only pretended to regret it and revealed that the bottle contained Fire Dragon Blood Essence. If she was not interested, then he would keep the gift. The moment she heard Fire Dragon Blood Essence, Shen Mengyao's attitude changed completely. Her eyes widened as she stuttered and repeatedly asked Yi Ling if the bottle truly contained Fire Dragon Blood Essence. Before Yi Ling could understand what happened, Shen Mengyao suddenly rushed forward and hugged him tightly, leaving him shocked and unsure of what she was doing. Shen Mengyao was so excited that she forgot everything around her. Fire Dragon Blood Essence was exactly what she had spent so much effort searching for. Meanwhile, Yi Ling was hugged so tightly that he could only remind her he was about to run out of breath. Watching this scene, Manager Zhao was completely stunned. She never expected the young miss to directly hug Yi Ling with such a strong reaction. With Shen Mengyao pressed close, Yi Ling's face turned red from the unexpected intimacy. Manager Zhao immediately covered her face and pretended she saw nothing, making Shen Mengyao turn around and ask what nonsense she was mumbling about. Regaining her composure, Shen Mengyao quickly released Yi Ling and handed the bottle to Manager Zhao, asking her to confirm whether it was truly Fire Dragon Blood Essence. Knowing this was the treasure the young miss had searched for so long, Manager Zhao was surprised and immediately took it for appraisal. After that, Shen Mengyao looked back at Yi Ling with shining eyes, making him feel slightly uneasy about her unusual enthusiasm. She explained that if the result proved it was really Fire Dragon Blood Essence, this gift would mean a lot to her. She would remember Yi Ling's favor, and whenever he faced trouble in the future, he could come to her. Shen Mengyao would definitely help him. With this promise, Yi Ling did not hesitate and immediately asked her to take him to the spirit pet egg section because he wanted to buy one. Hearing such a simple request, Shen Mengyao happily led the way. Tianyu Pavilion had an extremely rich collection of spirit pet eggs, with more than 10,000 in total, making Yi Ling even more excited. When they arrived, Shen Mengyao introduced this place as the area storing Tianyu Pavilion's rare spirit pet eggs. Every egg here had its origin and necessary information fully recorded. The prices were also clearly listed, so Yi Ling could choose freely. Shen Mengyao generously promised that no matter which egg he liked, she would give him a 60% discount, making Yi Ling immediately thank her. After that, Yi Ling walked around the display area, carefully examining each spirit pet egg to find the right choice. Although Tianyu Pavilion had many rare spirit pet species, Yi Ling still could not find an egg that truly matched what he was looking for. Manager Zhao hurried over to find Shen Mengyao. Breathing heavily, she reported that the appraisal was complete. The result was certain. The liquid inside Yi Ling's bottle was indeed fire dragon blood essence. After receiving confirmation, Shen Mengyao happily jumped on the spot. With this precious treasure, her fire wing could finally meet the requirements to begin its evolution. While Yi Ling was still focused on the spirit pet eggs around him, Shen Mengyao became so excited that she blurted out that she liked him to death. Overwhelmed by excitement, the young pavilion master completely lost her usual calm. She rushed forward and hugged Yi Ling again, pulling him tightly against her. Yi Ling panicked and quickly reminded her not to get too carried away. Being squeezed until dizzy, Yi Ling complained that if this continued, he would lose too much blood, and his head was already spinning. After calming down, Shen Mengyao finally remembered Yi Ling's original purpose and asked if he had found a spirit pet egg yet. He shook his head, because after checking everything, none of them matched what he needed. After thinking for a moment, Shen Mengyao suggested another option. If Tianyu Pavilion's egg collection had nothing suitable, Yi Ling could follow her to the auction tonight and try his luck. The idea immediately excited Yi Ling, since he already wanted to see the auction. However, Shen Mengyao warned him that although rare treasures sometimes appeared at auctions, he should not expect to definitely find what he wanted. Not to mention, once valuable items appeared, competition between buyers would often push the price far beyond normal. Yi Ling understood that, and his current finances were limited anyway. He mainly wanted to broaden his horizons. Shen Mengyao then took him upstairs to her private auction room. Entering the room, Yi Ling curiously looked around. Manager Zhao arrived and reported that the auction would begin in about 20 minutes. Shen Mengyao then asked if today's list had any notable items. According to Manager Zhao, the highlight this time was an extremely rare spirit pet egg. The strange thing was that the auction list intentionally hid all details about it, and many guests today were likely targeting that mysterious egg. Manager Zhao confirmed that was all the information available. The egg's origin, species, and abilities had not been revealed yet. Seeing Yi Ling become interested, Shen Mengyao told him not to rush. Once the auction started, the egg's secrets would eventually be revealed. Yi Ling nodded after hearing that. Not long after, the waiting time ended, and Tianyu Pavilion's auction officially began with a greeting to all the guests. The host was Linglong, a beautiful woman with an elegant appearance and graceful manner. After stepping onto the stage, she greeted everyone on behalf of Tianyu Pavilion and announced the auction had begun. Without making the guests wait, Linglong immediately introduced the first item of the day, Fire Scarlet Snow. According to her explanation, Fire Scarlet Snow was valuable because of its effects on spirit pets. After absorbing it, spirit pets could improve their resistance to fire attributes and gain better control over fire energy. The starting price for Fire Scarlet Snow was set at 1 million Federation credits. Fire Scarlet Snow was a rare treasure that grew in harsh environments. Legends said it absorbed the blood of powerful monsters and appeared around scorching, lava regions, guarded by dangerous creatures. The flower being auctioned had fully matured, increasing both fire resistance and control over fire elements. However, each target could only benefit from it once, and further use had no effect. Hearing the starting price of 1 million, Yi Ling secretly felt that this material was truly expensive. Contrary to his thoughts, the guests below quickly began bidding. The price jumped from 1 million to 1,050,000, then soon reached 1,100,000. Yi Ling wondered why a material could sell for such a high price and whether it was really worth that much. Shen Mengyao explained that value depended greatly on demand. When the right person needed an item, its worth could rise instantly. Auctions also had people who deliberately competed and pushed prices higher. She told him to keep watching and he would understand. In the end, Fire Scarlet Snow was bought by the guest in seat number 23 for 1,800,000 Federation credits. After the opening item, Ling Long immediately moved to something much more special, the item many people had been waiting for, an unidentified spirit pet egg. Ling Long revealed that even Tianyu Pavilion's top appraisal team could not identify this egg. Even searching through all Federation records, they found no matching information. Because its origin was completely unknown, the starting price was set at 3 million Federation credits. The announcement caused the entire hall to erupt in discussion. Many people recognized it as the mysterious item from the auction list that had no description. Since even its species could not be identified, no one knew whether it contained a rare spirit pet or something worthless. Even so, its appearance was extraordinary. The crystal-like white jade shell made many people curious about the creature sleeping inside, but spending 3 million to gamble on an unknown item was extremely risky. If only an ordinary spirit pet hatched, the buyer would lose a huge amount. While everyone below was still debating, Yi Ling suddenly spoke from his private room upstairs, breaking the hesitation of the entire hall. Yi Ling directly offered the exact price of 3 million Federation credits, deciding to take the unidentified spirit pet egg. The entire hall erupted because someone was actually willing to spend 3 million on an item even the appraisers could not identify. Many thought the buyer was too reckless. Ling Long confirmed VIP room number 1 had placed the bid and asked if anyone wanted to offer more. Knowing room number 1 belonged to Tianyu Pavilion, some people suspected it was just a trick to raise the price because no one wanted the egg. They even mocked that if the item returned to Tianyu Pavilion, it would become a joke. Meanwhile, Ling Long counted for the second time, yet no rival appeared. With no higher bids, the mysterious spirit pet egg finally belonged to the guest in VIP room number 1 for exactly 3 million Federation credits. Shen Mengyao could not understand what Yi Ling was thinking. He ignored countless eggs with clear origins and qualities, yet spent money on an unknown one. Yi Ling did not explain immediately, and instead teased that he never expected her to care so much about him. Realizing she was being teased, Shen Mengyao blushed and quickly denied it, saying she had no time to worry about him. Yi Ling still thanked her, then explained that he simply enjoyed discovering unknown things, which was why he chose this mysterious egg. But that was only what he said on the surface. Deep inside, Yi Ling was secretly pleased because no one here knew he had already seen through the identity of the spirit pet inside. The auction continued as Ling Long brought the next item onto the stage, a rare treasure called Ocean Ice Jade. According to the introduction, the jade not only had a stunning appearance but also stored powerful energy, enough to summon a level 5, rank 8 Ica-type monster. Along with this impressive ability came a starting price of 20 million Federation credits, shocking many people with the enormous number. Yi Ling immediately saw the full information of Ocean Ice Jade. This rare jade formed deep beneath the ocean and contained unique frozen energy. Each activation could summon a level 5, rank 8 ice monster for 10 minutes, with 9 total uses. Each activation required at least 24 hours between uses. It could also protect the owner's mind from interference, keeping their thoughts clear. Shen Mengyao liked the jade's appearance and asked Yi Ling for his opinion. He admitted it was beautiful, but its practical value might not match its flashy appearance. After thinking, Shen Mengyao agreed that its use was rather limited compared to the price. Although the two were not interested, the competition below remained intense. The price quickly rose from 21 million to 23 million, then 23,300,000, before jumping to 30 and 35 million. Just when everyone thought the bidding would continue, a proud voice from another VIP room suddenly interrupted and shocked the entire hall by offering 70 million. The price nearly doubled instantly, causing the crowd to go wild. No one expected someone to spend 70 million Federation credits just to obtain Ocean Ice Jade. The spending habits of the wealthy were truly beyond ordinary people's understanding. From the voice alone, Shen Mengyao guessed the bidder was Sun Hao. She showed clear annoyance, saying he relied on the Sun family's wealth and loved showing off everywhere. Seeing the auction was almost over, she called Yi Ling to leave with her. Yi Ling agreed to leave. After all, he still needed to receive the spirit pet egg he had won. From Shen Mengyao's attitude earlier, he could tell she seemed to dislike Sun Hao very much. Before they got far, a luxuriously dressed young man appeared outside the VIP room. The moment he arrived, he warmly called Mengyao, but she coldly asked why Sun Hao was here when she never invited him. 2 other men followed Sun Hao, and all 3 gave off a powerful aura. The leader of this group was the young master of the Sun family. Sun Hao immediately showed off the gift he prepared. It turned out he was the one who spent 70 million Federation credits on Ocean Ice Jade, all to win Shen Mengyao's favor. But when he looked beside her, Sun Hao saw Yi Ling and instantly became jealous. He questioned Yi Ling's identity and asked why another man was with Meng Yao. Hearing this, Shen Meng Yao became furious and directly said she could be with anyone she wanted, and Sun Hao had no right to interfere. Being treated coldly by Shen Meng Yao in front of everyone made Sun Hao even more irritated. He finally turned all his anger toward Yi Ling and demanded to know who he was. He warned Yi Ling not to have any intentions toward Meng Yao, or he would break both of his legs. Facing the threat, Yi Ling only shrugged calmly and asked what getting angry like this would actually solve. Not wanting to waste more time, Shen Meng Yao grabbed Yi Ling's hand and tried to leave. Sun Hao immediately blocked their way and declared that Yi Ling would not leave so easily today. Seeing Sun Hao still refusing to leave, Yi Ling suddenly came up with an idea. He winked at Shen Meng Yao and told her to cooperate if she truly wanted him to stop bothering her. She still had no idea what he was planning. The next moment, Yi Ling suddenly pulled Shen Meng Yao into his arms and kissed her directly in front of Sun Hao. That scene was like adding fuel to a fire. Sun Hao went completely insane, unable to accept Yi Ling kissing Meng Yao right in front of him. He kept shouting that he would definitely kill Yi Ling. Losing all reason, Sun Hao immediately called his subordinates and ordered them to deal with Yi Ling on the spot. 2 level 5 spirit tamers and 1 level 7 spirit tamer immediately stepped forward to protect their master. Yi Ling was surprised that Sun Hao carried such powerful forces even when going out. But Shen Meng Yao was not afraid at all. She directly warned them that this was the Shen family's territory, not a place where they could cause trouble however they wanted. One of the guards quickly reminded Sun Hao that this place belonged to Tianyu Pavilion and the auction had just been held here. If they really attacked on the opponent's territory, the consequences would be extremely difficult to handle. Only then did Sun Hao remember where he was. Unable to attack, he angrily vented his frustration on the ocean ice jade he had spent a fortune buying. He smashed it onto the ground and gritted his teeth, warning Yi Ling that today's matter was not over. In the end, Sun Hao could only leave with his people. Before leaving, he still looked back at Yi Ling with killing intent, clearly remembering this grudge. After leaving, Sun Hao immediately ordered Old Chen to investigate Yi Ling's background because he had already decided to kill him. Unexpectedly, his subordinate quickly reported that Yi Ling was the only male student accepted by Vermilion Bird's Academy this year, and also the only person in the Federation who had successfully formed a contract with the Divine Bird Phoenix. Even knowing Yi Ling's identity was extraordinary, Sun Hao still refused to let go. He ordered that no matter the cost, Yi Ling must be killed. Meanwhile, Yi Ling smiled and asked Shen Meng Yao if after what happened, Sun Hao would finally stop following her. But Meng Yao now had another issue to deal with. Coming back to her senses, Shen Meng Yao's face turned bright red as she demanded Yi Ling immediately remove his hand from her. He pretended to be confused, saying that since Sun Hao had just left, he accidentally forgot. Manager Zhao nearby immediately covered her eyes, pretending she had seen nothing from beginning to end. Shen Meng Yao's mind was completely chaotic because her first kiss had been taken by Yi Ling just like that. She even thought that since she was older than him, was she actually becoming someone who cared about a younger man? She immediately blushed and rejected that strange thought. Not knowing how to face Yi Ling anymore, Shen Meng Yao quickly found an excuse to leave first. Despite feeling embarrassed, she still reminded him to stay safe and return to the academy soon. Yi Ling obediently agreed. Deep down, he found it amusing that someone as strong and confident as Shen Meng Yao could actually become this flustered. Yi Ling only smiled quietly. After that, the story returned to his private dormitory at Vermilion Bird Academy. After a busy day, Yi Ling finally got some rest. The trip to the auction had clearly been worthwhile. Seeing her master bring back another egg, a Zhao pouted, realizing the spirit pet team was about to gain a new member. Yi Ling quickly comforted her, explaining that he only wanted to add a third companion to the group, which should be something worth celebrating. Then he excitedly prepared to witness the mysterious creature inside the egg hatch. At that moment, the spirit pet egg he had bought began glowing, and layers of mysterious light slowly covered the entire surface. Soon, tiny cracks appeared on the shell. The cracks quickly spread until the egg started breaking apart piece by piece. From inside, a tiny creature with an extremely adorable appearance finally appeared. Its entire body was covered in soft white fur. Looking closer, Yi Ling discovered his new companion was actually a beautiful little fox. The system immediately displayed its data. This was a mutated three-tailed fox, currently level 3, rank 1, with 0 experience and ordinary growth potential. It had no equipment, possessed the talents Charm and low-level mental immunity, and its skills were Fox Fire and Charm. To evolve into a 4-tailed fox, it required Fox Demon Tail, Souls of Our Fox and Pearl, 10 low-level mental power crystals, and 10 low-level dark crystals. Looking at the little creature in front of him, Yi Ling immediately greeted it and could not help but comment on how adorable it was. He slowly reached out his hand, comforting it, while saying he only wanted to pet it a little, and there was no need to be so cautious. His sweet words seemed to perfectly match the fox's talent. It slowly lowered its guard, moved closer, then jumped onto Ye Ling and wrapped around him affectionately. Seeing this, Jiao immediately became jealous. She angrily shouted at the fox to get away from Ye Ling because, in Jiao's mind, the position it had taken already belonged to her. Yi Ling had to keep playing mediator, reminding Jiao that she already had a human form and did not need to compete with a little fox. But the more Jiao listened, the more upset she became. She immediately concluded that Yi Ling had forgotten the old members after getting a new companion. Yi Ling could only feel helpless because the situation was not that serious. Looking at the scene before him, Yi Ling realized that keeping the girls peaceful together from now on would not be easy. He quickly changed the topic and asked Jiao to help name the three-tailed fox. Still annoyed, she did not think much and suggested calling it Wang Sai. Yi Ling immediately rejected the idea, feeling that such an adorable fox could not possibly have a name like Wang Sai. Looking at its white fur and lively personality, he decided to name it Bai Ling, while calling it Xiao Bai affectionately. The little fox seemed to love the new name. The moment it heard it, it happily rubbed its head against Yi Ling, as if accepting it. Jiao still complained that Bai Ling was not a good name. Yi Ling did not argue, and only reminded everyone that they needed to get along while living together. After settling the naming issue, Ye Ling decided to help Xiao Bai increase its level first. Elsewhere, Shen Feiyun, the pavilion master of Tianyu Pavilion, laughed happily because he was very satisfied with his daughter. In his opinion, Meng Yao barely needed to do anything, and had already made the young master of the Sun family suffer, proving that Shen Feiyun's daughter was not someone anyone could bully. However, he soon turned the topic to Ye Ling. In Shen Feiyun's eyes, this young man had many outstanding qualities, especially being the only male student directly accepted by Vermilion Bird Academy. While speaking, Shen Feiyun suddenly noticed something unusual about his daughter, because Meng Yao's face had clearly turned red. After being discovered by her father, Shen's Meng Yao awkwardly denied it, insisting her face was not red before quickly turning away. Her reaction only made Shen Feiyun more amused. He laughed and teased that perhaps his daughter had already developed feelings for Yi Ling. Meng Yao immediately denied it, firmly saying she did not like him, and telling her father not to overthink. After that, she hurried back to her room, still blushing as she remembered what happened earlier and blamed Yi Ling for putting her in such an awkward situation. Watching his daughter leave with a rare embarrassed expression, Shen Feiyun became even more curious about Ye Ling. Who couldn't make Meng Yao react like this was definitely not ordinary. If he had the chance, he would meet him personally. Time quickly passed. 1 week later, the story moved to the central area of Vermilion Bird Academy. There, Yi Ling suddenly heard someone calling him. Recognizing Siyu, he immediately greeted her and happily said they had not seen each other for quite a while. After observing Yi Ling carefully, Siyu smiled and commented that his combat ability seemed to have improved greatly in such a short time. But this time, Yi Ling did not come only to chat. With a serious expression, he directly challenged Siyu. The moment the challenge was announced, nearby students immediately gathered to watch. The news that Yi Ling wanted to challenge the strongest second-year student quickly spread. Many thought he was too reckless for targeting Zhao Siyu so soon after entering the academy. Many students supported Siyu because her strength was already close to the third rank, and she might soon qualify to advance directly to the third year. However, some people still did not underestimate Yi Ling. After all, he was already ranked third among second-year students, and this battle might truly create a surprise. Ignoring the discussions around him, Yi Ling asked Siyu if they could start immediately, and she had no reason to refuse. Siyu was even looking forward to the battle because she wanted to personally see how much Yi Ling had improved during this time. The duel was confirmed, and Chao Siyu immediately summoned her strongest spirit pets. Gale Dragon and Golden Vajra appeared at the same time. Siyu signaled for her two beasts to prepare, treating this as a chance to warm up with a proper fight. The atmosphere instantly became heated as the battle officially began. Most people still believed Zhao Siyu would win because she had dominated the #1 position among second years for a long time, while Yi Ling had joined less than a month ago. The thought of a newcomer surpassing the entire grade was hard for the senior students to accept. On the opposite side, Yi Ling only summoned Shu Yu and left the battle to her. The moment Shu Yu appeared, many people around were attracted by the appearance of this spirit pet. Some even complained that they were humans, yet looked worse than a spirit pet. The crowd became curious about how Ye Ling obtained a humanoid battle beast with such beauty, and everyone wanted to know the secret. Zhao Siyu noticed something else. Seeing Yi Ling only summon Shu Yu instead of the divine bird phoenix, she frowned and asked if he was looking down on her. Yi Ling remained calm and told Siyu to attack first. Since he had already decided, she said nothing more and accepted the battle under these conditions. Zhao Siyu immediately ordered Gale Dragon to prepare for cooperation. At the same time, she commanded Golden Vajra to charge forward, aiming to defeat Yi Ling quickly. With its massive body, Golden Vajra became the first attacker, rushing straight toward the opponent with overwhelming power. The powerful strike forced the target to immediately move away and avoid Golden Vajra's attack range. While the ground was being shaken by Golden Vajra, Gale Dragon in the sky had already locked onto the target and prepared its next attack. Zhao Siyu immediately ordered Gale Dragon to show the opponent its true strength. Energy quickly gathered before Gale Dragon, forming a huge sphere that shot straight toward Yi Ling with terrifying force. Only then did Yi Ling begin to respond. He signaled Zhu Yu to use the new ability she had obtained, a skill called Death Gaze. Receiving her master's command, Shui Yu immediately responded and prepared to activate the skill. But before she could act freely, Golden Vajra had already closed in again and continued attacking Zhu Yu. At that moment, something strange happened. Golden Vajra's powerful and agile movements suddenly became sluggish, and its speed clearly dropped. This change left the spectators confused. No one understood what Shukayu had done to make Golden Vajra seem like it was being slowed by an invisible force. Zhu Yu naturally would not miss such a major opening. The moment her opponent lost its speed advantage, she immediately switched from defense to counterattack. She grabbed Golden Vajra's huge arm, then unleashed astonishing strength and directly threw its massive body flying far away.